Morning. Day 74. There we go. Feedback, good. Feedback is good in that case, right? Okay. Brenda, first in the gate. How are you doing? Brenda Grant, good morning. 11 of you in. Please do share as always. They should be interesting. I like the mention of the word. Oh, okay. 4 of you. When I say share, 4 leave. Or YouTube tells me 4 leaves. Blue Nose in here. Blue Nose, good morning. Nikki Lewis, good morning. With smileys, I think. Is that smileys? Okay. DVD, no. Lily Bomb with 1 L. I seem to always put on 2 L's. Maybe it's because I think of Dave Louie. Nosy Scotian. Julia on the Rock, our official timekeeper. Gamer 2264. Gamer, good morning. Charlene, good morning. 13, please do share. I like the mention of the word accountability. Yes, I do indeed. Apparently, what's that, I wonder if the Queen will have any impact on said proceedings. Is that possible? Who knows? The Queen's private army, RCMP. Okay. There we go. Well, good morning, Charlene. 2. There's a Char and a Charlene. Does that work? Or are you both Chars? Yes, you never know. You never know. Sorry, something stuck in my throat. Okay, they changed their screen. There we go. Things are firing up over there. The mention of the word accountability, you never know. Strange things may happen. Got some RCMP on the panel today. I did have a brief, 10,000 foot caramel view on today's proceedings. It looks kind of interesting. You never know. Though 30 yesterday, a dump. Not sure if those of you who are aware or downloading, please do download. You never know. Things may disappear. Well, actually, that one is kind of things may go poof in the future. You never know. Websites and things may go gonzo, which would be unfortunate if that were to happen. Yesterday, a bunch of new files. We're now up to 391 files. Still lots of key files missing. John Robbins' notebooks are out. They're an interesting read. Perhaps I will go through them a little bit at lunch. I haven't, I've just again given a 10,000 foot caramel on those, but I'll tell you, my eyes, I thought I was having some color issues. Yeah, maybe we should just show that. I was like, what the fuck is that? obviously more funny games going on. Maybe you guys can look for like key files and things like that, things that you think might be interesting. There's nothing new from Morrison. There's not a notebook from Markachu, still waiting on that one. Let's see here. Oh, something's buzzing. I hate buzzing. Okay. So if we do, how do I do this one? Maybe I can do it like this, so not like that. I can do this one. I have so many fucking tabs open. It's pissing me off. Okay. So, Janice Gray's still missing notes. Who knows? Yeah, there should be 3 pages still there. Or we're dealing with it because she did say that there were 2 notebooks. Where's the other one? Okay, so if I look at Robin's notebook, because I was interested in April 28th. A lot of black. April 28th, bad day. So let's see if I can get this here before we go. Right. Okay. So here we go. Okay, looking kind of like a normal notebook, looking kind of normal. Well, then you have this. I thought there was an issue with my screen. I'm like, reverse image, perhaps? Yeah. Some reason everything goes black, and then there's sometimes barely legible blue writing in it. Because those notebooks, they're written in party clubs under black lights and shit. Yeah, interesting. Lots of solicitor clients. One of them was in bright red. I like that. That was a new appearance of something. I'm like, ooh. Privileged information, Canada Evidence Act, non-Canadian Evidence Act, sorry, common law. Frank gets mentioned. I think it's all the stuff underneath there that one of these days I'm going to do an A-tip. We'll see what they have. I expect they'll just say, not disclosing, but they will tell me maybe what they have, like in terms of size. That will be interesting. Invasion 1. He's always a character. John Robbins, always a character. Yes. Where did he go? Poof. What is it? Oh, sorry about that. Tanya, good morning. Kelly Blair, good morning. All right, so almost on the dot here. Let's put that back there. Get that lined up. Evelyn, good morning. Okay, ready to go. How's everybody feeling? Please do share. Maybe there'll be some discussion of accountability. You never know. You never know. Definitely furniture will be on the agenda. Wonder if we'll have giant pins today. Do you think there'll be giant pins? I think the pins might disappear. Only, wear them when usable. Then discard human life when no longer necessary for your agendas. Right? Oof. I've noticed my dog has gotten more friendly. She's very timid, but her ears are up all the time now. I wonder if somebody, before I bought her, did something nasty to her or something. Come here. Oh. She always brings toys in here. Every time I'm done streaming, the floor is filled with toys. So far I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes.
Sorry.
A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 toys and some piece of paper, probably some important notes I need that she's ripped up. Thank you. Sure. I'll bring her if she ran away now. I don't know where she went. Are they passing the feather today? See, I can't quite understand. If you have the feather and you have a chair, stand up and give it to the people who matter. The most affected. Little too little, too late. Too little, too late. You waited too long on this one. Everybody's going to remember that too. Yeah, you may come at the end, hoping for fanfare. Oh, see, we do. Come here. Okay, here we go. But it's too little, too late. Oh, there we go. Mm-hmm. She's a lot more tiny than T, eh? Sure. Very small. All done growing. She likes to eat, though. Nova Scotia 44. Good morning. She wants to play. Feather has a voice. How are your furries? Sure. Are they well? Linda M. Afraid to use a talking stick. Pass the microphone. Oh, God. I just still can't get over McDonald with his adding more trauma on trauma. Just like every day. What? And Stanton. Oh, probably none of this will ever get done. Oh, well. Speaking the truth, this is good. It's wearing on him. Just wait till you watch 5 years from now. Oh. All 5 are well. Good stuff. Okay. Looks like things may be doing something over here. The Libra. If I got the pronunciation. Libra? No, I don't have it on pause. I think they're just sitting there doing nothing. Anybody down there today who wants to speak out? Lots of people watching quietly in the background, so. McDonald would have crapped his pants yesterday said I wanted to pass this feather over one more family member who lost someone.
Bienvenue,
No,
hello,
don't.
and welcome.
Whoa!
We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the
It's almost
Mi'kmaq.
like we're having a Lee
Please join
Bergerman
us in
moment.
remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their
Maybe I better
families,
turn up the
including
mic.
those here in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and in the United States, and all others affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Today, we will hear the Commission's final roundtable discussion on police oversight, supervision, and accountability. As with earlier roundtables, we hope to hear about lessons learned and suggestions for changes that could strengthen community safety. Participant representatives will join the roundtable in the afternoon as well to share their experiences and expertise. The roundtables are part of the final phase of our work and provide a forum to hear a variety of perspectives, including experts, practitioners, and diverse community members that will help to inform our final recommendations. Please remember that we also want to hear from you, members of the public, with your ideas for change. More information about how to share your suggestions is available on our website. You will have until the end of this month to share your thinking, so please do so soon. I will now ask Dr. Emma Cunliffe, the Commission's Director of Research and Policy, to begin today's roundtable. Dr. Cunliffe?
Thank you, Commissioners. As Commissioner Fitch has indicated, my name is Emma Cunliffe, and I have the honour of serving.
Where's the pin? Oh, the pin. I guess it was just for the day. Don't care about the Aboriginals now. Dr. Emma?
And discretion and the independence of operational decision-making. Effective models of oversight, including the regulation of discretion and ensuring effective oversight while preserving operational independence. We'll begin today's roundtable with a discussion of how policing agencies are structured in Canada, how they're governed, and what happens when someone has concerns about police action or inaction. We're especially interested in the opportunities for civilians to scrutinise police, whether that happens via governance mechanisms such as civilian police boards, or accountability mechanisms such as in independent complaints investigation processes. Let me pause here to explain that we'll be adopting the definition of oversight and approach to understanding oversight mechanisms that was set out by Justice Morden in his report on the police response to the G20 protests in Toronto. This report is summarised in the Commission's environmental scan, and a link to that report is also provided in that document. The environmental scan can be found on our website under Reports and Research and Commissioned Reports. Morden explains in the report that, and this is a quote, "Civilian oversight is the process adopted by the legislature to ensure the public's accepted values and norms will guide their police service." Two critical assumptions underlie this approach. First, that police services require some form of governance, and second, that elected officials are not the appropriate individuals to provide that governance. Morden describes civilian oversight as, quote, "a check and balance against the legal powers society has given to police to enforce the law," end of quote. He identifies two components of oversight: governance, which he defines as the authority and responsibility to establish the framework within which police decisions are made and actions taken, and accountability, by which police actions and activities already carried out are evaluated, quote, "to ensure that decisions which have been taken can be evaluated and addressed in a transparent manner, and that lessons learned can be applied to future decisions," end of quote. As the documents included in today's roundtable explain further, not all Canadian police services meet the criteria for effective civilian oversight that Morden sets out. Canada has a patchwork of governance and accountability models, some more independent from the police service and political processes than others. and some involving greater civilian participation than others. We'll explore some of these models, particularly those that apply to the RCMP and to municipal police services in Nova Scotia, further today. Both governance and accountability have a bearing on other questions raised within our core themes, including the exercise of police discretion, the role of frontline supervision and disciplinary processes, and the scope and nature of the value of operational independence. Operational independence may be defined as the requirement that police be able to exercise their investigative and charging powers without political interference. The importance of this principle is well illustrated by two cases investigated by the Donald Marshall Jr. inquiry in 1989. The inquiry found that the RCMP in those cases had been reluctant to exercise its own responsibilities to fully investigate or lay charges in two politically sensitive cases involving allegations of financial misdealings against provincial cabinet ministers, and that senior civil servants and a minister had become involved in these investigations when they should not have done. The inquiry concluded, and I quote here, "The reluctance to proceed with politically sensitive criminal investigations indicates a failure to adhere to the principle of police independence." End of quote. However, at times, operational independence and civilian oversight can also operate in tension with one another. Commentators have observed that operational independence can sometimes be claimed by police leaders in order to avoid civilian governance and accountability, but that the better path is to set out clear and public rules for the discussion of operational matters between police leaders and those who govern them, and to embrace the notion of operational responsibility, by which police are, and this is a quote from the Morden report, clearly responsible for accounting for all operational decisions after the fact. And so this principle is again extensively discussed in the Morden report and in other reports included in the environmental scan, such as the Brown Task Force of 2007 and the Marshall Inquiry report. If time permits today, we will also consider a more aspirational question. In last week's roundtables, we heard a consensus that policing is only one mechanism by which community safety can be cultivated, and that police are not necessarily the best or the most significant creators of community safety. Indeed, we've heard throughout our phase 2 and 3 processes that some individuals and some communities, police are perceived as being a greater risk to safety than contributor to it. We have heard evidence about the challenging history that has led to mistrust of police among many Nova Scotians and many across Canada. We've also heard that police may not necessarily be well equipped to perform some of the functions they're presently tasked with, such as wellness checks, and that other more specialised and less well-resourced agencies and experts may provide better responses to some kinds of crisis. For this reason, we'll also consider how the proper approach to oversight, discretion, and operational independence might change if police are regarded as one of many institutions and actors who are collectively charged with advancing community safety and substantive equality across Canadian society. I would particularly like to acknowledge the contributions of Krista Smith, Selena Henderson, Emma Ronsley, and Laura McEnany to today's roundtable, and to thank Jamie Van Wart, who will be chairing the participant caucus at lunchtime. After the lunch break, we'll continue our discussion, but we'll be joined by representatives of the participants in our process. As facilitator of the roundtable, I'll be asking questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating the dialogue. I would ask all roundtable members please to remember to speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. As you know, roundtable discussions will form part of the Commission record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. The Commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. So to get us started, I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce themselves and to provide some context about their connection to the topics we'll be discussing today. Holly, if I can please start with you.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Holly Campo, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Alberta in the Department of Sociology's area of Criminology and Socio-Legal Studies. So I come to this roundtable today with a set of expertise around questions of police culture, but in particular, thinking about this more broadly thinking about organizational culture analyses broadly through a very kind of sociological lens. So through my research, in my doctoral research, I spent 18 months in the police department of a police service in Ontario, where I interviewed 100 officers and got a good sense of how things functioned in an organizational life in policing. And my recent research now pivots to examining police-citizen encounters and how both parties in that encounter make sense of those interactions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly, and welcome. Benjamin, if I can please turn to you next, and thank you for joining us so early in the morning.
Thank you. So my name is Benjamin Gould. I'm a professor of law at the Peter Allen School of Law at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. My career is mostly focused on policing in the context of surveillance, initially looking at CCTV surveillance in the UK, and then moving into more covert forms of police surveillance in the UK and elsewhere. A lot of that focus has been on police decision-making, on how individual officers make decisions around how to direct, in many cases, surveillance, but also just how to exercise powers more generally, and the way in which police culture and police organisational structures influence the exercise of that discretion. Most recently, I was one of the writers of an expert report for this commission and looked at the exercise of police discretion in Canada.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, and welcome. Bethan, if I can please turn to you, and thank you for joining us late your time.
Thank you, Emma. Hi, my name's Dr. Bethan Loftus. I'm a senior lecturer in criminology and criminal justice at Bangor University in the UK. So over the course of my career, I conduct research and publish in the areas of policing and security, with a particular focus on using ethnographic and observational research methodologies to explore questions of police culture, also covert and undercover policing and surveillance, as well as private security. I'm the author of Police Culture in a Changing World with Oxford University Press, and in major criminological and sociological journals as well. In the context of the commission, I was responsible for writing one of the expert reports on police culture, particularly its origins, its key features, and questions of reform. Overall, the report did four things. Firstly, I discussed how, as a social science methodology, the ethnographic research component, it's kind of helpfulness really for trying to understand policing, but also its ability to get at questions of, behind the scenes cultures of policing. I also in the report discussed key definitions of police culture and picked upon some of the key features that have been observed within this over time and across different countries and different contexts. I also undertook something of a criticism of the term as well, kind of calling into question, some of the, the relevance of police culture to today's policing, as it were. And then finally, towards the end of the report, I spent a little bit of time looking at internal reform strategies and also the promise of external critiques of policing, such as major international scandals and public inquiries, in perhaps embedding strategies for reform within policing. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, Bethan. Kanika, welcome.
Hi there, thank you so much. I wanted to thank the commissioners as well as Dr. Cunliffe for this opportunity to present to the panelists. My name is Kanika Samuels-Wortley and I'm an assistant professor at Toronto Metropolitan University. My research centers race, racism, the intersection of race, racism and the criminal justice system with a particular focus on policing. So where I focus on is perceptions and experiences with the police from Black and Indigenous communities in Canada. But also prior to being involved in academia, I was a civilian with a local police service. So what I'm bringing to the table for the commission is also speaking to police culture and how that can influence interactions with racialized peoples on the streets, and also how this, having an understanding of those interactions can lead to a better sense of accountability, particularly to racialized communities as there are strained relations between racialized communities as well as policing institutions. So how we can better have a better relationship between the two in order to lead to better accountability.
Thank you so much, Kanika, and welcome. Ji-Hun, if I may please turn to you.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to be here. My name is Ji-Han Kwon. I'm a doctoral candidate at the Center for Criminology and Socio-Legal Studies at the University of Toronto. My research and professional work have focused on law enforcement oversight in the context of policing and correctional facilities. Today, I'm here because my doctoral work focuses on the issues of related to police accountability and oversight in Ontario. And I want to briefly share with you how my scientific inquiry began, because I think it is relevant to the work of this commission and today's proceedings. So I was involved in a couple of community organizations in Montreal and Toronto. I assisted victims of police racial profiling and different types of police misconduct. I helped them file at the Center for Research Action and Race Relations, which is a Montreal-based independent nonprofit civil rights organization. And these complaints would go to the Police Ethics Commissioner and Human Rights Commission, and some cases were forwarded to the Human Rights Tribunal. In Toronto, I helped the Skating Court Community Center organize the province-wide forum named Ontario Police Complaints System Forum, which brought together different partners from the community, the police organizations, and policymakers across Ontario to discuss issues and ways issues related to police oversight and ways to improve the oversight system in the province. So both Ontario and Quebec have several dedicated oversight authorities whose functions and mandates differ, but one problematic instances tend to perpetuate in both provinces. So I always wondered why the police conduct issues and why the old problems were continuing despite the existence of these multiple agencies. So this really personally appeared to be a stark contrast from what I was used to back home, which is South Korea. Korea also has a history of colonialism and dictatorship and ways of using their military force in a paramilitaristic way to control its populations, but it has managed to change or reform its policing practices and organization within a matter of a decade without an elaborate system of oversight, an independent oversight. So I always wondered what it is about the Canadian system or the decentered oversight systems that didn't seem to produce the outcome. As part of my doctoral research, I decided to look at not individual level satisfaction or trust of the mechanisms of oversight, but on the meso-level structural issues, issues caused by or ignored because of the overlapping oversight mechanisms in Ontario when dealing with police conduct problems. So I look forward to discussing some of the details of my findings today and learning more from others.
Ji-Hun, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will indeed pick up on some of those strands of your research as the conversation evolves today, I hope. Kent, welcome. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Kent Roach. I'm a professor of law at the University of Toronto. I wrote a paper for the Upper Wash Inquiry on Police Government Relations that has been updated more recently for the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. In addition to that, I was a member of the Canadian Council of Academies expert task force, both on the future of policing and policing in Indigenous communities. I've also am interested in addition to police governance, police accountability mechanisms. My new book is Canadian Policing, Why and How It Should Change. It was published this year. And finally, I was director of research for Justice Epstein in her examination of the Toronto Police missing persons investigation. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, Kent. And Micheline, last but certainly not least.
Thank you, Emma. And thank you to the Commission for the invitation to be here today. My name is Micheline Lahaye, and I'm the chairperson of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. So the CRCC was established by Parliament in 1988, and we are an independent federal agency that is separate and distinct from the RCMP, in spite of the fact that we have the RCMP included in our name. We have quite a broad but very specific mandate. So our mandate is to receive complaints from members of the public about RCMP member conduct. We conduct reviews of when members of the public are dissatisfied with the way the RCMP handled their complaints. As chairperson of the CRCC, I also have the ability to launch investigations, but also my own complaints where it's deemed appropriate or in the public interest to do so. We report findings and make recommendations, which of course is very relevant to this commission's work. And we also promote public awareness of the complaint process. We also have a relatively new mandate that came out in 2014, whereby we can do systemic reviews of RCMP policies and procedures. And we've recently published some of those. We looked at street checks, we looked at strip searches, and we've also looked at more recently at bias and discrimination. So that is the work of the CRCC, and as I said, it's my pleasure to be here, and I look forward to engaging with the other panelists.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ann, and welcome. So let's begin with a conversation about the structures of police governance and accountability as they presently exist in Canada. And Kent, I'd like to begin with you. As you mentioned in your introduction, you've recently published a book on Canadian policing, which particularly focuses on the governance and accountability structures associated with the RCMP. And of course, as you also mentioned, that builds on your work over a number of commissions, past commissions of inquiry. To begin with the most basic information in lots of ways, could you please provide those who may be unfamiliar with the relevant structures a sense of how the RCMP is presently governed and what accountability mechanisms are in place today?
Thank you. So the RCMP under Section 5 is the commissioner has control of the RCMP, but subject to the discretion of, subject to the direction of the responsible minister, who is the Minister of Public Safety. And so Section 5 has been interpreted by the Supreme Court of Canada in the 1999 case of Campbell and Sharose as subject to what I would call law enforcement independence. And I would distinguish law enforcement independence from a broader idea of operational police independence. And I actually have to disagree with my colleague, Professor Cunliffe, in that although I realize that operational independence is found in the Ontario and Manitoba legislation, it is not present in the RCMP Act, nor should I think it is present. I would really go back in this understanding to the 1981 report of the MacDonald Commission. And of course, Professor Peter Russell was the research director as well as my teacher. And I'd like to acknowledge his contributions to policing governance. What the MacDonald Commission said in 1981 is the responsible minister should have a full power of direction over the activities of the RCMP, except over the quasi-judicial police powers of investigation, arrest, and prosecution. And I want to make it clear that I'm not a skeptic of police independence from governance entirely. I believe that it is up to the police to decide when to start an investigation. Indeed, this was one of the mischiefs that the Marshall Commission found in Nova Scotia in terms of political interference with that discretion. But having said that, I think and believe, as did Justice McDonald and many others, that civilian control of the police means that the minister must be responsible. And in this, I would direct the commission, and I'm not sure this is necessarily reflected in your compendium of recommendations, to Justice Hughes's recommendations as part of the structure that now has become the commission that Madame Lahaye has just talked about, that he recommended that the RCMP Act be amended in order to make clear that there is a discretion, but only over law enforcement processes of investigation, arrest, and discretion. I would add to that, and this is very much the recommendations that Justice Linden made in the Epperwash inquiry, and in fact have a Nova Scotia connection in that they are connected to the structure that is used in the DPP Act in Nova Scotia that came out of the Marshall Commission recommendations, that the minister be encouraged when he or she directs the commissioner to make those directions public or be required, subject to certain secrecy, legitimate secrecy requirements. And I think that this would be a step towards democratic governance. And it has been, part of this has been adopted, part of the Ipperwash inquiry has been adopted in new policing legislation in Ontario that is unfortunately still not proclaimed. So this idea that we as the public should be able to know what the minister is doing and directing or not directing. Now, to go back to operations, the problem with the term operational independence, and I really cannot stress this too strongly enough, is that there is policy behind police operations. And if you say police have independence over all operations, you are effectively saying the police are self-governing. And leaving aside particular criticisms of the RCMP as a paramilitary organization, which other panelists can talk about, you are essentially allowing the police to govern itself. So as Justice O'Connor said in his Arar Commission report, we don't want a police state in the sense that we don't want the government to tell the police who to arrest, who to investigate, and who not to. But we also don't want a police state where the police are effectively governed. And then finally, I would add that because there is so much controversy, including some controversy that has arisen in this commission's proceeding about where the legitimate ambit of police independence is, I fear that without this sort of legislation, you will continue to have a kind of democratic governance gap, especially at the RCMP, because it has complexities of contract policing, which I won't deal with in this round because I want to give my other panelists a chance to speak. But I fear that in all police forces, unless we make clear what the proper ambit of police government relations and that police independence is not about police being able to decide their priorities, their way of operating, that in a democracy that is subject to a responsible democratic authority, which in the case of the RCMP would be the responsible minister federally, or in contract policing could be the responsible minister provincially, can also be the local advisory boards, which you've seen in Professor Murray's study for your commission, were relatively inactive, even though Nova Scotia on paper has one of the best structures for providing local input. So whether it's the RCMP, whether it's provincial police forces or local or regional forces, the real crux of my book is that we need to have more democratically active and accountable policing. This doesn't mean that I'm going to agree with all of the things that the governing authorities come up with, but I feel as a citizen, we need to know what direction and what policies are being given or not given to the police. Thank you.
Thanks, Kent. And so just to pick up on and clarify a couple of things, Section 5 is Section 5 of the RCMP Act. I'm right on that, am I? That sets out the responsible minister. And I did want to make sure that it was clear for the purposes of the discussion moving forward that the relationship between the commissioner and the responsible minister in many ways takes the place of what for many municipal police boards in Ontario and here in Nova Scotia would be a police board of some kind or a police board of commissioners. And so there's no equivalent to that structure for the RCMP. Do I have that correct?
Well, there is a management advisory board, and I believe Commissioner Fitch has experience on that. But I have to say that it has not become, at least publicly, an active presence. It may be doing things behind the scenes. It does have the ability to communicate with the minister. And of course, I think one of the concerns you have with the RCMP is it's such a vast organization, and the Minister of Public Safety has such a vast portfolio, including corrections and so on, that it often seems to lack ministerial attention. And I know that this commission is, very concerned, as it rightly should be, about the implementation of recommendations. I've assisted on a large number of public inquiries, and nobody likes to see recommendations sit on the proverbial shelf. But what I would say is it's very important that you have an active minister who is committed to seeing that the recommendations of this commission are implemented. And if the commissioner is not prepared, and I say this about any commissioner, the minister has complete power to terminate the commissioner and find a commissioner who will implement that reform program. That's not political interference with the police, although that may be some, debating points, and it may be in the mutual interest of both the police and the politicians to have under governance. But if there was one thing that would make this commission's report meaningful, in my view, it would be to have an active minister with legislative reforms that would make clear that he or she could give direction to the RCMP about policy of operations, as well as to make decisions about budgets and accountability and other forms of local governance.
Thank you, Ken. Chair, I will admit that you're anticipating a conversation that we'll come to with respect to recommendations, but very much appreciate your perspective. We heard last week from Harry Critchley, who's a member of the HRP board, which also serves as the RCMP advisory board under the Nova Scotia Police Act, that from his perspective, the difference sitting on the two kinds of boards is very much in the word advisory, that the governance function, which is set out in the Nova Scotia Police Act for the HRP, is less strong with respect to the advisory function that is performed. And perhaps the same may be true with respect to the Management Advisory Board, although I appreciate that's a matter for conjecture. Kanika, I'm hoping to turn to you now and to ask you a simple but important question. Why is civilian oversight of policing important? And what are the benefits and the potential risks of embracing a civilian-led approach to police governance and accountability?
I thank you for that important question. The reason why it is very important is because for decades, particularly from Black and Indigenous communities, there have been concerns about the interactions and forms of bias and racial discrimination between the police and their citizens. So we know that we've had commissions that have looked at the impact of racial bias and discrimination from police and the way that they interact with individuals. I can speak to a commission report that came out in 1977 from Walter Pittman in Ontario. And the title was "Now It's Not Too Late." And we're still having the exact same conversations almost 40 years later. So a lot of what came from that report is that there has to be a level of accountability to individuals who do perceive and have experienced negative experiences with the police. So if we still see 40 years ago that nothing seems to have been done and addressed, there's this idea, and particularly from racialized communities, that nothing is being done. So when it comes to level of accountability, there is a stark importance for, particularly from individuals from racialized communities, to feel like something has been done, that their voices are being heard, that the experiences that they've had with police is validated. And there just seems to be a power imbalance because quite often the voice of the police is considered more important than the experiences and voices of those who are racialized. And the fact that we continue to have these conversations demonstrates that this is a huge problem that still has yet to be addressed. So when we're speaking to accountability, there is a sense that even the commissions that have been made and the boards that have been established, that there really is no teeth to them. They don't have the ability to change policy. They don't have the ability to change what is going on in the streets between the police and racialized communities and the citizens. So there is a demonstration that as a result, it doesn't seem like there is a level of accountability. And therefore we need to actually do something and demonstrate that there are changes between what is happening with the police and what's happening with racialized citizens on the street.
Thank you so much. And if I can just pick up on the second part of my question, Kanika, are there risks associated with the kind of civilian oversight and accountability that you're describing?
I think the risks that are associated is that if there isn't a level of complete independence, there won't be a sense that there is going to be any change. So that's why it's quite important to make sure that there is an area and a space for community members and civilians to actually be part of the process. For too long, once again, it seems like the focus has been on having police officials that may have an influence on the accountability piece, but if there isn't a complete independence from the police, then there are concerns that we'll continue to see the same issues that we have been speaking about for decades. So the risks are that if we continue moving on in the same way that we have, and that there continue to be police officials on the complaint process, then we truly won't see any change. And as a result, it's quite important to make sure that there is complete independence from the police in order to see any level of meaningful change.
Thank you very much. Ji-Hoon, if I can turn to you. Your research, your doctoral research, focuses particularly on the Ontario model of police oversight. How are governance and accountability mechanisms for Ontario police services different from those we've heard about for the RCMP?
Governance and accountability model. I'm not too familiar with the governance and oversight model of, or accountability model of, for the RCMP, but in Ontario, we have a whole host of different mechanisms in place. So I've been actually studying this topic for quite some time, and I still struggle to understand how different mechanisms, different bodies, different processes are really interrelated. And I find myself having to look at this map that I've drawn for myself just to stay on track. So one way to look at is investigation. So there are 4 different authorities of police when it comes to police accountability. There are 4 different authorities who are responsible for doing investigations when there is a question of police accountability, police conduct issues arise. So one is the OIPRD, Office of the Independent Police Review Director. This one has a broad administrative mandate to investigate general concerns against the police following public complaints. And there is SIU, Special Investigations Unit, and this one has a narrower mandate to deal with serious criminal matters involving death, serious injury, and allegations of sexual assault. And there is also the Office of the Chief Coroner. This is not a specific body that oversees the police, but coroner's office is involved when there is death involving police use of force and death in police custody. So they would conduct postmortem and coroner's inquest to find out facts surrounding death. And also the last authority that we tend to forget is the internal police oversight mechanism, which is usually delivered by the Professional Standards Bureau. So when we look at these different oversight bodies, we think that these different external oversight bodies are doing the investigations of police wrongdoing. But my research finds that it's really the Professional Standards Bureau who does collect and share and really dictate how these ex post investigations are done. And second part of police accountability relates to adjudication. So in Ontario, again, there are different mechanisms that would be involved when there is an issue of police wrongdoing. Here, I'm looking at the internal disciplinary hearing office, which is the first instance hearing authority, and then there is Ontario Civilian Police Commission, which is an appellate authority within the administrative realm. And there is a Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. Of course, this body does not only look at issues related to police conduct issues, but they're definitely involved when we have questions around the police conduct in relation to human rights violations. And of course, criminal court and civil court is involved. And so I think for RCMP, Human Rights Tribunal of Canada would be involved, and criminal and civil courts, but I don't know if there is a specific adjudicatory body that would be responsible for overseeing.
Thank you, Ji-Hoon, and I appreciate the very comprehensive overview of the Ontario ecosystem. And I wasn't looking for you. I know it's out with your expertise to talk about RCMP, and we'll turn to Micheline in a moment. Before we do, I do just want to give a Nova Scotia audience a bit of a sense of the equivalences or the comparators to the Nova Scotia landscape. So we heard in our roundtable on the structures of policing in Nova Scotia last week that the equivalent of the Ontario OIPRD is the Office of the Police Complaints Commissioner here in Nova Scotia. And unlike many models in Nova Scotia, the OPCC can take complaints from the public. They can also take complaints from police about other police. So that's a distinctive feature of that organisation. The equivalent to SIU, which Ji-Hoon described as being about the serious incident investigation, is the acronym's commonly CERT, the Serious Incidents Review Team, and we'll have a representative of CERT with us this afternoon. As to the coroner's investigation, we heard last week at our roundtable that here in Nova Scotia, there's not an automatic fatality investigation when somebody dies in police custody or as a result of police use of force here in Nova Scotia. And so that's a difference from Ontario. As to internal police discipline, of course, that remains true, I think, for every police service. And so thank you for sort of setting out those kind of key landmarks within the Ontario landscape. I think I was going to follow up and ask you a question about how well those mechanisms work and what the shortcomings are, and that's a long conversation, but I think there may be value at this moment in turning Micheline to you and I'll invite you to talk to what CRCC does and what your mandate is, but actually, if you don't mind, also describing how you operate within an ecosystem of accountability and governance mechanisms. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Emma. As I stated a little bit in my opening remarks, we're essentially the public complaints body for the RCMP. So we receive complaints from members of the public who've had a negative interaction or what they perceive as a negative interaction with an RCMP member. And in 95 to 98% of cases, I would suggest we then send those complaints over to the RCMP for investigation. That is the way the legislation is written, and so they will go to the RCMP. And once the RCMP has completed its investigation, and largely it tends to be the professional responsibility units that become involved in these investigations, but in smaller detachments, you might not have that capability, so it could be other members of the detachment that are involved in that. The RCMP will then produce a report that either says that the allegations that were made by the member of the public are supported or they're not supported. And once that report has been completed, it goes to the individual who filed the complaint, and that individual has the opportunity to they can accept what was in the report produced by the RCMP, or they can request a review by the commission. And at that point, the complaint comes to us, and we seek out all the information with respect to the incident from the RCMP, and our team conducts a review. And so we, much like this commission will do, we produce findings and recommendations, and the final report is issued to the member of the public. Something that the commission has begun doing recently, we started in the summer of 2020, is we produce summaries on our website of all of our reports, whether they be satisfied reports or if it's a final report where we've made findings and recommendations. Because as the chairperson of the CRCC, I believe that transparency is key to our process. It's important that Canadians understand what other Canadians are complaining about with respect to the RCMP, and it's important that they understand what the findings and recommendations are that we've made, and whether the RCMP is going to be as committed to implementing them or not.
Thank you, Gillian. And a couple of follow-up questions again, just to make sure we're sort of all on the same page with respect to this landscape. One is, of course, here in Nova Scotia, the RCMP is subject to cert processes, and so those don't go through your office. And similarly, with respect to my understanding is you don't have the power to discipline individual members, and I wonder if you can speak briefly to the disciplinary piece.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. So I like to say that there could be let's talk about an incident where an individual has an interaction with a member of the police, and there's three lenses through which that incident could be looked at. So there's the public complaint lens, which is the one for which the CRCC is responsible. There's also a serious incident lens. So let's say if an individual is involved in a negative interaction with the police and there's a serious injury that happens, then that's when bodies, independent investigative bodies like Nova Scotia Serious Incident Response Team become involved to look at that aspect of it. And then you have a third lens, which is the discipline lens, which is the responsibility of the RCMP under the commissioner.
Thank you very much indeed. And one more question. I think it's implicit in your remarks about making sure that you're transparent about what recommendations are taken and which findings are accepted. My understanding again is that the word review in your title is important, that you have the power to make findings and to make recommendations, to make those public, not necessarily to hold the RCMP to implement those recommendations. Is that so?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And that is a failing in the system that we identified at the Commission. And when, as the chairperson, when I spoke at the SECU present committee meeting that talked about systemic racism in policing, I identified that because there currently, as the legislation is written now, there's no mechanism for us to know if the process that the RCMP is using to implement those recommendations, we have no way of knowing if the recommendations that have been accepted by the commissioner have actually been implemented. However, Bill C-20, which is currently being contemplated, actually imposes upon the commissioner of the RCMP to produce an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety that identifies the status of the implementation of the Commission's recommendations. And so at the Commission, we're excited about that because I think that that's an important part of the accountability profile.
Thank you. And are there other significant changes that Bill C-20 is contemplating that the Commission should be aware of at this stage of our proceedings, specifically with respect to accountability?
I think that is the largest one is the piece with respect to responding back. Another thing with we've had discussions around independence here, and Bill C-20 actually is an enabling act for the Commission. So as we currently exist, we are part of the RCMP Act, but Bill C-20 takes the Commission out of the RCMP Act, and it's a separate statute, which is another thing that we at the Commission were pressing for, because I do realize that being embedded within the RCMP Act and with the RCMP in the name of the organization just causes people to question if we truly are independent.
Thank you so much for providing that overview. Benjamin, I'm going to turn to you. I'm conscious that you've conducted research on policing in England and in Canada. What can you share about your understanding of how police services are governed and how accountability works in England? And what have you observed about the differences in governance culture in these two jurisdictions? And just to reassure you, I will turn to Bethan next. So if you want to hand off on some of that to Bethan, you should feel free.
Many thanks, Emma. And before I give my response, I'd just like to begin by acknowledging that I'm coming to you from the ancestral and unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, including the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I'd also like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to speak today. So thank you very much for that. I am very conscious of the fact that as someone who's now been in Canada for 12 years, I'm conscious of my knowledge of sort of the UK situation is somewhat dated now. So I will look to Bethan for some conversations about this. I do think different from one another. So when one looks at the relevant legislation at a provincial level, you see real differences in terms of specificity around police function, police powers, oversight mechanisms and the like. So I'm, in contrast to England, or the United Kingdom, for example, where it's much more centralised. I think one also has to understand that the impact of the Charter in Canada and the Human Rights Act in the United Kingdom has been quite different, and the impact of the European human rights legislation through the Human Rights Act in the UK as well has been very important. The one thing I would say is that I think there has been less in the way of conversation around police governance and accountability in Canada as opposed to the United Kingdom. And I think there's a variety of reasons for that. I think the UK went through a period, particularly in the 1980s and 1990s, where there are a number of high-profile, to be frank, scandals in relation to policing that really focused public and political attention on questions of oversight and accountability. We've had similar things happen in Canada, but not, I would suggest, with the same intensity. So that's a piece. I think there's been a very different public conversation. The other thing I would say and this is really a sort of observation, having been here a little while now, is that there is just less opportunity for independent work on policing in this country. It's very difficult, I think, for researchers like myself and other panelists to actually look at what's happening in terms of police governance, police accountability, and police conduct. I think it's right to say police organisations in this country don't have a long history or a particularly good history of engaging with academics, independent stakeholders, civil society and the like, and to some extent with other forms of oversight bodies. So that's part of it. I'm hesitant to sort of comment more specifically on the oversight mechanism in the UK because I'm really conscious of the fact that a lot has changed in the time since I've been there.
Thank you very much for those reflections, Ben. And Bethan, as promised, of course, you are a Welsh scholar who's also worked in England and conducted research in England. First of all, I wonder if you could comment on the reflections that Ben's just shared, and if you'd like to add to them with respect to the trajectory of oversight and governance reform in England in recent times.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And obviously, thank you so much again for the invite to talk today. It's incredibly important. Yeah, just to kind of pick up on what Ben mentioned in terms of the context that we're talking about here, the context in which questions of accountability and governance really came about within the UK. Ben quite rightly notes that kind of from the 1960s onwards, we saw in UK policing a series of very high profile events in which police organisations were coming into much conflict, sometimes violent conflict with various bodies, trade unions, disenfranchised members of the public. So we saw the Brixton riots, for example, which saw very violent clashes between a very white police force and African Caribbean black men within London. So it was within this, what Robert Reiner would call the conflict phase of policing, in which questions of accountability and governance really started to arise. So initially there was the tripartite structure. As its name suggests, there was three kind of prongs to that. The share for police accountability would be split, if you like, between the Home Secretary, so a politician, between chief constables. In the UK, there are 43 different police forces, each is headed up by a chief constable. And thirdly, the third piece of the tripartite structure was police authorities. And this, I think, is one of the first kind of examples really of civilian oversight. This came out of the Lord Scarman inquiry into policing in Brixton, into the Brixton riots. And the principle underlying that, of course, was that members of the public, members of the community actually, had a right in their say about what the police did and how they went about their business. In recent times, so post kind of 2016, that tripartite structure has been joined, if you like, by a fourth player, the Police and Crime Commissioner. Quite kind of relatively new in the UK context here, but ultimately there are 43 PCCs, just as there are with the different police forces in England and Wales. PCCs, again, are seen to be becoming kind of closer to independence in the sense that they are elected. Members of the public can elect a person to become a PCC for the police. They are relatively powerful, I mean, in the sense that they can hire and fire chief constables. They have a say in setting out the policing plans of a particular police force. They have a say also in terms of the budget. There is even more recent legislation, although I'm not 100% familiar with this, in which PCCs are now becoming more embroiled within the police complaints landscape as well. So I think generally overall, PCCs are being seen as, getting that step closer to having elected members of the community who actually, are relatively powerful and quite influential in the type of policing that particular location has. Although that's not to say that this is a perfect model by any means. I mean, one of the criticisms has been that the election turnout was actually very low So in other words, not many people turned out to vote in the PCC elections. There are questions, some uncomfortable questions perhaps around the political background of who become PCC. Sometimes they're affiliated or at least part of historically in terms of alignment with particular political groups, whether that's Labour, Conservative, Liberal, Democrats, etc. So I mean that's kind of where we're at right now in the structure of accountability in the UK. As I say, we've had this kind of bedrock of tripartite, and that's kind of moved over to this introduction of the fourth player, PCCs.
Bethan, thank you very much indeed for describing the present structure and its evolution. Ji-Hoon, I am going to turn back to you now and invite you to reflect a little bit on how well you think that the Ontario mechanisms you described work and what you see as being the shortcomings of the present Ontario approach.
So I just want to comment on a couple of things that were mentioned before me, before turning to that. So I don't know the details of Bill C-20, but from what I heard earlier, it seems to be focusing on the answerability and transparency portion and also structural independence of the oversight body. But I'd like to differentiate answerability and transparency from accountability, and also structural independence from ideological and independent, information gathering or fact-finding authority. So maybe we can have more detailed conversations on that later. But in terms of oversight issues in Ontario, there are several. Just relating back to the tripartite model in the UK, here again, I said, there were different oversight, I'm going to just focus on the investigations portion. There are different investigative bodies who would be looking at the same set of facts when an incident, a serious incident arises. And that system, the fragmented or decentralized system, is really built on 3 different assumptions, which my research finds to be faulty. So one is that one assumption is that the whole is always greater than the sum of its part, and the second assumption is that these different authorities will organically develop collaborative relationship with one another. And the third faulty assumption that I found is that these layerings of different mechanisms would bring fundamental changes to how the policing is done day to day. So there are many issues that I found with this approach, with this fragmented and redundant oversight structure. One, again, is the coordination problem. So I'm just going to use acronyms if that's okay. OCC, SIU, and NYPRD. They are structurally independent, but I did the environmental scan of about 30 different public reports stemming from 1961 to 2021, published on the topic of police oversight and independence of different oversight mechanisms. And really the intentions of their recommendations when they called for independent oversight was that they were calling for an oversight system that is independent from the police. But the practice was that they self-imposed barriers to collaborate and communicate with themselves, but they failed to hold, like information gathering, fact finding, or ideological independence from the police. How this happened, well, it's quite complicated, and I'm trying to explain my 180-page dissertation in a couple of minutes here, so please bear with me. So we think that when we have these different oversight mechanisms, they would be simultaneously invoked. Their mandates would be simultaneously invoked to, get to the issue and find facts and, hold the police officers accountable. But what I found, or my research found, was that they really formed a linear process. So instead of making or invoking their mandates simultaneously, they would hold their own functions until the other agency finished their work, which delayed significantly the process. Also, the duplicative work was done. For example, if there is a police death, OCC, OIPRD, and SIU could all be involved in it. They would be looking at the exact same set of facts, and how they would gather those information is through, as I mentioned earlier, is through the internal Police Standards Bureau. So they would be requesting information from the police, the Internal Affairs or Police Standards Bureau, and the same documents, same statements of, from witnesses would be gathered, and that really duplicates the process. It disperses the resources. And the third issue I found, again, I mentioned, it's a reliance on the police for coordination. So these external authorities communicated not directly with one another, but through the professional standards. And this was framed as police cooperation. And in literature, in public administration literature, they call this soft capture. It's really the rubber stamping of information that is produced by the overseeing bodies, and these external oversight bodies didn't really collect their own information, but really, what the findings their findings would be driven from the information that was already available to the police organization. So the status quo of police-centric oversight remained in Ontario, and the resource dispersion really among different external oversight bodies really contrasted to the consolidated internal oversight mechanism that was in oversight mechanism under the chief, because when different oversight bodies needed certain information, when they needed to communicate with one another, they would all go through this same unit, which is the professional standards unit, and they would be overseeing from the back, or they would be, it depends on how you picture it, but they would be at the center of all of this. So the problem that I found with Ontario police oversight system, despite these tripartite, or however you want to name it, the decentralized independence of different mechanisms, is that it really didn't seem to change how oversight is done in practice.
Ji-Hun, thank you very much for explaining the results of your very comprehensive study. Commissioners, I know it's a little early, but I'm about to move to a fairly substantial new topic. Does it make sense for us to take 15 minutes now? Thank you. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes and return at 5 minutes to the hour.
Oops. Maybe what I'll have to do, I don't know. There's something wrong with I can try and I didn't like that I was losing stuff there. I don't know if that's on my end or something else, but I can maybe, whilst they're on this break, give me a minute and I'll be right back. See if I can fix this. All right. Let's see. Maybe that, I hope, will clear it up. MCC feed was frozen. Watch Yuri. Yep. I used to have all kinds. Well, I still do have all kinds of good stuff on my channel from years and years before. Because Nova Scotia wasn't my first kick at the can. Been around, I don't know, 2016, maybe it was when I started doing YouTube. But they made me lock everything away. Anyway. Yep, Yuri, I used to talk about Yuri a lot. Anyway, let's see here. Those are all things for another day anyways. I mean, I don't, but it's all part and parcel. It's all the same thing. People, I was just making a meme. And it's true. I'm going to put it out on Twitter. Useful. And it's sad. It's not being an insulting term, because I'm not insulting anybody, but it's using people to further whatever agendas, and then it's just throw it away. Not necessary for today. Like one day. You don't know anything. Well, I'm not sure of that. I can't say that definitively. You been to a sweat lodge? Do you go and talk to elders? Do you take tobacco? I certainly have. My family has for generations. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with the Native community. But you want to use people to deflect, and no. There was an issue on the table, has been an issue on the table. You don't want to deal with it. You'd rather go off into other stuff, which is not right. There's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place for everything, but and there are monstrous amounts of topics that need to be dealt with. But you have to deal with them one at a time. But if they like to do that, they like to overload and throw everything in, and then people are like going every which direction. And that was why with Thursday, I was like, I think it was Thursday last week, major backfire, but not one that couldn't be foretold. The system that they've got that they think will work is in overloading and bombarding and making everybody, all of us, go into a field of victimhood, and which is wrong. People should be strengthened and celebrated for their strengths, because we have them. But then you just tell everybody's weak and we're all having problems. And no, we have problems, but problems that are surmountable as long as you okay, let's see here. Stop screen. This is what I want. The balkanization, I used to talk about it. Balkanization. Nova Scotia citizen used to get pissed off about that, I think. But split, divide, conquer, keep doing it. But you see, there's actually a limit to that, because then people start turning and feeding on each other, which is wrong, of course. And you no longer have the base allies that you want. Thursday was a demonstration of that, right? Because now it's like, well, you can't use all these different splinter groups who all have legitimate issues and hope that they're going to be your allies. You fucked them for so long that now actually they're going to turn on you. And they did. And then Heidi, who was supposed to be a guest yesterday, she was supposed to be a guest. Poof. She gets canceled. The black, how much do they really want to deal with the issues with blacks down in Nova Scotia? If you want to throw that one into the kettle today, rather than having, deal with Susie Bootland here, deal with, Susie Bootland is very much related to this one because it's the same players. Deal with the issues individually. Like logic, seems to be gone. But you're going to cancel them on Monday. You wanted them in, then what? You're scared because they might actually turn on you, so you cancel it. That's really respectful. I'd say that that's actually racist. Oops. Heidi, the native lady from Thursday, very outspoken. She was awesome. Let's see, what was I'm sorry, I forget your name, ma'am. Thursday was pretty decent. There was a lot of that kind of just blew up. What did we have here? Roundtable members. You see, they want to make the site difficult to find things. Go over here, do this. Of course, this website is terrible, but those people will be remembered because people are going to start digging more, finding out who's doing what. So this should have been the link for the roundtables. The women's groups turned. Christina said some very interesting things. Well, wasn't Heidi on this list? Heidi Marshall? Oh, look at that. Oh, they removed her. Ouch. Wasn't she in this list? Wasn't it Thursday? Last Thursday? Or am I off by the day? They also had Dustine in there. Wasn't it Thursday? If I got the wrong day. I noticed that it has changed because they said 7 and 8 now. Used to just have the 8th listed. I think I showed it before. Wow. Am I recalling correct? It was this is from so okay, right? Last week, September 7th and 8th. Okay. They had Dan Kinsella in there. That's gone. They had Darren in there. That's gone. Pretty sure it was Thursday. Let's go to Thursday.
This is a subject that's very close to my heart, community policing.
Yeah, he's playing bagpipes.
And to that, I would like to also add consultation fatigue.
It's a lot about how
Bill
price
Jones.
national
Meaningful engagement.
See, there we go. I put the meme up of this, where he's wearing the uniform.
Really dealing with community members.
I'm sorry, I forget this fellow's name.
Nuance.
Okay, they all talk the same. They go to the same schools, red schools. Okay, there's Avalon Leaf.
Remember,
Maybe it wasn't Thursday.
conversation, very polite, right? When we start really discussion without
that's it.
boy, he was being bullied and he was upset and
Was it Thursday?
In response to that bullying kind of was acting out. And instead of the school being able to handle it internally, they actually called the police. So
Okay, so has this
after
been
lunchtime,
edited?
the school
Oh, okay, that's Wednesday. My apologies. Okay. So we'll go to Thursday. That's, here we go. And the
billing model. So we take the totality of policing costs, that's including
Okay,
fuel,
here's
vehicles,
RCMP,
salary,
remember?
benefits. So, but thank you for giving us that rundown.
On the bottom there in the thumbnail.
Before I move away from it, I'll read you my
That's
facilitation
is that
guide slightly.
NPF?
But one of the
Veterans.
questions I want to ask, based on your example of Towns X and Y, where Town X has 3 officers go on
Okay.
off duty sick.
There's Heidi.
And Town Y has a
Right there.
Comparison with
Heidi Marshall. Uh-oh. Did they remove her name because she was saying something that was out of line? Let's see. Roundtable. Okay, make sure I got the right day here. That was Thursday the 8th, right? Okay. Thursday the 8th. They've edited. They're always editing. Members include, okay. Chief Kane, okay. Livingston, okay. No Heidi Marshall. Uh-oh. Oh, this is fucked up, man. No, I'm telling you. I'm trying to warn everybody. They're fucking editing the hell out of shit, man. Even their videos. Is a big concern of mine. They've certainly done it to my channel. You know, so what? She speaks out of line. So then, oh, they remove her. Where is Darren's name on here? Darren was there, I believe. No? Okay. There's Heidi. You had Darren in the afternoon. See, there we go. This fellow came in. He was interested.
Excuse me, everyone.
I know him from.
The
There's
proceedings will
Dustine.
resume in 2 minutes.
Rodye.
As a reminder, please turn electronic devices off or to silent.
There's Chief Kinsella, who was staring at the ceiling, right? Darren was in here too, I believe. There's Darren. Oh, he's gone. Heidi is there. I didn't see it. I thought I scrolled through the list. Okay, my apologies. My apologies. My apologies. I got overzealous there. Oh, yes. Okay, it's quite a list. I think they amalgamated 7 and 8 into one. Maybe it was because they updated to include the one fellow. There's Dustine and Darren. Okay, so my apologies. But they are curtailing and editing. For sure, we all know, right? We all know and have seen proof, those who are looking, the documents take up, put down, sometimes put up, back up, edit stuff. One only needs to talk to, it's no tinfoil, one only needs to talk to or read, better yet, Supreme Court Justice Thomas Cromwell's own words. What are you guys doing? Email and message after message. And many of those we don't get to see. We see responses maybe from Ward. I would like to see what he's saying, because he's very articulate. I'm used to that language. He's very articulate, very smart, and he's got an edge. I like it. But no Heidi. We didn't have Heidi, the return of Heidi, because Heidi was supposed to be there yesterday. No. Heidi gone. Why? Monday. Don't want to discuss blacks. Put the pin on. Oh, no. Hurt my shoulder for one day. I got to take it down. What are you guys doing, man? Gross. Really gross. You don't care about people. Don't care about the families. Yes, next week there's going to be families.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Too little,
Welcome back,
too
everybody.
late.
So I'm now going to spend a few minutes talking a little more about complaint mechanisms and some of the research actually about who complains, why they complain, who doesn't complain significantly. And Kanika, if I can turn to you first, I know that your research has considered that question of who makes complaints and who doesn't make complaints and why. What does your research tell us about whether the existing accountability mechanisms we've been hearing about fulfill their intended function?
Certainly. Thank you, Emma, for that question. So yes, my research has explored why Black and Indigenous peoples do not complain when they do experience negative interactions, whether that be with the police or a form of victimization from themselves. And a lot of it has to do with a distrust in the system. There's a fear that one will come to the police and relay their trauma over and over again, but nothing will be done in the process after relaying that trauma. When it comes to specifically complaints about the police, I would say that many choose not to do so. And the reason that is an issue is because most of the time it's going to be the police investigating the police. So to complain about an officer and to raise issue to the way that an interaction has happened, you're in essence going to be turning around to the exact same institution and peoples that you see as an oppressor, as you see as the one that has is the cause to your pain and your trauma. And as a result, there is no willingness to go through that trauma. That is it just once again having to focus on their experience and their trauma. And to be honest, it's quite impossible for racialized community members to have any trust in the process when it really is the police that are investigating and adjudicating any situation. So this is where it speaks to the importance of having an independent individual to adjudicate and investigate, but that's not being done. So as a result, many of the times their experiences are diluted. They don't feel that anything is going to be done. And as a result, they refuse to report to individuals when they don't feel that anything is going to be done. So the distrust in the system is cyclical and it continues.
Thank you very much indeed for sharing some of the insights from your research. And Commissioners, Dr. Samuels-Wortley has kindly shared with us a couple of articles that she's published, one of which is particularly on this point, both of which are in the Roundtable package for today. Bethan, in our preparatory conversation last Friday, you kindly mentioned to us and shared with us an article by Professor Graham Smith with the evocative title, "Why Don't More People Complain Against the Police?" Dr. Smith studied police complaints in the English context, England and Wales context. What did he find?
Yeah, I mean, I think his article began from an understanding that, you know, there are perhaps thousands of complaints per year against the police, but as they kind of filter through the complaints process and, you know, whether or not they result in any kind of disciplinary or disciplinary action is actually quite minuscule. So he was kind of questioning, you know, why is that? You know, what happens along that process? You know, if people do begin to actually make a complaint, why does that kind of peter out as it kind of goes through this seemingly, robust system of complaints? One of the issues he touched upon in particular was, as the name of the article suggests, that there may be more of a hidden population that are unhappy with their experience of policing, but nevertheless do not come forward to discuss that. And in many ways, as Kanika talked about, this may affect in particular Black and minority ethnic communities and other people who perhaps feel that they haven't been well served by the police, as victims even. Perhaps if they've complained to the police as a victim and that hasn't gone anywhere, then their confidence will be knocked in that. One of the underlying findings that Smith found was really about the overall powerlessness of those who generally have reason to complain but don't. We know from decades of research that police contact invariably lands upon those who are socially and economically and even politically marginalised. What has famously been termed police property, the people who actually, ironically, the police have a lot to do with in terms of a crime control lens. But when the situation is flipped and that person wants to make a complaint against the police, it becomes incredibly difficult. He discusses in particular the hierarchy of credibility. You know, if you imagine somebody who's got a long criminal record, perhaps addiction issues, it's really very difficult for that person to find the credibility and therefore the confidence needed in order to be able to make a complaint effectively against the police. I mean, one of the kind of central pillars, I think, of his argument, at least in the way I've read it, is that he advocates for a reasonable level of representation for those who want to complain. It perhaps isn't enough to just make a complaint to a seemingly independent body, but rather in the same way that perhaps a suspect would have some kind of representation from somebody in the know with the kind of legal understanding, the legal knowledge. Perhaps that needs to be paralleled within the complaints world. In other words, the person who's making the complaint should have, you know, close representation at all times throughout the process. So it's a very eye-opening article for sure. It focuses on this kind of, as I mentioned last week, this kind of iceberg analogy, you know, what we know about police complaints sits on top of the water, and underneath perhaps there is this dark figure of people who experience what Stephen Box would call the ugly face of policing, but nevertheless are too anxious, lacking confidence to come out and make that complaint.
Thank you so much, Bethan. And I just want to make sure that I understand. I understand the phrase dark figure to be a criminological term that broadly means that a group of that's a social phenomena that you're trying to study that doesn't, for one reason or another, come to official attention. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, that's right. So a hidden figure, I guess you could also term that too.
Thank you very much. And Commissioners, I apologise if I'm repeating, but we have a copy of that article and it will indeed be tendered. Holly, if I can turn to you, you've mentioned that you're presently doing a research study in the context of which the question of when or why people complain or don't complain about the treatment they receive from police has also arisen. I appreciate that you're still in the process of analysing your data, but what can you share with us about your early findings?
Yes, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk about this new work, which I am really excited about. For a bit of context, this project involves multiple cities in the US. A bit of a different context, those are cities under consent decree. But in Canada, there's a city in Alberta, a city in Saskatchewan, and a city in Ontario where I'm doing this work. And I interview individuals who have been arrested, and within 24 hours of their arrest. And my early findings, even though it wasn't specifically about this idea of who complains, a major theme emerging is very much about this question. And my findings are really in line with some of the things that Bethan just shared about Smith's article, especially this hidden population point. It's so important. And this is why I think that this research of actually engaging those who have been arrested is also really important. We don't hear this voice very often. And so a major theme that comes out of these interviews, especially when they share instances where, myself, I would hear this and say, this is certainly something that you should bring forward as a complaint. They would say some version of, the complaint process is not for me. It's not for people like me. Some version of that, right? But the idea here is that it's not for people who are justice involved, right? So, but when you think about this, given what we know about victim offender overlap in criminology, right? That often those who are most often victimized are also those who are most involved in the criminal justice system. It is precisely this group of individuals, right? People who have been arrested, people who are justice involved, people who have been victimized and marginalized, who the complaint process is for. If not them, then for who? Me? Probably not, right? So it is precisely this group, but that is not the perception among this group. And so that is why they remain hidden. And it is, I just have to say, it is precisely this group who are over-policed and under-protected that this process is for. And this is really coming out in the research that that's not for me. That process isn't for me.
Holly, thank you so much for sharing. Micheline, I understand from our preparatory conversations for today that your organisation, the CRCC, is also grappling with this question, and particularly that you're doing some work to understand why you don't receive very many complaints from the territory of Nunavut. What can you share about what you're finding through your work?
Thanks for that question, Emma. So I just want to bring forward the Commission did a report on policing in northern BC. And one of the findings in that report was we found that largely the Indigenous population did not use the public complaints system, and it was because there was a lack of trust in it. One of the things that the Commission has not been doing to this point is collecting intersectional race-based data. So one of our key concerns is the fact that we really don't know who's not complaining. We know who's complaining, but we don't know who's not complaining. And so one of the things that Bill C-20 contemplates is us actually collecting race-based data, which I think will help with some of these questions, because to this point, it's largely academia that's been looking at this. So to talk about our recently launched systemic review, looking at the public complaint process specifically in Nunavut, was at the Commission, our sense was that the territory of Nunavut is underrepresented in the public complaint process. We do not get a lot of complaints from the territory, but we realize that it is a population that is, some would say, over-policed. And so we wanted to look at that to understand why the process isn't being used and bring forward recommendations and findings to hopefully affect change to that. So that's only just been recently launched in August, but we're very much looking forward to the way that investigation, the outcome of that investigation.
Thank you very much. And a second question for you, Micheline. You've already alluded to the fact that as chairperson, you have powers to initiate an investigation. And I know that there are some other ways that an investigation, whether systemic or otherwise, can potentially be initiated other than by the complainant who's directly affected. I wonder if you can speak a little to the nature of those powers and how you exercise them.
Yes, so of course we have the chairperson has the authority to launch a systemic investigation, which is the case of what we're doing currently in Nunavut. But there's also room within the legislation for a public interest investigation. And a public interest investigation is the chairperson makes the decision to do that when the belief is that it's not in the public interest for the RCMP to conduct the investigation of the complaint. So often individuals think it's because it's a situation of public interest, but in fact the determination is whether or not it is in the public interest for the RCMP to conduct that investigation. So one of the Commission's most well-known public interest investigations is, of course, our look at the RCMP's handling of the investigation into the death of Colton Boushie. And at that point in time, the chairperson decided it really wasn't in the public interest for the RCMP to conduct that investigation. The other facet that we have of the legislation is the chairperson can act as the complainant. So that's called a chairperson-initiated complaint. And in those cases, the chairperson can determine whether or not the RCMP will conduct that complaint investigation or whether it will be a public interest investigation where the CRCC will use its own resources. In the cases of systemic investigations and public interest investigations, one of the key parts of the legislation is that the chairperson has to indicate to the Minister of Public Safety that there are sufficient resources within the Commission to be able to carry out those investigations. And so that becomes a limiting factor for the Commission because we have to ensure that we have the resources to be able to carry those out. And in the cases of some very complex investigations, those investigations can go year over year, which means that there has to be a forecasting looking out ahead to ensure that those resources will continue to exist.
Thank you very much indeed. And Commissioners, as you know, the CRCC report on the Colton Boushie investigation is part of our environmental scan, has been tendered accordingly, as has the RCMP's internal investigation into its handling of that event. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and turn to the topic of police discretion and supervision and oversight of the exercise of police discretion. Threaded through our conversation will be further attention to questions of operational independence, as well as questions of police culture, how police culture is best understood and how and why an understanding of police culture is an important component of understanding the exercise of discretion and potentially of thinking about potential reforms to policing. So Benjamin, if I can please begin this conversation with you. You prepared a report for the Commission that considers how best to define or understand police discretion and why it matters to have an accurate understanding of discretion. What did you conclude was the best approach to understanding and so effectively regulating police discretion?
So thanks, Emma, for the question. So in the context of the report, I looked at different understandings and definitions of discretion that exist in the literature. I would say police discretion is not a term that appears very much in legislation or case law. We often talk about police powers and police functions, but the notion of discretion, the choices police officers make to exercise those powers, is something that really doesn't appear that much in law, which is interesting. And I think where we've tended to think about discretion in terms of its outcomes, So we see the implications of the use of discretion, say, for example, arrest statistics being the most classic example of that. But actually, I think it's right to say that our understandings or our definitions of discretion are not actually that well developed. And in fact, they date back to the 1960s and haven't really changed that much. And maybe as part of my answer, it's important to say that what you see in the 1960s is sociologists and criminologists talk about the discovery of discretion, this movement away from the idea that the police engage in what might be called full enforcement, the idea that they just enforce all the laws all the time whenever it's appropriate, to a recognition of the fact that they're making choices. And discretion involves the choice to, say, arrest someone, but also the choice not to. And the not part of that is also very, very important. So what I sort of do in the report is try to juxtapose two different accounts of discretion. One which thinks about discretion as a freedom for the police that arises from an absence of effective limits on their authority. This is, I think, the most dominant view. And another one which thinks of discretion as a form of privilege or a resource that we grant to the police. So the first of these accounts, which I think is the more pervasive one, and one that you tend to find much more dominant in the literature, can be traced to early work by a US legal scholar called Kenneth Galt Davis. And it essentially argues that the police discretion is a capacity to act that arises out of what we might regard as the inescapable realities of policing. That is, the police decision-making is necessary because we can't have full enforcement. It might not be desirable or even possible given police resources. The police decision-making frequently takes place in environments that aren't open to scrutiny, like, for example, public spaces such as the street. And the law doesn't provide effective guidance, rules, or limits on the use of police power. And that was very much at the root of a lot of what Davies was talking about. And I think it's right to say, well, even when you look at contemporary academic accounts of police discretion, when they do define police discretion, and most don't, they tend to go back to some version of Davies's account from the 1960s. An alternative that I set up in the report, and I'm drawing very heavily on the work of John Kleinig, who's an Australian legal scholar who resides in the United States or has done for a long part of his career. He really pushes back against that definition of discretion and argues it's a mistake to think about police discretion as an ability to make decisions in this space created by the absence of rules. And what Kleinig suggests rather is that police discretion is akin to a permission or a privilege to make decisions. And I want to use his words. I think he puts it extremely well in one of his pieces. He talks about the fact that police discretion is not simply a decision-making power that the police possess in virtue of the relatively unsupervised nature of their work. It's a normative resource that we grant to them or recognise that they have. And he goes on to say, as such, we should expect this authority or prerogative to be grounded in certain justifying considerations. And this is a lot of my report talks about what those might look like. To sort of, conscious of time, to frame it a little bit differently, I think this is really important for our discussion today because the distinction between these different types of discretion, whether it's something that arises from the necessities of policing or it's something we give to the police, is crucially important and ultimately influences how we approach issues of police decision-making, the limits of police power and police accountability. If you think of discretion or you start from the position that discretion is sort of an inescapable, inevitable consequence of the realities of policing and the problem of imposing limits on the police, then you tend to ask the question, what is the best way to ensure that discretion is used appropriately and effectively? That tends to be where you end up. What I argue in the report is if you start from the position Kleinig begins with and we think of discretion as a privilege or prerogative that we give to the police, then the question becomes, are there aspects of police work that merit discretion? Should be given in some context? And conversely, are there other aspects that should not be subject to discretion? And just lastly, what I would say is in the report, maybe if there are follow-up questions, I can talk about this. If you take the position that the discretion is something that's conferred, and by contrast, it can be withdrawn, then the question is who gives it? And I draw quite a lot from James Stavropoulos' work, who's talking about the fact he argues that courts are really not well suited to doing this, that in fact this should be coming from Parliament as a direct, express granting of forms of discretion and limits on discretion. And so we shouldn't be doing it through the courts. And there's a longer discussion about the report that I won't go into here, but I think it's important to note that it ends up making a claim that actually there's not really a place for the courts to do it on a sort of an ad hoc basis, but rather it's the sort of thing that should be incorporated in policing legislation at the federal and provincial levels.
Thank you, Ben. And just to pick up on your last point, and before I turn to Ji-Hun, as I recall, in your report, you compare again the Canadian approach, which has been largely common law developed to a large extent through the ideas generated through charter rights and freedoms principles, against the to a greater extent codification through the PACE Act in England. I just wonder if you could just say a few more words about that.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, again, going back to the comments that were made earlier, and is that obviously when we're comparing systems in the UK, it's much more centralised. But PACE, the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, which emerged, I'm looking at Beth, and I think the date is 1984, really emerged in relation to these sort of public concerns about policing that emerged in the 1970s and 1980s. And PACE tries, somewhat imperfectly, to sort of frame police powers and to sort of structure police discretion. Now, we could have conversations about whether it's been successful, and a lot's been written about it in the last 30 years, but there was an effort to do this. There was an effort to ground it in a single piece of legislation. What you see, and what my report sort of hopefully makes clear, is when you look at the provincial legislation, it mostly talks about police function and the purpose of policing. It says very little about how those powers are to be used and the limits that are placed on them. And that may be understandable given the nature of legislation, but it means that discretion, the idea of how you frame discretion, really doesn't feature. And so one of the things that PACE, I think, imperfectly attempts to do that, but we don't really have an equivalent in Canada, at least as far as I understand it, looking at the legislation. The courts have stepped in, particularly post-charter. This is one of the things that Stavropoulos does talk about, is the charter gives rise to this attempt to think about discretion, but it's still fairly limited. And the courts have, I think it's fair to say, had moments of really focusing on this and then long periods of not. And so it's quite piecemeal.
Thank you so much. And before I turn to Ji-Hun, I just want to touch base with Bethan and ask if there's anything you'd like to add to the discussion of the PACE Act and how it's affected police conduct actually in England and Wales.
I mean, one of the kind of central planks of PACE 1984 was the regulation of conduct within custody, more so. Obviously, there was codes regulating stop and search powers as well, but I think most acutely these kind of curtailments, if you like, or on the face of it, curtailments were seen to be operative within the custody setting in terms of the time, for example, that a suspect can be held, and the kind of the kind of services that all suspects can find themselves entitled to. So I think on the one hand, it could of course be seen as something that was trying to kind of curtail the kind of discretionary decision making that officers were perhaps previously able to do. On the other hand, it's there are I guess a more critical version of that would be that PACE was actually quite enabling as well. It had kind of quite a broad range of powers, which was used to justify police decisions and their discretionary decisionary making on the streets and in the custody setting.
Thank you very much indeed, Bethan. And for the benefit of the commissioners, the sorts of things that PACE regulates are the kinds of things that have been decided in Canada under constitutional cases such as Singh and Sinclair about the rights to access legal advice while in custody. It's that sort of thing. Ji-Hun, now I will turn to you. Your research, I know that you consider some of the same studies and the same authors as Benjamin addresses in his commissioned report. And in the introductory part of your dissertation, where you're describing your personal journey to the work that you're doing, you observe on the basis of your professional experience that you encountered, and this is a quote from you, endless bureaucratic barriers when seeking to advocate for the rights of those who experience excessive use of force or other forms of police misconduct. And you share your impression that the oversight mechanisms you encountered in Ontario and Quebec seem to be more concerned, and again, this is a quote, seem to be more concerned with protecting police discretion and making excuses, end of quote, than with holding police accountable for the harms that citizens experience. How, in your analysis, does police discretion operate as a shield against accountability?
Okay, thank you for the question. So discretion is a really important topic. It's a key principle, and perhaps the answer to why police oversight systems in Ontario had failed to bring intended outcomes. So we understand that discretion is inevitable, as Professor Gould's report details, and it's an inevitable part of policing, and that's because we cannot spell out everything in law, regulations, and rules on what, like how the police should conduct themselves. But at the same time, it is a double-edged sword. So it's a low, police operate in a low visibility environment. It's difficult to gauge what kind of factors were at play. It's difficult to regulate their conduct as a person who is making decisions or who's looking at that incident retroactively or retrospectively. The patterns I found in my research is that policy discussions and police officers usually take the stance that when police did something, like police used excessive force, we recognize police discretion, we recognize the subjective perspective of the police officers when they were encountering suspect. But for their inaction, for example, for their failure to act, for their failure to respond to calls or intervene, all of a sudden, they blame that there was no direction, no training, no guideline, no policy, no law, as if they didn't have discretion to begin. So the system is blamed and responsibility and accountability of individuals are escaped. And I agree with Professor Gould that discretion sometimes can be used or is often used as an excuse mechanism for the harm caused by the police officers. My question, well, I'm going to turn to the concept of accountability I mentioned earlier and then come back to this issue. So the way I understand accountability differs from the notion of answerability and transparency, and also structural independence. Those three are really structural prerequisite to accountability, in my opinion, and a lot of people, a lot of researchers in public administration and criminology would also agree with that. Accountability, as Honorable Modern's report also spells out, as an ex post evaluation of police conduct or decision. And the literature says that it also involves or must involve sanctions and negative consequence if incompliance is found. And it is also, it's accountability. So it is a practical and realistic ability to hold the authority figure responsible for their conduct and question their authority, and also impose sanction to a point of being able to strip their authority. So coming back to the notion, the issue of discretion and police oversight. So if the police officers are blaming that there was no direction, no training, no guideline policy or whatsoever, then somebody in the leadership position had the discretion to have those training, delivered to their officers. Then there was, if it's not the frontline officer, somebody else in the leadership position should be held accountable for that. But we rarely see those happening. Also, my research finds that the administrative oversight system in Ontario works in a way that preserves the discretion of all authorities unless otherwise specified in law. So that includes the frontline officers, again, who has had the discretion in their day-to-day policing. So when they come before the hearing office, the police conduct hearing office, the adjudications, they would recognize their discretion. And when the decisions of the adjudicators are also challenged, for example, before the court as part of judicial review, the court would also, divisional court would also recognize the discretion of the first instance hearing officers' decision-making authority. So I think sometimes we confuse that to be, we sometimes phrase it as though the police are, above the law, but I think it's somewhat inaccurate because of the rule of law. And some people say that, well, the conception of the rule of law focuses on or considers the bigger principles like the human rights and, the charter rights and all those, the bigger principles that we think that form part of our norm. And the thin version of the rule of law is like, did they follow the procedures spelled out? Did they follow or did their conduct, was their conduct prohibited, very specifically prohibited by the law? But unless the law explicitly prohibits these behaviors, I found that our administrative oversight system doesn't really think that they have right to intervene, because we as a society or the system has given these authorities power and discretionary authority to enforce the law that the way they see.
Thank you very much indeed, Ji-Hun. Holly, I understand that you'd like to speak briefly to this question.
Yes, thank you so much. I thought that perhaps my own research, my doctoral research, could fill in some of the gaps around the discussion that Ji-Hun just shared, which was fantastic. Sort of an on-the-ground view from the perspective of frontline officers and how they navigate this intersection of discretion and oversight. And really, I think people in the world of police practitioners in particular will, this will resonate. A really prominent narrative among police officers is that as long as you show that you, quote, acted in good faith, right, that you wielded your discretion by acting in good faith, then the relevant authorities would protect you, right? And so this holds tremendous weight. No matter the changing landscape of oversight, legal frameworks, the emergence of new kinds of bodies or policies that govern their conduct, and given the major role that professional standards branches play in mediating all of these different voices, as Ji-Hun described earlier, you can see why that would be so powerful on the ground, right? There is a message that continues to permeate throughout police organizations, throughout rank and file, that the outcome of their file will sort of ultimately land in the lap of those within, of people within, and that they will understand what it means to act in good faith. So there is this really, just to sort of like shed some light on the micro level narratives that matter in how frontline officers are navigating this, this use of discretion and how it intersects with oversight. I just thought I'd offer that perspective.
Holly, thank you so much for sharing that perspective. And in a few moments, we'll turn more squarely to your research and some of your report, but I think it was a very helpful intervention at this moment in the conversation. Kanika, I wonder if I can turn to you now. And as I'm conscious that discussions about police discretion and what is a legitimate exercise of police discretion have haunted the conversation about over-policing and under-protection of racialized communities and Indigenous communities. What would you add to what we've heard so far about the work that the concept of discretion does in that particular space?
Thank you, Emma, for that question. And I certainly would like to respond to this. I think it's important to recognize that discretion is open to bias. And the reason I say this is, one, it's quite difficult to study discretion when we can look at formal decisions that have been made by the police. That is, we can all see the documentation, but we can't see decisions that the police decided not to make. So where they decided to focus on, or when they decided to actually say stop an individual or speak to an individual. So I speak to my research that looked at selection bias, and under the Youth Criminal Justice Act, all police officers are supposed to give youth an opportunity to have a pre-charge diversion, as opposed to being sent to court for minor crimes such as marijuana possession or theft, just as an example. And in a study where I looked at the decisions that were made by the police, there was data to support that the police, and they had the decision to decide whether they're going to charge youth, divert a youth, or simply offer a caution. And my research demonstrated that Black youth were more likely to be sent through the court system in comparison to white and other racialized youth. So we see that that's a form of discretion right there. We understand that the police are supposed to offer all youth the opportunity to take a diversion, but there has been a level of discretion on deciding who gets that opportunity and who does not. And this speaks then to when certain communities are over-policed or certain communities are perceived to be more criminalized than others, we are now starting to see that formally, where we have Black youth being sent through the court process and thus experiencing criminalization in comparison to other youth who are engaging in the exact same behaviors. And this is a result of police discretion. We also then don't know who they decided not to formally document and simply carry on, perhaps with the idea that this is normal behaviors and such. There does not need to be an incident where the police needs to intervene. So it's a very difficult concept to study, as we still do not know, kind of, there's even a dark figure of what is documented, what the police decide should be documented and formalized, as opposed to some of the decisions that are not. So there is a great level of concern that we're not aware of some of the decisions that the police are making that we really don't know about. Therefore, discretion is very difficult to study.
Thank you so much, Kanika, for sharing those important insights. Micheline, I have for you the question of how much of this discussion resonates with how the CRCC understands the idea of police discretion when you encounter it in your work, and how you grapple with it when you do.
So as you can appreciate, there are some of the complaints that we receive. Individuals are upset with decisions that have been made to proceed with charges, and so we are often in our review reports are indicating that it's an appropriate exercise of police discretion. One of the pieces that we are often noting as well is a lack of documentation from the officers that speaks to why they made the decisions that they made. And this is a common piece within our findings and recommendations, is the fact that the reports that could be where discretion was exercised often don't speak to the reason why the decisions were made. And we find that as well in police notes. So we often look at whether an appropriate use of police discretion was made. But of course, individuals that are the benefit of that discretion, where a decision is made perhaps not to proceed with charges, are obviously not going to complain to the process, and we're never going to look at the notes of an officer where a complaint hasn't been received. So that's a gap in the system.
Thank you. Yeah, those are very thoughtful observations about what you do and don't see. And I wonder if you can help us, and you may have a sort of formal definition of this, or it just may have a working sense, but when you use the phrase, when you as the CRCC use the phrase, it's an appropriate exercise of police discretion, can you unpack that for me a little bit? How do you evaluate that?
So we don't have a definition in terms of how we proceed with that, but in general, what the commission will look at is whether it is sort of the level of the issue, if it was a significant issue or if it was a more minor issue. And frequently when we're looking at this from the police, from the discretion perspective, it's because there will be an individual who will complain about the fact that they complained to the police about a situation and the police chose not to proceed with charges in the case. So we will see that, and we'll look at often it could be a case where it's something that's more reasonably should be dealt with the civil process as opposed to the criminal courts. So we look at it from that perspective. Cases where it's really not in the public interest for the police to proceed with charges. One of the things I can say is that we often receive complaints where it's disputes between neighbors. So an individual will be unhappy with something that their neighbor's done. They'll choose to engage with the police, and the police will, and rightfully so, will decide that they're not going to proceed down the road of getting involved with the criminal process. So it really depends, like I say, in so many cases with this where there's not specific guidance within the law, it really depends upon the situation at hand and the seriousness of it.
Thank you very much for sharing that sense of where that arises and how you navigate it when it does. Kent, I understand you'd like to weigh in on this point.
Thank you. I'd like to make a general point about the relationship of accountability to governance. I think I mean, accountability is obviously important. It is part of the rule of law, but there's a danger of being caught up in individual cases, even if those are inevitable. And I believe it was Jihoon who made the point that the discretion lies not only at the individual officer's level, but his or her commander, and then ultimately all the way up the chain to the commissioner and the a responsible minister. So discretion kind of works both ways. And we have invested as a legal system in a lot of post-fact accountability. And I wonder whether we're putting too much emphasis on post-fact accountability, where there are these issues of second guessing the police and good faith that I think Professor Gould will speak to, and not enough on ex ante. And one of my concerns about Bill C-20 is that I think the commission should know that it will add more responsibilities, and I hope more resources, to the Complaints and Review Commission. But one of the things that I worry, and I've seen this with the Ontario Police Complaints Commission, is when budgets get strained, the first thing that goes are the systemic reviews. And I'm a great fan of the systemic reviews. For example, I represented Aboriginal Legal Services in the Golden case, which placed restrictions on strip search. And the court asked Parliament to regulate it in a PACE-like way. Parliament didn't do that. But all of those individual cases where police officers were violating Golden, perhaps because they weren't properly trained about its standards, went unseen until there were systemic reviews, both by Michelin's commission and the Ontario Commission. The last thing I'd like to say is Kanika's point about law enforcement discretion tying into over-policing and under-protection, I agree with entirely. But again, I think this is one of the reasons why police independence should be defined narrowly, because at least in cases of over-policing, unfortunately not cases of under-protection, there should be, although I realize, there may not be legal aid and so on, and there's pressures to plead guilty, there should be an idea of judicial review about how the police exercise their law enforcement discretion. But there is no judicial review of the broader range of police operations. So if there is no judicial review, if there's not legislative review or ministerial review, then there is effectively no review. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. And Ben, if I can now turn to you.
Thank you, Emma. I just wanted to briefly loop back to Holly's point about the good faith point that the police officers are making to her. And just to say that to some extent that's echoed courts. That in fact, there have been judicial decisions where I think the courts have given deference to the police when they fail, for example, to meet the formal requirements of a warrant on the grounds that the police have acted in good faith. And I've argued elsewhere that what they do when they do that is they take off the table a form of regulation of police behaviour, because they basically say, we're not going to exclude the evidence because you acted in good faith, even if the warrant is severely defective. And I think that's a real mistake. And I think that filters down to the police, they learn, and as a consequence, they're not wrong. That if they act in good faith, the courts may turn a blind eye to the fact that, say, for example, a warrant to search someone's home was procedurally defective. And I've argued elsewhere that actually exclusion of evidence is one of the very few tools that actually changes police behaviour. And it's not something we should give up lightly. And so I just wanted to capture that point because I think it's a really, really important one. It's very interesting to hear that that's coming out from the police, coming up from the bottom, as well as I think if you look at the court case that comes from the top.
Thank you, Ben, for sharing those insights. So Jihoon and Michelin, I think, are both wanting to speak to these issues. If I could invite you to be brief, and we'll, as we'd like to turn to a new topic in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to add on the point of officers acting in good faith, my research talks about it in a way that relates to mens rea, so intent. So when I look at police oversight mechanism, like it is really an administrative oversight mechanism, and I don't believe that there is the notion of intent, or like there's no requirement for these adjudicators, the administrative adjudicators, to consider the intent of the officers. But they really bring in the criminal justice notion of mens rea. And this is done so because the lawyers who are representing the police officers in these proceedings, they represented these officers in criminal proceedings, and also these legal professionals tend to have defense law as their background. And a lot of these criminal notions are brought forward in the administrative proceedings, which makes it really difficult for this alternative dispute resolution mechanism to operate as intended.
Thank you so much, Ji-Hoon. Micheline, go ahead.
Thanks, Emma. Just to address a little bit of what Kent had to say. So I echo his thoughts that our systemic reviews are absolutely critical, and it was a definitely important change that was made to the RCMP Act in 2014. But there is the complaints process and the decision-making around which systemic reviews to do actually work hand in glove, because we look at the biggest issues that we're seeing within the public complaint process, or the lack of issues that are being mentioned in the case of the public complaint process when we look at the Nunavut case, and those decisions are based upon what we're seeing in the complaint process. So absolutely, the commission needs to be appropriately funded to be able to conduct those reviews, but it really is the public complaint process that identifies what things we need to look at specifically.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm going to change gears just a little bit now and turn more squarely to the question of police culture. I think it has infused actually some of our recent discussion. But Holly, I'd really like to turn specifically to your report first, and then Bethan to yours. Holly, you argue on the basis of your research that police culture has been widely and somewhat mistakenly understood as an almost monolithic set of characteristics and values that, in a sense, overdetermine police actions and decision-making. And you argue that that understanding is incomplete, and that there may be more productive and useful ways to understand police culture. I wonder if you can speak to what you see as being the shortcomings of the traditional account of police culture, and how you think a richer account of police culture may have more potential.
Great, thank you. Yes, so just by way of background, I do come at all of this from a deeply sociological angle rather than one of public administration or criminal justice or a legal one. And indeed, cultural sociologists do not argue that people are immersed in a culture that dictates how they will act, right? Or that channels behavior in predictable ways. But rather, and these are people who are completely devoted to studying that root word, culture. And instead they refer to like a repertoire of resources or cultural tools that are deployed in order to bring justification to particular lines of action, right? And so there's a saying in this field that people know more culture than they use at a given moment. And part of the limits of some of the existing police culture literature in the area of police studies and criminology is that sort of that list of police culture attitudes, the traits that policing tends to take on is sort of adopting this idea that police don't know more culture than they use. So my view is that what this means then is that the key to unpacking police culture and its relationship with things like discretion and decision making is to unveil when, where, and how particular sets of cultural resources are drawn upon by officers, and under which institutional conditions or even restraints. So I can speak more to how this might play out in the context of oversight. I don't know if that's maybe a later question or.
Actually, I think it'd be wonderful, Holly, if you could give us an example that explains what you mean, or what scholars mean when they say people know more culture than they use at a given time, specifically in the policing context. What did you observe in your research?
Great, sure. So to bring this into the fold then, particularly of our roundtable topic around the matter of oversight and supervision and accountability, we can examine which police cultural resources, police use in an era of greater oversight of their work, and then how these get appropriated. So for example, in my own research, I've examined two pillars of like classic police culture definitions, right? Which is, and I use these sort of as like a baseline. And the first is solidarity, this idea that police have this exceptionally strong tendency toward their fellow coworkers. And this idea of mission action, that police pursue this excitement, this sense of mission. And what I find is that rather than a set of values or attitudes that channel that behavior in predictable ways, growing oversight and growing accountability unearth new ways of negotiating solidarity, for instance, altogether. So no longer is a cultural script about solidarity above all useful for navigating an occupational field marked by intense public scrutiny. So what I found that, in fact, solidarity is often reframed through the lens of liability, particularly for frontline officers, right? So that there are unreliable coworkers, hot-headed members who are more likely to make life complicated and should be avoided. So you see how that gets reframed through this liability lens, or thinking through this idea around mission action. Rather than pushing a narrative about mission or excitement or getting the bad guy, many supplanted this notion in favor of risk avoidance, right? So keeping your head down, doing your job, keeping your head down, because these are more suitable to navigating their current experiences on the job. So it's about connecting culture to context and being attuned to the dynamic facets of culture and not just the stubborn aspects. And that's sort of the latter is where I find that the policing literature and the criminological literature has been a little bit guilty of, is really focusing on just the stubborn aspects and forgetting that constantly relying on status quo ways of thinking about organizational life is culture too, and is also itself constantly being negotiated and renegotiated. So picking that apart more sociologically is sort of my approach to all of this.
Thank you for sharing those examples, Holly. And I wonder if I can pick up on your example of solidarity and when it doesn't play out in certain ways. I want to make sure I heard you correctly and understand the example well enough. When you provide the example and you elaborate on it a bit in your commissioned report, of course, of the member who, for example, actively tries to avoid being partnered with somebody because they might get them in hot water. That, as I understand it, and as you expand upon in your report, it's not about, for example, addressing the behaviour of that colleague in a direct way or seeking some remedies around, this person can be a bit of a problem. It's about ensuring that you don't get caught up in the problem. Is that a fair characterization of what you found?
I would say that that is a fair characterization. Now, some of this does depend on where that individual lies in the organization, right? So what sort of authorities they have, what unit they're in, what set of power, what seniority they have, their relations, their set of relationships with other members. So, there's a bit of that matters. Who they are and their position in the organization matters as well. But that is, I would say, a good way to put it. And I'll also add that in expanding this new project where I'm focusing on officer-citizen encounters, where I also incorporate the officer perspective, I'm now in other cities across the country and other provinces, and this theme has emerged here as well, just discussing how, this is a new era. Some of our, old school colleagues aren't quite appreciating how this new era of more oversight of what we do impacts us on the job. And so sometimes you need to navigate who you end up working with really carefully.
Thank you for sharing that example. And I think one other distinction you draw in your commissioned report is, for example, you alluded to it to some extent in your last answer, that there may be a quite different, what you describe as management cop culture from the frontline culture. I wonder if you can just expand a little on that.
Sure, and I know Dr. Loftus could also expand on this as well. This idea of a street cop culture versus a management cop culture goes way back to classic police studies, certainly research in the 70s and 80s. But there is this idea that there is this disconnect between the bureaucratic layers of policing, the administrative layers of policing, and that they are out of touch with this sort of the street level and the street sense that's required to navigate frontline policing today. And that, and in light of sort of the lockstep paramilitary structure and hierarchy of police organizations, given its current structure, that's difficult to deal with, and that's not really going to change. Just sort of the way it looks will change over time, but that disconnect will ultimately always exist. And then perceptions from below about people above is that they are frankly out of touch and yet making decisions and sending orders down.
Thank you very much. And you're quite right, I am about to turn to Bethan. So Bethan, you two very kindly produced a commissioned report. Prior to doing that report, of course, and throughout your career, you've conducted extensive ethnographic research with police. In your report, you observe, and this is a quote, that police officers and the organisations they're part of are not insulated from broader political, social, cultural and economic contexts, and that's an important part of understanding how police cultures can operate at different times. And so I wonder, I'd like to invite you to speak to the core points that your paper makes about how best to understand police culture, and perhaps to pick up on Holly's discussion to the extent that you'd like to do so.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. So really the idea of police culture came out of a series of ethnographic studies emerging kind of roughly from the 1960s, conducted actually mainly by sociologists who rode in the cars with police officers, observed police officers as they went about doing their ordinary duties day and night, observing how they interacted with different members of the public and how they actually came to themselves view their own job, their place within the social world, and so on. So police culture is, it's kind of an old concept, and as Dr. Campu very well set out, that the concept itself has been subject to a lot of criticism and innovation in recent years. I mean, the traditional or the kind of classic view of police culture then is that upon joining the job, police officers are entering an organisation and a task environment which throws up certain challenges. Perhaps the most influential in the first study of police culture was by Jerome Skolnick, who talked, for example, about the unpredictable risk of danger that police officers face if they kind of, go to any particular call. So from those kind of quite basic assumptions within policing that, the policing job is potentially quite dangerous, police therefore, as a result, internalise that environment and begin to, think quite differently about particular jobs that they go out to. They become suspicious towards certain events and certain places and certain people. One of the other kind of key basics of policing, of course, is the authority that police officers bring to bear on any and every interaction that they have with members of the public. Simply by wearing the uniform, they're symbolising the state, and members of the public, readily recognise that. So much research has found that this, something as simple as wearing a police uniform actually sets them apart, and brings a level of authority to certain interactions. That places them quite awkwardly with the public. So much research, for example, particularly the earlier studies, have talked about police officers viewing themselves as quite separate from members of the public, a distinct us versus them mentality, if you like. So I kind of, as the years go on, as Holly mentioned as well, the concept of police culture has indeed been criticised. We now know through various studies that have come since that there are fractures within what's been seen as the mainstream police culture. I mean, police culture, for example, can differ according to the role that police officers play within the organisation. My own ethnographic research, I spent 18 months with uniformed police officers. I then spent another 18 months with covert, undercover police officers. And, quite clearly there were distinctions within the cultures of these two different types of officer, as it were. So there are horizontal differences, if you like, across the police organisation. As Holly mentioned as well, there are obviously distinctions vertically too. The classic rank and file versus management culture is pretty well known now within the literature. But I think kind of generally overall, we've arrived at a place within police culture scholarship where there is a recognition that some of the core themes, the stubborn themes, such as the mission, the action, the sense of suspicion, the sense of solidarity, aspects of that are of course fragmenting, but that some of the classic themes or the core characteristics, if you like, are still kind of lurking around in the background as well. And I think, just going back, Emma, to your first point about police organisations not being in isolation, I mean, they're really not. Police culture is very much influenced by the type of society, the type of economy even, within which police officers are situated. This was shown most powerfully in the very influential research by Janet Chan in Australia, where she was looking at police cultural change in relation to not only systemic corruption, but police racism as well. And she very clearly linked the racism that takes place in Australian society very much filters through and gets reproduced and exacerbated within the culture of police officers. So yeah, I mean, one of the key critiques of police culture is that, we need to consider the type of societies within which police are situated. Because, Robert Ryan has got a really great quote about the police being the kind of social litmus paper of society. And yeah, that's something to certainly bear in mind.
Thank you so much, Bethan. To pick up on Chan's work and on your own work, both your book and your commissioned report, I think one of the other dynamics that you point to as being very important is the subject identity of the police officer themselves. And so that the lived experience of being a woman police officer or a Black police officer may look very different than that of being a white male police officer. I wonder if you can expand on how that intersects with understandings of police culture.
Yeah, I mean, generally overall, police culture has been seen in quite a negative light. One of the more problematic aspects of police culture has been the charge that police officers are potentially holding racist, misogynistic, homophobic views, and that perhaps kind of pans out both in their interactions with different publics in society, but it also plays out inside police organisations as well, in terms of, female police officers, officers from minority ethnic and kind of racialised backgrounds. I mean, certainly in the ethnographic study I did, which was conducted in the post Macpherson context, which obviously came out with the murder of Stephen Lawrence and the charge that British police organisations at least were institutionally racist, that kind of set the stage for one aspect of my study. So I was embedded in a police organisation in which the top level command had a new senior structure, new people came in, if you like, and there was a conscious effort to try to change the culture of that organisation, which had been seen as actually very old-fashioned, very male-dominated, incredibly white, and that the fear was that this was really kind of coming through to the culture of officers, both with their relations with each other, but in relation to how they also interacted with people on the streets as well. So I kind of set about trying to see how the increasing diversification of the police, in other words, the recruitment of more women, the recruitment of more officers from Black and other racialized backgrounds, how that was becoming reshaped, if you like, within the organisation. And it was a bit of a tale of two halves, I guess, in a way. On the one hand, you know, that progress had certainly been made. There was better recruitment and retention and promotion of previously excluded groups. And there was certainly a sense amongst officers from diverse backgrounds that they could challenge the status quo, and that, you know, their any negative discriminatory experience would be listened to and acted upon. But at the same time, there was these, you know, incredibly difficult experiences that continued to go by, where such officers felt excluded and marginalised within the police. There was also, from the kind of white heterosexual male perspective, which was still the key composition or key demographic of the organisation, that, you know, the increasing recruitment of those from excluded backgrounds was not so much welcomed. There was quite a resentful and quite a defensive discourse and posture within the organisation that this was, you know, political correctness gone mad. That white heterosexual males in the to quote one officer, were now a dying breed, even though they were very blatantly still the dominant composition of the organisation. So there was, in other words, a very kind of fractured organisation, still riddled with tensions, with very different perspectives coming together on the topic of diversity and cultural and social acceptance, in a way that had been seen before for that particular organisation.
Thank you, Bethan. And commissioners, as I know you know, of course, in Canada, the key kind of example of a similar discussion is the Bastarache report, as well as the CRCC report on similar issues, and Auditor General Sheila Fraser's report on sexual harassment and the handling of sexual harassment within the RCMP. That's a conversation we'll loop back to, I hope, this afternoon, if time permits. But for now, Bethan, I just have one more question for you, and then I'll turn to Kanika next. In your report, you distinguish between internal and external efforts to influence or to change police culture. And I understand from my discussions with you that the example you've just shared of the Macpherson inquiry is an example of a change that was largely achieved in a top-down way, an external and top-down way. And I'm wondering if you can share your insights about what lessons can be drawn about the differences between internal and externally imposed attempts to change top-down versus bottom-up attempts to impose change for those who might seek to change, you know, important aspects of police culture or change certain behaviours that may have strong ties to police culture.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll begin by discussing the external pressures, if you like, first. I mean, this is the case with scandals per se, but, you know, when an event takes place and it attracts media attention and it potentially attracts political attention, which then may result, for example, in you know, a public inquiry or incredibly critical media discourse, this can kind of prompt or kind of kick off, if you like, a kind of chain reaction where questions of police culture generally come to take centre stage. And there's this kind of retrospective looking back at, you know, what kind of happened with it, what can this particular negative event tell us about the culture, and more importantly, how can we therefore go about changing that culture to remedy those aspects. And I think, you know, from a police perspective, you know, this may be seen as or maybe taken as something of an attack, you know, when you know, police officers and police commanders may feel that they are being unfairly criticised. But nevertheless, speaking to questions of accountability, the media and civil society really can play a huge role here in enforcing change, as it were. I mean, there are some scholars, and I think I'd kind of agree to quite a large extent, who would suggest that merely forcing rank and file officers to change, so by having this very kind of top-down, hardline disciplinary discourse about, you know, your culture must change, I think can often can often not be so successful. There'll be something of a backlash against that, as I say, because there is therefore this kind of very defensive and potentially resentful posturing from the rank and file. A discrete body of research, and I'm thinking particularly the work of Monique Marks in South Africa, and her colleagues have shown that actually, by encouraging the rank and file or embroiling the rank and file in change processes can have much more success. Following this more democratic chain of change within police culture should allow for the prospect of the rank and file to be involved and not feel it as a top-down disciplinary hard line to change that culture. So that's what I think I'd say about the external kind of landscape and the kind of external pressures that we see from time to time in major public inquiries like the McPherson report, for example. I think generally in terms of the internal strategies, I've named, I think, probably the key ones in the report, but there are others. But I would emphasise new kind of research around transformational leadership as well. This kind of idea that simply having a very hierarchical supervisor-supervisee relationship may not work so well when it comes to change in the occupational culture. Again, more democratic forms of leadership are being encouraged, which would promote aspects to do with better communication with the front line, and, as I say, kind of affording space for officers to reflect on the role that they do and the reasons why they may find certain aspects hard and how they may go about then change the way they react to that kind of stimuli when they're out on the streets. And this comes back quite cyclical over and over again actually in policing histories, but there has been much talk at least about diversifying police organisations in terms of its kind of social and cultural and ethnic composition. And I think there is good evidence to show now that by recruiting more women, recruiting those from ethnic and racialised backgrounds and the LGBTQ plus as well, can really bring new perspectives into the police organisation and perhaps will dilute or kind of break up that traditional mainstream view that's been captured in so many ethnographies. There is a danger, of course, of not doing that in any kind of tokenistic way. That can have quite harmful effects for officers from minority, previously excluded backgrounds who then find themselves in an organisation where there is still, some deep-seated resentment and a backlash towards that.
Beth, and I'll jump in there if I can. No, that was a fabulous answer. Thank you. And I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm conscious of time. And so here's how I'm going to propose that we proceed is I'd like to hear from Kanika on this point. And Kanika, I have one more question for you. I had a question about recommendations, but we're fortunate that all of you will join us again this afternoon. And so I'm going to hold that question and ask it this afternoon in order to give the commissioners some time to ask any questions they may have arising from this morning's session. So before I turn to that, Kanika, I know you'd like to respond to Beth, and so why don't we do that first, and then I'll ask you the question I had prepared for you.
Certainly, thank you so much. I wanted to say something that complements what Beth Ann mentioned in terms of the external and the internal. I think that some of the reasons why we continue to follow the classic aspects of police culture and that continues to remain has a lot to do with the association to accountability. So I have many Black individuals that speak to me and say that I have had an explicit incident with the police that was explicitly discriminatory, explicitly biased. I make a complaint, yet that officer continues to be on the force. So when I'm hearing that from Holly, that then there is within the culture that there are certain police officers who are noted as perhaps the bad apple, problem police officers. And I do believe that the majority of officers are good in intentions and they do not engage in discriminatory practices. But those who do continue to be protected. So it might be known internally that there are some bad apples, but then what does the public know? How does this help the public when they're engaging with the police? And that's what's a huge concern, is that there then there's a belief that there's a lack of accountability for those who are engaging in discriminatory and biased interactions with individuals on the streets. And that's the problem. So there's still secrecy related to who's the problem officer, and it's probably true that there are only a few that create a negative perception about policing in general. But because we don't know that from the public, we don't know who these individuals are, there's still secrecy around that. There's an internal dealings of some of these officers, but we as the public don't know this, and we're not aware of this. And as a result, we feel and sense that these police officers are being protected. We don't know what mechanisms have been put in place to address some of the issues that have been dealt with. And that also speaks to transparency. If we don't know what is being done internally to officers who are identified as problematic officers, how do we in the public have a sense to know that anything is being done and addressed? So that speaks to the internal piece as well as the external piece, that really the two should not be made separate. In order for there to be true transparency, we need to know what's going on with individuals who have been identified as problematic officers.
Thank you, Kanika. And so now the question that I had wanted to turn to you on, I know that you've expressed concerns about how pervasive the focus on police culture is within discussions about the shortcomings of police and opportunities for reform. Why do you see culture as a limited or even at times unhelpful lens through which to have these conversations?
That's a very good question. Why it's unhelpful to, I have two responses to that. I think it's both helpful and unhelpful. I think it's unhelpful, one, because there really are, I think in many tend to believe that there are good police officers, and the institution of policing is meant to serve and protect. So when there is a focus on the idea that it is all officers, this can have a detrimental impact on the way that they are then perceived in the interactions that they have on the streets. But I do think it's also important to speak to how potentially police culture can have an impact on the way that they are interacting with individuals on the streets. There is a recognition that those within the police service, it's helpful for them to be among others that also understand the dangers of policing and what it is that they encounter and deal with. But I think specifically when we're speaking to accountability, we really need to not focus on the entire institution, but it is a matter of focusing on how the institution is dealing with individuals who are problematic. So it's problematic when we tend to group everyone under the same umbrella, to think that all police officers are bad. But at the same time, we do need to speak to how the way that police deal with issues of misconduct can continue to have negative perceptions within the community.
Thank you so much, Kanika. That's really helpful, and another theme that we'll pick up, I anticipate, this afternoon. And so, Commissioners, I'd like now to turn to you and see if you have any questions at this stage.
Continuing trauma?
First of all, a huge thank you to all of our panelists. What a wonderful array of expertise and experience that we are benefiting from today, and we are greatly appreciative. I have one question for you, Ms. LaHaye, or Micheline, if I can use your first name. If I understood you correctly, the commission can, on its own instance, instigate an investigation, but that is budget dependent, and if so, is that not a blatant affront to your independence?
Thanks for that question. Yes, so we can absolutely instigate an investigation where we deem it's appropriate, but it is dependent upon the resources that we have available to us. Part of the process is that I must send a letter to the Minister of Public Safety indicating that I've initiated an investigation. And one of the requirements in that letter is that I need to indicate that I have sufficient resources to do so.
So in other words, police misconduct can go unaccounted for because there's not enough money left in your budget, which could be depending on the time of year or whatever. That's sounds a little concerning to me.
It is an issue that is of concern, and it's one of the reasons why when we spoke to SECU, when they did their investigation looking at systemic racism in policing, as the chairperson, I indicated that we needed to be appropriately resourced to undertake these investigations because, as you're well aware, as most Canadians are aware, individuals are very concerned when police are investigating themselves. And so we indicated that we needed to be appropriately resourced, and that is one of the things that we've put forward as well with Bill C-20.
And sorry, just one follow-up. Put forward, is it, do you know if it's part of the package for C-20 addressing that concern?
The funding is still right now covered by cabinet confidences. So, but it was something that we highlighted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The reports before us are extremely helpful, and those in the package, including book chapters and so on. So thank you, all of you, for very helpful contributions. Dr. Loftus, in your report on page 61, you talk about hybrid systems of civilian oversight that have emerged as a solution for enhancing the level of accountability in processing complaints and restoring public confidence in the police. And you explain that there's a model that champions an independent approach to the receipt, investigation, and response to police complaints. And the other advance is a team concept that includes police investigators working with civilian counterparts. And then you talk about how the independent model that doesn't include police in the investigation of complaints can diminish police cooperation and participation, resulting in unsuccessful investigations. And I actually wondered if, given what Ms. LaHaye has told us about how if the commission uses its own resources because it's not in the public interest for the RCMP to investigate a complaint, for example, whether the RCMP are taking on board as legitimate the findings that are made by the CRCC in those complaints. So I guess, Dr. Loftus, thank you for explaining the potential issue, and I wonder if Ms. LaHaye, you're able to comment.
Yes, so once we've undertaken a public interest investigation, we produce a report that all of them go to the commissioner for the commissioner to respond. And in general, approximately 90% of our findings and recommendations are accepted by the commissioner. And so that'll be across the board, whether it be at the review level or the public interest investigation level. If you look at the most recent public interest investigation that was made public, which is the RCMP's investigation into the death of Colton Boushie, the commissioner largely accepted all of our recommendations. So there is a realization that the work that the commission does is good work, and they do accept the recommendations that we bring forward in those investigations.
Perhaps this afternoon, if we come back to these models and anyone wants to fold any answers in about reflections on their efficacy as one against the other, that would be helpful. And of course, that highlights the importance of those annual reports that you mentioned by the commissioner that allow for some tracking of implementation of recommendations that the CRCC makes. And I do wonder if there is a monitoring and evaluation aspect to how you view those, but perhaps that'll go to our discussion this afternoon of implementation. The other point I just wanted to address, I think, to Dr. Gould. In your paper at page 7, you cite Joseph Goldstein noting the exercise of police discretion not to act is harder to subject to oversight and review than an exercise of police discretion to act, yet it nonetheless has a potentially greater impact on the administration of criminal justice. And I just wondered about how this might relate to community policing and the ability to review missing or ignoring red flags, for example.
So can you be, that's an interesting question. Can you be a bit more specific about what you're thinking of in terms of the community policing aspect of that? I'm just
Well, just that, I guess it's, let me see, Dr. Campo talked about the logic of community policing with aspects of work of community officers knowing and being known, cultivating long-term rapport, building trust, and how that logic fundamentally collides with the core business of law enforcement and crime fighting. And your discussion of discretion really is, as you rightly say, it's when they act that you can then take a look at what that exercise of discretion was. But where you have a situation where a number of warning signs or red flags are known in the community, and if you're having a community policing approach, then presumably some of those warning signs or red flags are known to those community police officers. How do you then measure or subject to oversight and review the discretion not to act on those warning flags?
okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And I guess I would say two things briefly. One is the question about how we document decisions. And so where you have, as you say, red flags, whether the police, we require them to document decisions not to take action and how we might think about that. And obviously what that means in terms of administrative and legal burdens being placed on the police. So there's a whole set of questions about that. The second one is, and this is the more fundamental question that I think I try to approach in the report, is the question about whether we, in a sense, say in certain situations you don't have discretion. That in fact, when there are, let's say, for example, red flags raised in particular ways and communications given to the police about particular problems, we actually specify that they're obliged to act. And that's a conversation I think we've been reluctant to have. I think that there are all sorts of reasons why we've been reluctant. But one of the things I try to do in my report is to open up a space to say, actually, those are conversations that might be worth having. And I'm conscious of the fact that they are very complicated questions. They raise really significant issues about resourcing, administrative oversight, and also just the legal position of the police in. But I do think it's important. So, for example, you have red flags about certain types of violence in a community. You may want to indicate through legislation or otherwise that these are things that the police actually have to look into. They don't get to choose not to do certain things in those contexts. Or if they are going to choose to not do things in those contexts, they have to document those decisions in a very detailed manner, and there needs to be external scrutiny of those decisions. So, and those are things that I think we've been hesitant to go down that route. But I think it's one of the things I try to do in my report is to say I think we need to have those conversations.
Thank you. And of course, that brings us full circle back to what Ms. Lahey has noted about the lack of documentation and the use of discretion. So it's obviously an area that could do with some more attention. So thank you for that, Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you. And I am cognizant that I am the one between us and lunch today. So I'll be quick. I only have two questions. One relates to the question earlier posed by Commissioner McDonald, and I'll ask that in second order. My first question, I don't know, Ms. Khan, if you want to respond to this, or perhaps Dr. Roach. It's around the issue of reporting structures for municipal agencies, which we haven't talked a lot about, but also our CMP in different provinces. And I'm very aware of the issue of the fragmentation problems around governance and accountability, budget processes. There's so many different models out there, so many different layers. And for example, in the province of New Brunswick, there are still police services that report to mayor and council. They don't have police boards. They don't have police, in some provinces, they're called police commissions, aside from the investigative body. And if I'm not mistaken, there are CMP arrangements in small local municipalities that report directly to mayor and council rather than a police board. So I was wondering if you could talk me through that. And in particular, my concern is around the lack of standardization, fragmentation, and also the lack of modernization with respect to those arrangements across Canada. So whoever would like to jump in on that one.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to say that my research hasn't looked at the reporting structure, so I would turn my mic over to Professor Roach. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Fitch. You're quite right that there are differences throughout, and they haven't been modernized. And I could find in my research no sign that municipal councils did a better job than police service boards. And I also think that if you look at Justice Morden's report, he puts a stress on police service boards need to have proper research and training about their role. And so, that was one of the reasons why I think we need to get the police independence stuff settled. But I think there's a whole lot that we need to do to support police service boards. The last thing I'll say, because I realize that I'm between here and lunch, is I know that you're looking at broader approaches to community safety. And I think one of the things where we could benefit is some thinking about how police governance should change to be more integrated with broader approaches to public safety. So for example, in Alberta, they're talking, if they had a provincial police force, it might be co-located with other provincial services on addiction or domestic violence. But I don't think we've spent enough time thinking about the challenges of governance, because there's no point trying to break down the silos between policing and other social services if those silos still exist at the governance level. And I think that that's a challenge for the RCMP. And so, if the RCMP had a national police board, I would hope that it would have input from different ministries, not simply public safety, as we move towards a broader approach to community safety and well-being. So sorry if I was too long. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you very much. And we've heard some very interesting input and different models over the course of our work, and the importance of properly educated research police boards can't be understated. And certainly, I think independence in some respect from purse holders is important in the role of those police boards in terms of the direction that they may be giving their local police services, whether it's RCMP or a municipal agency. And I think that that's an important thing to call out. So just on the heels of that, my question to Ms. LaHaye was going to be around budget and connection to institutions. And I think this is a yes or no answer. I know from a management advisory board perspective, I found this troubling, even though it's an independent advisory, and point well taken that advisory boards do not have the same level of teeth perhaps as governance and accountability in their advisory capacity. The point of my question is the CRC budget a line item detail under the RCMP?
No. No, it is not.
Okay, so it doesn't get filtered through our CMP budget?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. So Commissioners, I think at this stage it makes sense for us to take the lunch break. Shall I suggest that we come back at 1:40 Atlantic, so in about an hour for those who are joining us from another time zone?
Oh, no response. I guess they're waiting for the lunch. What was it? Get quicker to the lunch? Get quick? That would be quick. I don't have anything to ask. Can you just go away? Any criticisms, please just pass along, move along. Heidi? Where? What? Heidi Marshall? I don't remember her. Blacks? No, we won't have them. Some great questions I've seen in there. Sorry, I am just like doing all kinds of stuff here. I'm trying to get the SECU meeting, the next SECU meeting that was last month, queued up. Also looking at the documents, the dump that was yesterday, which there were roughly 100 and I'm not exactly sure. Over 100 documents released yesterday. Of course, this is the thing, right? This process had to continue because they're saving the best for last, and God knows how long they'll be petering this garbage out for. Some interesting other things I've noted. I don't know if any of you have been scrolling through and looking for new documents that have been released. Before I get there, the red flags. Red flags. Notice it's the language. It's always in the language. They say it. Put in red flags and guns, and you'll see. Gun control or guns, red flags. You'll see. Red flags only means gun control. So then they just like to throw it in there subtly to try and ping in people's minds because people have read the articles on things and they'll see red flags, guns, and that'll subtly, subconsciously ping in people's minds. True. It's just basic psychology. No tinfoil. Documents that have been released. Some other ones I noticed were Rob Bell. Rob Bell, who, of course, I haven't had a chance to look at any of these. I'm just letting you know what I've found. Rob Bell's interview is out August 16th, less than a month ago. Notice how they do all these things right at the end, right? It's because DOJ is sitting over there saying, "Oh, we're finding notes underneath pillows," and the last second, Lori Ward. That's a classic clip. Lori Ward. I wonder if I should pull that one up. You see, but don't believe her. Read Cromwell and Lori Ward. Then it becomes very clear what's going on. DOJ, Lori Ward, McPhee are all hiding. But specifically DOJ and their representative there, Lori Ward, who also has been looking worse for the wear, I've noticed. It's great interactions. It is like I don't know if that does things for people like it does for me, but watching people go back and forth is really interesting. Reading their stuff, and it's spicy, like intellectually spicy. Anyway, and lots of obfuscation. Holy shit! Wow. So okay, still no interview from Mark Chu. Nikki, did you have a chance to check Janice Gray's notes and see if the 3 pages, I believe now, was 4, I think. Maybe they might have been, they might have included it. I don't know, even if that is the real notebook. I haven't even looked at Gray to see if the second notebook is out, the parallel notebook. But I know that you put that in earlier. Red flags tied to mental health, even an allegation can be a red flag. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's not like they don't put anybody who's doing a gun license through the absolute ringer. They just rip your life apart looking at every single thing, and everybody who has a gun license, lots of people who don't know that, even people who have gun licenses, they get a score. Okay. And they reevaluate your score all the time, going back and talking to people in your life and stuff like that, specifically on restricted licenses. Okay, now Rob Bell's interview is a new one to me. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen it before. Also, Archie Thompson's interview. Okay, so this was done in June, and yet they've been holding it back, right? Of course, they have MP3s of all of these. They have video too. They won't give you that though, because you're just dumb, stupid. They know better. Cookie cutter cover up job. Like they're just throwing so many in at once. You've got gun control, you've got the political interference, lying, major problem, by the way. That is an extremely serious thing. Our political system is completely compromised. Totally. And, you know, people are just going to go pick flowers or do something. Watch Bachelorette. No, that's garbage. People have to say enough. You're out. Who cares? I don't care what fucking party you're part of because it's all the same. Next one is the Susie Bootland. Susie Bootland, cookie cutter. They used Lisa Banfield instead of Susie Bootland. That's all it is. Because Lisa Banfield, well, here we cared about things. We were, bullshit. And Susie Bootland got murdered. And their knowledge of all of that, and Rodney McDonald, Wiley, Baselt's involvement in that case, investigating or not investigating, that resulted in the murder. Then you have Rod McDonald. Now, certainly, I think there's fairly irrefutable proof that they're together with April Dugan, Junior Dugan's ex, now ex. That just stinks. Like, wow. You don't tell him, from my read, you didn't tell Junior that you weren't investigating him. So did you wind him up more so he would murder Bootland? I know it's a bit of a stretch, but is that then why Rodney's with April? Just saying it's got whiffs that don't smell very good. Pretty sure that again might be a code of conduct issue. All these code of conducts, just absolutely nobody's dealing with it. The RCMP aren't doing it. And I'll tell you, they bring members up on like some ridiculous ones. Absolutely ridiculous ones if you don't play ball. So there's so much that they're hiding. And it's not, they're just using those other ones, the gun control, the political interference, the Susie Bootland. They're just throwing those in on as icing on the cake. It was the underlying problem. And the RCMP knowledge, involvement in what transpired. Okay. And they're just like, okay, yep, we'll just throw some more stuff in, and then we'll do some shit recommendations and whatever else. Okay, let's see what else I can, let's look at Gray. Let's see if they've done anything with her notes. Have not had really much of a chance to go through Robin, and they released his stuff, and those notes absolutely look spooky. Like, I don't know what they're doing with them. They do things with everybody's notebooks. It's pretty clear. All right, so we're up to 27 pages on Gray. I can't quite remember how many pages were in in the one notebook. It looks like there's only one so far. Let me see if I can find 24. Wow, there's just look at this. This is what I'm talking about. And these are fairly significant letters. They're not like small. This is DOJ bearing. So you notice how Cromwell's there all the time? He's really trying. And they are just absolutely ramming us all. Now, where was that? And some of them aren't like in that list. They come underneath other things, like they hide them. Disclosure, okay, so there's the audio recording. Okay, that's a good one. Audio recording of the meeting, to which I've thrown out breadcrumbs. Debbie Trask took notes. So if tapes of device doesn't have, put the pieces there are there together too, because we had in the letters, it'll say here, no longer has the device. Brian Brennan believes that he does not have the recording anymore. He does not recall specifically deleting or doing anything with it. He believes he might have been saved, but on a device he no longer has. Okay, so when Mr. Breen, Dan Breen is the fellow. Okay, Dan Breen. When that came up in the Mass Casualty Commission, what Brian Brennan's answer was he believed that it was deleted. Okay, so you no longer have the device and it's been deleted. Let's see. How about this? I just proposed that. How about the RCMP asks for the device back? Okay, so he no longer has the device. And then the RCMP delete the recording. So he no longer has the device and it's deleted. Fits, doesn't it? Like a glove. But I think that there might be recordings out there still of that meeting. And that would be an absolute wrecker of a meeting. It's not sad and disappointed, I'll assure you. There's some serious shit going down. Disclosure to be completed by August 12th. I'm still trying to find, how many pages did we lose? Nikki, she's gone away. I guess so. No longer. I'm not seeing an answer from Nikki. So, okay, that's fine. We'll find it. Just give me a little bit of time. From Cromwell. So many of them. It's just sick. Here's a list of items, why they can't give them. There's that clawback agreement again. What is that? Clawback agreement has to do, usually legally, with if you don't do the following or you do the following, we're going to seek all of our money back or money back. So are they threatening the MCC with saying, listen, we've given you a bunch of money, but we're all going to come after you? Maybe personally liable, whatever, who knows, to get repayment. Because if you don't toe the line, if you release those documents early or something like that, I don't know. What is it? That's a really fucked up thing, man. Really messed up. For further clarity, the provisions of the clawback agreement between the Commission and the Attorney General of Canada on behalf of the Government of Canada signed March 17th, 2021. Okay? Right in the beginning of this goofball shit, when they really started to kind of investigate things, supposedly. They signed an agreement. A clawback agreement. For what? What are the things that they are or are not allowed to do? Our employees, our shitty, evil, totally morally defunct employees who are ripping the fuck off of all of us and destroying people's lives. Employees. What are they hiding? Put in Laurie Ward, read the back and forth between Cromwell, put in disclosure, these kinds of things. You'll find all kinds of stuff. All right. Disclosure completed by August 12th. What's that one? 75,000 pages. 75,000 documents for a dead man with a domestic violence problem, who had a mental health issue, who liked booze. Same thing all the time. These events we have always the same symptoms. Well, here's the one about the photo, the second photo. During this interview, Nick Dorrington referenced the taking of 2 photos. I know that Truth and All was very big on that one, asking questions about that. In his handwritten notes, Dorrington only mentioned sending the photo of the driver's license by text. Again, this is a rather interesting one. Contact Dorrington personally and request a picture if you're interested. Don't you think it would go to OCC for dispatch to everybody? Ooh, stinky stuff. Stinky stuff. Yeah. Okay. Only one photo radar screen was found within the investigation file by MCC. You asked us to look into why a second photo of the rear of the vehicle was not disclosed. We obtained a second photo directly from Constable Dorrington, one of the 3 amigos, self-dispatching with no code of conduct based on Amherst Sergeant Joby. Nobody asks. But there appears to be no evidence that he actually sent the second photo out on the 18th. You know, like this stuff is sick. Sick. Who woman's yeah, see, they've got everybody running around. We were all chasing our tails on different things. They all fit, but it's just such a swamp. CPIC. Where is the notebooks? Disclosure. Is this a disclosure transparency on the 24th? No. Definitely, it's in this one. Documents. We produced 2 packages. February 11th, 2022 and March 2nd. We produced a commission 2 packages of documents containing 2,414 pages from 7 senior officers. 35 pages of those notes, including 4 pages of Superintendent Campbell notes referenced in your letter, were retained for assessment. But they tried to fool Justice Cromwell and all of us. Just like those notebooks, you have to look close. You actually literally have to look at the pages closely. Left, right, page number, cutting things off, photocopy, black and white versus not. Then you can see that they're trying to dupe people. Oh, yeah, the 4 pages? Oh, yeah, they were there, but we took them out, and then we didn't tell you. And Cromwell was like, excuse me? I've noticed that there's 4 pages missing there. Just like, so it's in this series. Maybe it's this one? No, that's where he's dumping on them about it. This stuff is good reads. I am concerned that the 4 pages of notes that were not initially disclosed and had no indication was given that the 4 pages of them had been deleted from the disclosed version. What's that called? Hidey-ho. Hiding. We're just going to pretend that they were never 4 pages. Later, the notes of the 4 pages were added back to the disclosed version, but without indication that they had been added. So now we're going to put them back in. Shh. You didn't see it. You didn't see it missing. April 18. Look at April 17, 18, 2020. What's that? What was the extent of Blair's gas energy? No, not a very big company. Interesting company. Not to my understanding, anyway. Now, all right, so I think 24, I know it's in here. Audio recording, response to this. I want to find out if they've put pages back in. Any and all surveillance from the Irving Big Stop. Explanation. The surveillance video from the Irving Big Stop in Enfield was collected by HRP and provided to the CERT team. Oh, right. Felix Janga. CERT then provided the videos to the RCMP. Remember, the person who collected the videos, or who was in charge of the videos, won an award. Oh, and also was involved in the February 12th parking lot incident. Nothing to see here. No. Is Celebrate Records? They're discussing Celebrate Records? Can you clarify it? Pages of this shit, man. Unredacted version of response to the McNeil report. The redacted version is online. The RCMP is unable to locate. Really? These people are fucking liars on such a scale. It is unbelievable. drives. The lady who's sitting up there today, who I'm like, I feel really bad for her job. Like, it must just drive her batty. If I was doing that job, it's hard enough. You know, maybe it's just because she's a little bit more removed or got a better balance. It's very difficult to keep looking at this stuff and seeing all the lies all the time. And I believe it was a former public complaints commissioner who disclosed the O-drives, the existence of the O-drives, which I discussed a long time ago about Gmails and O-drives. O-drives, they have everything. That's their secret hidey hole of all kinds of stuff, you know, like Dan Breen's recordings, things that they can't locate, you know, notes, and nobody was taking notes that night. Right. O-drive. But they disclosed it, funnily enough, too. They call it S-drive out down in Nova Scotia. I don't know. Maybe they like the letters. Okay. July 14th. Current state of production, please. Various subpoenas. We're able to clarify some requests, identifying some gaps. This is why I'm like, he's just polite, you know, but he's just like, he's really sarcastic. He's got an edge. I like it. Once upon a time when my mouth was cleaner, I didn't swear. That was the way I like to do things. I still carry heavy sarcasm, though. Rechart of consolidating responses. I'll have to look and see. 27 pages. I can't remember what. Oh, wait a second. I can look, of course, because I have it. Great. Great interview. Briefing notes. Why am I not finding Gray's notes? Weird. I've been pissing around in my computer. Let's see. Very strange. Well, thank goodness I have a backup. There definitely should be a PDF Janice Gray file of notes. Okay, so I don't know if new notes have been released or new pages now inserted quietly. Oops, drive versus shit drive. Shit hit the fan drive. Okay, so you said something about, where was that? April 17th, Peter Bikers. Celebrate Records. That has me very interested. I have a video that I have lots of little things on my channel that I don't list necessarily. About, I wanted to put this up because I think it's good for people to, this one. It's very, very interesting. Okay, I'm not going to play it. I don't know if I can even. I did cut it. This is from I don't know if I didn't put the credit in here. So I can't remember this fellow's trial. Anyways, they go in to celebrate quite heavily. Celebrate is quite a secretive tool that the police enforcement, law enforcement utilizes. And it's, if people understand what the fuck is on their phone, one day people will. They'll be like, no, these things are toilet. The tech is wrecking us. But is extremely invasive and knows everything that you've ever done, been, where, looked at, incognitos, doesn't matter. Every message you've ever sent, special pictures, whatever. Very, very interesting because he goes into all of the different things. So then you can compare what a Celebrate, it's a newer version that he's using, a slightly newer version. So it is a bit different, but you can see all of the sections that are missing from the Celebrate records because he details like exactly, let's see if I can see, I'll freeze frame. Like the, here. If it'll go there. They break down the reports. So what you should be looking at and what will be there. And when you compare the reports to what were issued, granted, this is a slightly newer version. So there are a couple of, and he talks about that. I think the messages are a little bit different, but you'll see all of the sections that are missing of stuff. Let's see,
again, that's user input, so detecting data relate area information. Yeah, that's the mobile subscriber identification number, so it's essentially going to be the phone number to the device.
Like the shit on your phone, irrespective. You can de-Google your phone a little bit and clean up some of it so that they're not as, it's not as invasive because the audit stuff, right? Audit stuff gives them ability to do this kind of shit on people's phones. They say, oh, we don't use, what is it? Pegasus. Bullshit, they don't. They've got so much tech, it's fucking outrageous. Especially them and CSE. And notice how they didn't answer really for CSE. But again, I would say 03, very secretive. When they're talking to, I did notice that there was one of the entries I read on John Robbins' thing. They're discussing notes. They were discussing the human source component. And he said, in his notes, he's writing to himself, he said, the RCMP don't disclose human sources. We don't even talk, we wouldn't even acknowledge whether we do human sources or don't. So the fact that we said no special involvement is a lot further than we've ever gone before. And then there's some discussion back and forth, I believe. I forget which lawyer. I think she's there, and I really like her. She's pressing for truth, not non-leaf. And and there's unidentified people there. I would say that's the Americans. There's a lot of American shit going on, and so the request then is, well, okay, can you put that in writing that, you don't have, there's nothing going on here funny. Well, we'll discuss that. We'll get back to you. You see? The oath of secrecy, what I put out on Twitter, what I put in the chat. never disclose anything, ever. That's transparency. That's RCMP's transparency. Sworn to God to never say a word to anybody, even other members, of what you know, let alone the public, on anything, unless it's authorized. Not by you, by people with white shirts. So these reports are very interesting. Like you can see sensor data. There's some sections in here that would be really good to have.
Steps taken.
Aggregated application usage. What types of information?
Active the data from the front.
All these different sections will be in there. And yet we've got nothing. You have like data that they gathered from the 17th. They don't even tell you about the heartbeat monitor that was both hooked up to the cloud and to the device, so that if there was, I don't know, an Emily issue with, what was it, 400 and some odd pages for the desired outcome, that's in there. 400 and some odd pages of emails back and forth with the former Saanich. Yeah, Saanich detective. Very interesting how that's all mixed in the goo, I think. They say, well, one of the problems might be the fact that it's got a bad charging port. Give me 1 second. Here. This is a kit. I'm not a very technologically inclined person. I'm not. I actually got this kit for something else. But tools like this here, and this little funny thing here, well, and about a $4 part. And guess what? The charging port is fixed. Or is it the desired outcome that you were looking for again? 400 some odd pages. Everybody's phones then going missing. Yeah, no, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here at all. So I'm sorry that I don't have the case that is. It's a fellow from, I just don't want to get hit with the copyright on it. I have to be very careful.
James Howe, H-O-W-E.
James Howe.
So where are you currently employed?
City of Columbus, Division of Police.
City of Columbus. James Howe. And how long has he been
What
in
do you
it?
do for the City of Columbus Division of Police?
I currently work in our digital forensics unit.
Digital forensics.
And this is always a loaded question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Can you explain to the jury what digital forensics, what is that?
In our unit, we handle all digital evidence.
I have to stop it, I think, or something like that. I'm using this by fair use. And I mean, hell, they can come along and make a claim. There's no monetization on my channel anyway. And even YouTube, you want to hear fucked up? I had to pull down all of my videos because of something before all of this happened. And so I did. And so, but my channel was never monetized, but I added somebody so that they could co-moderate on the channel. and a long time ago, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to do it. So the only way I could figure it out was that you kind of semi-monetized your channel. You didn't complete it. So that's what I did. And so it's kind of was sitting in this state of limbo, like you need to click OK. And I'm like, I don't do things for money, so fuck that. Anyway, all of my videos were gone. So I had no videos on my channel. I have the email from YouTube after I think it was the first day of streaming on Nova Scotia. No videos on my channel. There would have been then one video on Nova Scotia. One. So just pretend like then I'm a brand new YouTuber, right? They wrote me and told me that my channel was demonetized. Like I care. But they wrote me and told me, and do you know what the excuse was? The excuse was that because my channel was too focused on one topic. One video. I was like, yeah. Oh, they watching. Like, that's going to disturb somebody whose channel is monetized anyway. And then the email, if I want to find that email in my email box, it's not in any real box. I think it's in probably interstitial. I have to search for something else, and it's not in an actual box. It is there. I think I've shown it in the past. Anyway, freaky stuff, man. I wonder if I still have a screenshot of that. These people really are fucking hiding so much. It's unbelievable. Oh, maybe? Wow. Okay. I have a lot of things on YouTube. Which one is it going to be, though? This is all evidence that I've been accruing on how much they're screwing all of us and this channel. YouTube blocked. What's that one? What? Partially blocked. Blocked in Canada. A video that I make. You know, this is the shit. I'm like, yeah, okay. You don't want certain people to see anything at all. Is that it? No. Anyway. Somewhere I've got it in here. It's just absurd. It's so fucked up. The shit that they do. Celebrate. So you put in here Pegasus 2. All out of, it all originates out of Silicon Valley 2.0. The one that they never like to talk about, the sixth eye. People always think it's stuff coming from down south. Nope. Celebrate isn't from down south either. But they've been messing around in the tech for a long time. We're the sixth eye. You're goddamn right you are. People don't even know. Let's see what else we got here for a release yesterday. I don't have. Okay, so basically everything that's listed here without a number beside it are new documents. So, what's this one? Oh, good. Right. Just. Sad. Was a very nice computer. It was once upon a time. Until they destroyed it. They owe me a new computer, and I want my underwear back. And I want eye surgery, too. I'm fucking with my eyes. Not sure who this is. Somebody's notes. Or are they back on? 6 eyes. There you go. There you go. 6 eyes. What? So somebody's notebook who starts, somebody's note, singular. Not sure who. Attended HDiv Monday, June 30th, 2022. Attended to HDiv headquarters and met with interim CO John Ferguson and other employees. Canada Day, stat holiday. Oh, and then black. So whatever they wanted clearly was here. It's irrelevant. Who decides what is relevant versus not? Your employee or you? They all need to be turfed and clean toilets. Well, here we go. I can see the Markachu. Markachu, where is your notebook, Mr. Markachu? Murray. This is Dean Higgins. I definitely know the name. Wellness. Looks like wellness stuff. Okay, good. Sent to irrelevant. Irrelevant. Yes, of course. These are irrelevant. There's Chubbs. Okay, interesting. Dwayne Cooper, former Colchester. Oh, there's Pepper. Pepper is Darren's wife. She was destroying clothes. That was her propaganda technique. Great invention out of the IMT. The real Don Moser. He was on one day in the MCC. He's what, number 4, I think? Number 3 or 4. Julie Moss. Oh, I think she went Jenga. Julie's got quite a history. John Ferguson. Okay, colleagues, thank you for the participation in the Division Wellness Assessment conducted by Quintet Consulting in 2021. The former, you know why? Do you know why? Because people somewhere keep fucking them up. Jenga. The former CHRO, Chief Human Relations Officer, shared the key themes of the assessment by email. Oh, yes, very proud. Now, at the time, she also shared the intention to develop a concrete plan to address key findings. See the garbage language? When the commissioner of the HDiv in June 28th, 2021, when the commissioner was in HDiv, to express clear desire for more information. Okay, so now we know that Brenda came out on June 28th to express clear desire for more information about the assessment outcomes Oh, the meltdown that was going on. And it is and has been for a long time. In Brennan's day, it was going on. We are writing to provide an update on a plan developed in response to the report and action to date. The report was prepared by external, and I've reviewed the external consultants of Quintet and what they really do. Nothing about wellness. Nothing about, they don't have counselors over there. Those are ex-military and ex-RCMP. Conflict resolution and cleanup ops, Indo type shit. That's what they do. Just look up Governor General Quintet. Look up, what is it, Sargent or whatever. I'm sorry, I forget your name. Defense. And all of the shit that was going on with the admirals, or in the military meltdown. Wow. That's all Quintet. They clean up people with Zeta Astravas. Is she on this email? Probably they blanked her out. She would be on here. Very interesting. Okay. We continue to protect the confidentiality of your input. You actually identifying what are problems. What are the problems? And we don't want anybody to know about it. That the RCMP is in total and utter disarray. We cannot show that to people. We must look like we have shiny uniforms and badges and white shirts. Meanwhile, we're fucking eating each other up. Eating, what is it? Psychopath and a total asshole calling other police forces. Calling Bergerman, basically, all this stuff about the sexism and the misogyny and holy shit. And the Action 150, Vision 150 bullshit. And that's just the summary. That's just the semi-unredacted summary, which I've shown before. You will note several short-term actions, a constructive path forward, forging. As in probably, get out, Jenga. We'll be transferring people, pretending, and then you take a leave. You will note several short-term actions are well in progress to address issues, medium, long-term. We recognize that affecting change needs leadership. We are ensuring that the right divisional team is in place to kick your ass, to lead collaborative work required to achieve desired outcomes. I feel like playing leather day 2. Throwing away his privilege. As building new leadership. It's like Catholic Church. Just send him off to a different area. HDiv and the national headquarters team will work closely. You have to read between the lines. That's just, we will control you and you guys are seriously fucked and we're going to manage it, micromanage. Always. To continue making progress to address recommendations stemming from the review. Love to see the recommendations. Where are they? That'll be the transfer, rip apart, bring in new people, start, clamping people down, silencing them. We commit to keeping communication channels open and providing meaningful updates. Do you see how they even speak to each other? The difference is between them and us. And I include myself in that because it's not as though I understand the way that they communicate totally. I definitely don't. Is that it sounds like it means something good, but they know what the fuck they're talking about to each other. It's goop, but it's coded goop. Kick your ass, control you, blackmail you, you move, shut the fuck up. We commit to communication channels. Thank you for your collaboration and continued support. Oh, there's Brian and CHRO. Isn't Nadine? Nadine is out? Isn't she? I'm not sure. Is she Django too? Let's see what this one is. Why do I need an update? I don't need an update. Are you messing with my computer some more? Okay, I can open it in a different one. Fuck you, I can work around you too. Oh, maybe not. You got to back these things up too. I have to do another backup on yesterday's dump because they will go through and they will delete shit on your computer. How is it hard to code a website to let you sort documents by newness? Is that daily notes? I don't know whose notes that is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I could give you the number if that was the one page one that you were talking about. It's 63. Oh, my eyes. 63843. Oh. No, it's just her totally frozen. Yummy. Yummy goo. Are you speaking about the hello honkering snowflakes now? Okay, here we go. Maybe I can. Now it's going to work. We'll see. Oh no, I'm getting stalling update. Yeah. Okay, are you going to do something, or are you just sitting there? Tech shit. How hard is it to code? I don't do tech stuff, so I don't know. I stay away from it, but the MCC website is designed totally on purpose. Like the people who designed that are the most malicious people ever. Everything is inaccessible. Nothing is scanned. When you have a PDF is a searchable file. This is easy. You actually have to go a step further to make it not searchable. So every single document that they have released is not searchable. That's why, not every single one. The foundational documents, that's why you can keyword search something in a foundational document, but on none of the comms can you. They're using 3 to 4 different COM numbers, which is very interesting. It's just this kind of shit that they do. Layering, even some of the files are layered, so then you can actually run OCR. So like, say for instance, on this kind of stuff, right? That's okay. I don't mind. I think I had to pay $400 for being able to scan the document, each one. I have to sit there and manually do it, so I can obviously don't do it with every one. I just pick certain ones. And but they can build it so that it's layered, and then you literally cannot use optical character recognition. So then you have to go and flatten the file, which takes some work, and then you can run OCR on it because they don't want you to read it. Colchester radio logs, for instance, are the original evening Colchester radio logs are layered. So they don't want people to be able to even use OCR on it. You have to then go and study on how to do it and stuff like that. I mean, what are you doing over there? Okay, let's see if this will work now. I don't know whose notes this is. Nikki Lakes. This is 63839. Somebody else's, is this a one pager? Good. This is how you release notes, you know, one page at a time. Acting Commissioner. Is this Brennan? Maybe? Don't know. Spoke to Leah Scanlon. Irrelevant at 8 a.m., whatever that is. Sure, it's totally irrelevant. My police force is irrelevant. They are irrelevant, frankly. And people will treat them that way in the future because shame is going to make a hard comeback and nobody's going to want to fucking do nothing with any of these people. Any of them. They'll just be like, fuck you, man. Get away from me. But I was taking care of you. No, leave. Leave the room. Leave my store immediately. No, don't go and play with those kids. Spoke to Leah Scanlon about her consideration of possibly meeting with the commissioner personally. Something during her upcoming trip to HDiv. Leah will take the weekend to consider. Very interesting, the moves that, like, Leah, I don't know how Leah is staying above water on this one. I really don't. There's something very much going on underneath the surface because Leah should be buried. Not literally, but the RCMP will run that bus over her hard. There's no way she could even basically get through to Lucky. So there's something going on that she's still surviving, getting promoted. And the commissioner is going boom. And she's taking the weekend to consider whether she'll meet with the commissioner. Really now? Whoa. Okay. Don't know who this notes are. Let's see. Did you find out, Nikki? There was, what was it that you were, how many pages were in the gray notes? Oh, here we go. Another 2-pager. This is a 2-pager by the same person. This one is 63840. June 27th. Irrelevant. 9:45. Participation in something for the commissioner's tour.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. As a reminder, please put your cell phones to silent or on mute.
A couple of these names I recognize. So you've got Allison, this is Allison Whalen, I believe, and Nadine Janga Huggins. Terry Lynn McDonald. Not sure who Terry Lynn McDonald is. Okay, so this is Brenda coming to and briefing for commissioners tour held in Nova Scotia. Okay, so I mean, this is like the Queen's rep, of course, the Queen's private army coming to Nova Scotia. And then I wonder if Brennan is going to go with Lee over to London. Curious about that one. 2 are missing. Don't know if they loaded the 2 MCC yet. There were 3 pages, I believe. I thought. Where's the other notebook, by the way? The second concurrent notebook. Seemed to be missing. Let's see what this one is. Looks like the same handwriting, so we're just getting 1 page at a time. Because, you know, that's just very transparent and making things very easy for people. At least the writing on this is semi-legible. Darren's got a very interesting way of doing his printing so that people can't read it. Okay, so we've got to see, this is the kind of shit. Do you see what's going on here? Right here. I wish I could. Oh, yeah, I can use this tool. Right here. You see what they do? It's a piece of paper to block things out, the times. They don't want people to read them. Oh, it's just a piece of paper that happened to be on the photocopier, the 1 page at a time for a diary. Right. Right. And that irrelevant box just fits so conveniently, the DOJ irrelevant box. Okay. So what are we at? June 28th. Okay, so this is the next day. You know, can't give you the whole notebook because, well, you might actually read the pages in between, and we don't want you to see that. Something to HDiv, RCMP, more to attend memorial required for Constable High Stevenson. Okay, interesting. Okay, and that was picked very, I would say, the MCC scheduled around their guests for their goop that they're running, all around Heidi Stevenson's stuff. They always are good at scheduling shit, the RCMP. They know how to get people in a certain mood, and then they can drop more crap on them. To participate in town hall.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone.
Clamp it.
Dr. Cunliffe.
What was it, McDonald? You said
Commissioner.
adding trauma to trauma
So this afternoon,
by the work that you are doing,
we are
and I'm
fortunate
sure
to
this
be
afternoon
joined
was
in
no
addition
different.
to our morning panelists who've already joined us for this afternoon.
Oh,
By
here's
a number
Emma.
of additional
While I get the
participants who
screen
have
ready.
been nominated to represent
Virtue
various
signaling.
participants within our process.
One day.
As
She really
may
cares
be
about those
evident,
natives.
to those in the room and those who are watching online, we are quite a
Watching
large
you.
group this
Oh,
afternoon.
watching
and
you.
So I'll
Remembering
ask
you
for a
for
couple
all
of things in that
time.
regard. The first is that you please keep your answers brief
to ensure that others have an opportunity to participate. And the second is that you keep your introductions likewise brief so that others have a chance to introduce themselves. The additional thing that I'll request is inviting you to keep your answers brief is not an invitation to speak quickly. We do have a number of accessibility partners who are engaged in simultaneous translation of various kinds to ensure that our proceedings are as widely accessible as possible. And so I would ask you please to bear that in mind and to speak at a pace that allows them to ensure that everybody can participate in our process. All right, so I'm going to begin by inviting those who are joining us this afternoon to introduce themselves, and I'll begin with those who are with us today in person. We'll simply work around the table. I think, Christina, beginning with you, if I can.
Hello, my name is Christina Fifield. I'm with Avalon Sexual Assault Center, and I'm here today because in a coalition with Leaf and Wellness Within. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Go ahead, Jihyun. Jihyun, I will invite you to reintroduce yourself, as there may be some who did.
Last time, though, I was quite impressed because she turned on the RCMP. So who knows what she'll do today? Hopefully, tell the truth.
Police oversight and accountability in Ontario. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Wes Blair. I'm here on behalf of the RCMP as the Employee Management Relations Officer. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joanne Gibb. I am the Senior Director of Strategic Operations and Policy with the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. I'm responsible in part for investigations, research, data, and policy.
Hello, I'm Micheline Lehay. I'm the chairperson of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP.
Good afternoon. I'm Alfredo Bangaloy. I'm in charge of the professional responsibility sector for the RCMP based in Ottawa.
Hello, my name is Emma Arnold, and I work with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia as an article clerk, and I'm here on their behalf today.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Pine. I am the Director of Conduct and Employment Relations for the RCMP, based in Ottawa as well, and I'm here to contribute to the conversation around accountability. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Stewart, and I am nominated today on behalf of my coalition with BANS, the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, Be the Peace, and Women's Shelters Canada. And I am also the Executive Director at Third Place Transition House in Truro, serving Colchester and East Hants communities.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Cote. I'm with the Nova Scotia Serious Incident Response Team as a team commander, and I'm here to contribute to the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you all very much indeed. And I'll now turn to those of us, those who are joining us virtually today. And I'll begin, if I can, with those who are joining us for the first time this afternoon. Lindell Smith, if I can please begin with you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Lindell Smith, Halifax Regional Municipality Councillor for Halifax Peninsula North, District 8, and also Chair of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners.
Thank you. Megan McDermott.
Good afternoon. I am nominated by the Coalition of BC Civil Liberties Association and East Coast Prison Justice Society. I am also the Policy Director and a lawyer with BC Civil Liberties Association. We're engaged in law reform, litigation, and public legal education that promotes and enhances human rights in Canada, and our mandate covers police accountability. I also am a representative on the Provincial Policing Standards Advisory Committee, and I look forward to engaging in the conversation this afternoon.
Megan, thank you very much indeed, and welcome back, Julie.
She should be a good one.
Hi there, I'm Julie Thompson. I'm from Public Safety Canada, working in the area of policing policy, and have brought a subject matter expert along with me today as well. And I'm coming to you from Ottawa, the traditional territory of the Algonquin people.
Thank you, Julie. And I'll invite your colleague Melinda Sellers to introduce herself, although I appreciate that she may stay mostly off camera today. Perhaps we'll move on while Melinda joins us or rejoins us. Benjamin Gould, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Gould. I'm a professor at the Peter A. Allen School of Law at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, and I was the author of one of the expert reports on police discretion.
Thank you. Kanika Samuels-Wortley.
Hi there, my name is Kanika Samuels-Wortley, and I'm an assistant professor at Toronto Metropolitan University. My research centers the experiences and perceptions of the police in Canada.
Thank you. Kent Roach.
I'm a professor of law at the University of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Bethan.
Hi there, my name's Dr. Bethan Loftus. I'm a senior lecturer in criminology and criminal justice at Bangor University in the UK. I conduct and publish research on aspects of policing and security, and I contributed the expert report on one of the expert reports on police culture. Thank you.
Thank you. And Holly, last but not least.
That's exactly their point. That's exactly why they do it.
I'm an assistant professor at the University of Alberta in the Department of Sociology in the area of criminology and socio-legal studies. I contributed an expert report also around issues of police culture and organizational culture change.
I'm sure she was on earlier and she's got police
Holly, thank you so
connections.
much. And I'll just touch base again to see if Melinda would like to introduce herself.
Terribly sorry about that. My internet connection is apparently unstable. I am here to support Julie. I am a senior policy advisor working on policy development, police accountability as it pertains to RCMP transformation and governance.
Welcome, Melinda. Thank you for persisting in the face of tech difficulties, and welcome everybody. My particular thanks to those who have returned after this morning's session. It's a long day for those who are doing both morning and afternoon, but also my thanks to those who are joining us this afternoon as representatives of the participants for what we hope will be a very rich discussion. Hopefully those of you who are joining us this afternoon for the first time had an opportunity to observe some of this morning's proceedings and conversations, and we'll be picking up on a number of the themes that emerged in our discussion this morning, as well as expanding on those themes in our discussion this afternoon. One of the things that arose in this morning's conversation, in our conversations about governance and particularly oversight, was the distinctions that can be drawn and the ways in which there may be differences between the ways in which advisory boards operate and the ways in which boards of police commissioners, for example, can operate, the powers and governance responsibilities that each of those kinds of bodies have. One question that arose in particular related to the work of the Management Advisory Board, which was introduced pursuant to the RCMP Act fairly recently, and which has now been operating for some time. And Alfredo, I'm hoping you may be the right person to speak to this, but if not, please pass to one of your colleagues. I'm wondering if you can describe the remit of the Management Advisory Board and the kind of work it has been doing.
Yes, this isn't my main area of expertise, but as you know, the Management Advisory Board was set up to help provide some guidance and direction with to the RCMP with respect to various management issues. And we as management team, we definitely take to heart the advice and guidance of the Management Board, and we consult with them on any on various topics, whether it be a review of our conduct measures guide to various other topics.
Thank you. And so does it tend to be the case that the Management Advisory Board sets the agenda for your conversations, or that you're taking questions to them for the most part, or a mix perhaps?
I think, again, I'm not fully apprised of the functioning there, but I believe it is a two-way street. The Management Advisory Board is just one aspect as far as governance of the RCMP. As you know, we're the provincial police force in a number of provinces, and so certainly the provincial ministers and deputy ministers play a role in providing direction as far as the provincial policing service provided in those provinces where we are the provincial police force, as well as with respect to any municipal contracts we have. Then certainly the municipal local government would play a role as far as determining the priorities and so forth for the police in that context. So it's kind of a, as you know, the RCMP is very complex, and so there's a number of oversight and governance mechanisms at play generally for the RCMP overall, as well as at the provincial and municipal level.
Yeah, that's very helpful, and we certainly heard this morning about how complex it is as an ecosystem. I think my last question, Alfredo, and again, please feel free to say I can't answer it, or perhaps my colleague can. You alluded quite rightly to, for example, the Nova Scotia Police Act provides that the Minister of Justice has some input with respect to policing priorities under the PPSA, for example. And so you are now operating in quite a complex oversight landscape. And I guess my question is, what seems to you to be developing in terms of norms around the topics or the issues on which the Management Advisory Board engages versus those that are left to the remit of the provincial minister?
Again, just from my knowledge, the advisory board is more of a governs more of the things that impact the force generally overall versus the provincial provincial ministers and deputy ministers kind of deal with the local service delivery and the priorities for the province on the front line, as far as and even as far as what they will fund or not fund as far as resources. So it's quite a complex structure, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank you very much for helping us to navigate what is truly a labyrinthine structure, certainly from the outside, possibly also from the inside. Lindell, I wonder if I can turn to you, as I understand that as chair of Halifax Police Board of Commissioners, you're also the chair of the Halifax Regional Municipality Police Advisory Board for the RCMP. Do I have that right, first up?
No, but
No.
yeah, I am the chair of the Police Commission, Halifax Board of Police Commissioners. I am not the chair of advisory.
Okay, great. Do you have a role on the advisory board, or am I wrong on that as well?
I don't have a role, and if I do have a role, I've definitely been neglecting it. But as of now, no, I don't have a role.
Okay, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Thank you for clearing that up. I think we'll lay that one on me and definitely not on you. I wonder if you can speak a little bit to the approach to governance within the Halifax board and your understanding of the responsibilities of the board under the Nova Scotia Police Act and how you seek to exercise those responsibilities.
Yeah, and you could talk a lot about this, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. So one of the biggest aspects of the board, since I joined around mid-2019 and became chair in 2020, I believe, late 2020. Since I joined the board, governance was always a concern, and there's tons of reports and studies that were done through old members and other folks that did talk about the powers of the police commission. And when we did our last work plan session to determine what our priority would be in the coming years, the biggest item that came forward by members was governance, understanding our powers, understanding our legislative duties, but also understanding the difference between what is operational policies and what are board policies that we can quotation enforce. So we've really been struggling as a board for two reasons. One is being the board with the largest police force in Nova Scotia. We also don't really have the resources needed to do the extra work in terms of understanding the governance, getting experts, writing reports and whatnot. We rely on our police forces, our CMP and HRP, to provide us with that information, which if we're the governance board and we're relying on them to provide us information, it kind of creates a very strange relationship when we're trying to understand what our governance role is, but we're also relying on our police forces to provide that information. I think there is some tug and pull there. So yeah, I think we as a board have the general understanding of what our role is, but it's really when you get down to doing the work and creating new policies and trying to make that change where we start to really get lost in the nuances.
Thank you so much, Lindell, for sharing the approach that you've been trying to cultivate, but also some of the challenges that you've encountered. You mentioned early in your response the distinction that you see between operational questions and policy questions that are within the purview of the board, and that was a topic we discussed a little bit this morning. I wonder if you can share your sense of where those boundaries lie.
Yeah, happy to. So for example, when we were doing we were going through the process of street checks, and we had the Wortley report from Dr. Scott Wortley. A lot of the recommendations initially we were getting some pushback on because one, we didn't have the analysis done, but when you're talking about telling police forces or members not to do certain actions, that really you pose a question, especially to the chief at the time, where this feels like it's an operational matter where you're telling us how to direct officers in their day-to-day. But what we learned as we went through the process is it actually really comes down to what's legal and what's policy, and that took a lot of work and that took a lot of support. And that's just one example that was pretty public, but it even comes down to budgeting. What are we allowed to ask when it comes to budgeting? For example, with the RCMP, because we contracted with the province, we are an advisory board, but the budget sits with the province. So if we have questions around, well, how much money are you putting in your vehicles for gas? That information I can't ask because that sits with the province, and it might be like an operational aspect, but there also is an aspect of if we are approving budgets as the board, there should be a place.
Not
where we can ask
appropriate,
those
sir.
Questions and get the answers without.
Not
having to go,
appropriate.
through the different bureaucracy levels.
Thank you. And I wonder if I can pick up on your last point about the things you can and can't sort of ask of the RCMP and in the capacity that you work with them. What are the spaces of your sort of legitimate remit in the conversations that you have in that capacity with the RCMP? So you gave an example of something you may not be able to ask, but I'm interested in the things you are able to engage with.
Right. And I'll say right off the bat, since I became chair, I've been through a few chief superintendents, and all who I worked with I've had pretty great amicable relationships with. So if I ask for information, most cases, if it can be provided, it's provided. The problem is so if I ask for what are some of the priorities within the district, if I ask what are you doing for community policing, if I ask what are you doing related to gun violence, we get the basic high level answers. But if we start to get down to some of the more detailed questions, well, what are you doing in deployment areas that are dealing with high level crime, like in say in Black communities like North Preston when there was an increase in crime, we can't have that discussion around, okay, we're deploying X amount of officers, which I think is important that there is a balance, but we should be able to have that discussion as police commissioners, even if it's in an in-camera session, to understand, what is being done.
What the fuck is this guy doing trying to program people with his stuff?
Thank you for explaining those
Your
distinctions,
agendas.
Lindell. Alfredo,
Wrong.
I wonder if you or your
It's like
colleagues
the pin.
feel
Emma,
able
where's your
to
pin?
respond on the question of the role played by police advisory boards here in Nova Scotia, and I mean to Lindell's point, what you see as being the legitimate scope of conversations that the RCMP
certainly not Africaville.
representatives in HRM may be having with their police advisory board. Wes, thank you.
While it's well outside of my normal platform, I am posted here in Nova Scotia. And it is true that the RCMP is a service that's being contracted, and we're not at the table for the contract being assigned to say. So within the province of Nova Scotia, similar across the country, the federal government and the provincial government have entered into a provincial policing agreement. And then in municipalities, that agreement gets furthered between the province of Nova Scotia and the municipality.
What does this
And
guy
in many
do?
cases in Nova Scotia, the RCMP is the service provider that's contracted out, that we're not determining the specifics of the contract, if I could say. We're the tool that's used. And
You're a tool. You don't even know what you do.
And then within some situations, we're speaking about Halifax as an example where there is a significant level
Maybe
of
he's related
integration.
to
The memorandums of understanding that might provide increased information to the police board, Mr. Smith as an example. Those things are still developing. They haven't been in place in the past, and I think that would be a real benefit both to us as an organization, but also as the municipal partner to know exactly where those boundaries are and what's in and what's out and why it's that way. So while I don't have a solution, that's certainly something that we've identified as a gap, and we're trying to work on with our partners.
You and your
define,
fucking gaps, man.
More clear MOUs, which would help the public also understand.
You measure it in light years.
What it is that policing is being asked to do when we are the provider, as an example.
That's helpful, Wes. Thank you. And so I just want to make sure that I understood a couple of parts of your answer correctly. With respect to the end of your answer, and it's helpful to hear that you're working with partners, as you say, on clarity around terms. And you mentioned MOUs. Are you considering MOUs with police advisory boards, or is that a tool that's being used in other contexts?
I'm not personally familiar with what role the advisory board would play in that. As Mr. Bangaloid mentioned,
they deleted their Twitter account. Frank deleted their own Twitter account.
Often speaking with management about internal matters and processes, whereas I think Mr. Smith's question was more about actual service delivery in a location.
Okay, that's really helpful.
I'm having
Thank
a
you.
feeling
So I
that
just
was
wanted to make sure I
self-deletion.
understood. And then nope, it's gone. There was another thing I wanted to follow up on, and I've lost it. So we'll press on. Thanks, Wesley.
The pin. You need the pin.
Turn Julie and Melinda to the role of the Department of Public Safety in some of the questions, and I know exactly what it was that I was wanting to follow up with Wesley about, but in fact, I'll pick it up here. Wesley alluded to the fact that the contract negotiations that take place between the federal government and the provincial government, and the RCMP doesn't have a seat at the table. So my question for the Federal Department of Public Safety is really how are questions of governance worked through the PPSA and NPSA processes?
Maybe there's some cleaning
Thanks
up.
very much for the question. I'll do my best to give this.
You guys remember? Sorry, you guys remember when Frank magazine? I found that interesting. Frank magazine took all the articles to do with Gabriel Wortman down, all the Nova Scotia articles down. They weren't accessible. Do you remember that? The rest of the website was, and then they put them back up. There was some cleaning going on.
Committee that exists, that is the table where provinces, territories, public safety, the RCMP come together to have conversations about the administration of those contracts, including issues of governance. So issues of governance are continually raised by provinces and territories, and there's a collaborative effort to discuss exactly what governance means in that context, and the CMC or the contract management committee is in place to have that conversation.
Thank you for that response, Julie. I just want to share with those who are in the room that we've just had a request, please, to be as close to your microphone as you sort of comfortably can, just to make sure that our text can pick up the sound. And if you want to pull it slightly closer to you, as you can tell, that's what I do.
Maybe people watching on the
just to pick up on the response you just gave,
YouTube
and just
channel
ensure that our evidence is clear for the purposes of the Commission's record. You alluded to the RCMP being part of the contract management table. Did I hear that correctly?
I'm going to have to actually check on that to verify that they are a bona fide member of the committee or they are invited to participate in observatory capacity. So I apologize. Thank you very much for the question. I will have to verify that for the record, but I will do that.
I would really appreciate that. Thank you, Julie. I'm sorry to put you on the spot about that. But that's really helpful. And so you alluded to the fact that questions of governance tend to often arise at that table. What are you able to share with us, and it may be protected by confidentiality, but are you able to share with us the nature of those discussions and the questions that tend to arise?
I would say generally the conversations that tend to arise at that table are many of the conversations that we've been hearing here, access to data, information, interest in having conversations with the RCMP about the provisions of the contract and how things are carried out. Other than that, I don't know what else I would say specifically about that particular issue, but it is a point of conversation at that table.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much. All right. Commissioners, I'm just going to pause and ask actually if you have anything else on the question of advisory boards and their role or police boards before I turn to the next topic. Okay, great. Thank you. Alrighty. So the next topic that was touched on a number of times this morning, but which I think we're hoping to have a more detailed conversation about this afternoon, is the question of internal discipline that police forces engage in with respect to potential misconduct of members or officers, depending on the service that we're talking about. And so Micheline shared with us this morning that the CRCC doesn't have direct jurisdiction with respect to member misconduct, but can potentially make recommendations that something be looked at. We also had a fairly lengthy discussion this morning about the challenges, including the legitimacy challenges that can sometimes arise if there's a perception, and the ways in which this can make it hard for citizens, civilians to.
So you remember, Nosy, when they all went poof? There was some cleanup going on.
And as I'm sure many at this table are aware, the environmental scan prepared by the Commission touches on, for example, the conclusions of the Bastrash report, the report by Auditor General Sheila Fraser, and the CRCC findings that internal disciplinary processes have not only historically been inadequate with respect to sexual harassment and sexual violence, but in fact, in some of those reports, it was found that they acted as a basis for retaliation for making complaints and as further punishment of those who had been victimised. And so I'm interested to hear first from the RCMP reps at the table how the RCMP is responding to those findings and what the current state of the nation is in that regard.
I'd be happy to answer this one. In response to many of those reports that you mentioned, and most recently the Honorable Justice Bacharach's report, the final report on the settlement agreement for Merlo-Davidson, the RCMP undertook to contract an external contractor to do a review of our conduct measures guide, which another way for saying that is the sanctions applied to misconduct in the force. And we did that because we wanted to have a modern, effective conduct process that was fair. And there's many benefits to us as an organization. Primarily, we heard from many victims of historical harassment and sexual misconduct that there was a lack of transparency. And that the other concern that they raised was that they felt that the measures that were imposed were not consistent. So this external contractor has completed his phase 1 of the report, where he looked at, since coming into force, where we modernized our conduct regime in 2014, looked at the first phase and looked at all of the established harassment complaints in the organization, as well as the established sexual misconduct complaints. And this final report was released publicly, and you can find it on the RCMP website. Out of that report stemmed about 17 recommendations. There were wide consultations done throughout this process, including with the Management Advisory Board, who actually did ask us to go back and clarify some of those recommendations. And further to this, there's going to be a second phase of this report, which will look at all of the misconduct, so all the other sections of the Code of Conduct, again, to help us move forward and to improve our discipline regime.
Thank you so much, Corey, for that answer. And I wonder,
Now,
I'm sorry to
all
take a
code
step
of
back,
conduct,
but this is on me. I should have begun with this question.
self-dispatching,
Could you
drunkie.
please explain the misconduct process?
We need a little time with that because it's quite a unique process. But
Nobody
like
gets
I said,
on
our
them,
conduct
that's why.
process, there was a legislative reform initiative in 2014. And in the Act, member conduct is set out. So the rules basically of what you can and cannot do and their responsibilities in terms of what action is acceptable or not is set out in the Act. And if there is an allegation of a code of conduct that comes forward, it's brought to the attention of a conduct authority. And that conduct authority is normally the commander of the member or someone within the chain of command of that member. And if they determine that there is an appearance of a contravention of a code of conduct, they may, if they don't have all the information available to them, mandate a code of conduct investigation. And those investigations are done by our professional responsibility officers in the divisions. It's a decentralized process at that point. At the end of the investigation, the conduct authority has all the available information, and if they have a prima facie finding, they will have a conduct meeting with the member, and if they find after that meeting, with all the total.
What about the three amigos? What about O'Brien? Self-dispatching. Instant code of conduct.
That's where we have those measures that are imposed by the conduct authority.
Thank you. And so a couple of follow-up questions on that, Corey. The first is, I appreciate that an investigation is initiated at that in that internal way. Is there any role for the public to play with respect to drawing concerns to the attention of the RCMP, and if so, how does that happen?
In the Act, there's one circumstance where the public does have more of a role, and that is through the public complaint process, where they have an opportunity to provide a statement, much like a victim impact statement. And in the end of the process, they are advised of the outcome of the code of conduct.
Thank you. And then my second question with respect to the process itself, is what aspects of the process, if any, are public?
So the individual code of conduct cases are deemed to be private under the Privacy Act. However, for our serious misconduct, where we are generally, in most cases, seeking the dismissal of the member, those are made public and they are on the public website.
Some of them.
Thank you. And one more question, I'm sorry, then I'll let you have a break. You alluded to the fact that you have taken the first generation report that you've received, or the first phase report that you've received, into a consultation process, and you mentioned that that's included the Management Advisory Board. Could you please tell us who else you've consulted with through that process?
Yes, we've consulted with a wide range of stakeholders, so obviously labor's at the table. We've had some affected employees around the table as well, those who have been negatively impacted by the misconduct. We have senior management within the RCMP. We've also consulted with certain central agencies externally as well.
So central agencies, meaning other government agents?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. This might be a good moment actually to pause, since we're getting sort of processes on the table. And Luke, I'd like to turn to you if you don't mind. We also talked about CERT and SIU processes this morning, and in general terms about how they operate. I wonder if you could please walk us through the CERT process in Nova Scotia, so how you receive referrals and what you do with them.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, the CERT director will normally receive all the referrals coming to him, and he will decide whether or not it meets the CERT mandate under the Police Act, under legislation. So we don't investigate all matters of criminal nature. They are when somebody has died, suffered serious injuries, all sexual assaults, and all domestic violence issues surrounding police officers. There's a fifth caveat basically on the that deals with matters of public interest. Unfortunately, public interest is very vague, and a lot of times left at the discretion of the director. And so upon receiving the referral from the police agency, the director will assign an investigator, and if I can use the term typical investigation will unfold by one or several of our investigators. And at the conclusion of that, we will write a report to the director. And sometimes we will make recommendation to the director whether we believe charges should be laid or not. In some cases, it's fairly obvious what the decision is. In other cases, we leave it up to the director. And upon his review, he will make a decision whether or not to lay a charge. And then that basically concludes the investigative part. Another portion of the investigation entails the preparation of our file is then submitted to the police agency to their code of conduct. So either to the professional responsibilities unit or professional standards, if it's Halifax Regional Police, and for them to review the file, and they can make determination on conduct based on our investigation.
Thank you so much. And just to make sure, I believe it's clear on our record, but just to make sure everybody's aware, as I understand it, referrals to the director, they come from the police force, but also potentially from public complaints?
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing, the majority of our referrals come from the police agency. And for that is just by nature alone is you have an incident that happens and the affected party is in hospital. They're unable to contact CERT at the time. And we do get the majority of our referrals through the police agency. That said, we do get a number of referrals as well that usually are dated, within a couple of weeks from affected parties believe that they suffered injuries as a result of police interaction. Of late, one thing that we have noticed is there has been an increase in referrals from fellow officers from police agency. And that's something that we haven't seen in the previous years as much. But now there seems to be an uptake of other officers involved in an incident, usually as a witness officer, who immediately reports the incident to their commander that precipitates a call to our office. And it's quite substantial, the remarkable difference that we've seen in that probably in the last 3 or 4 months.
Thank you for sharing that experience. As team commander, what's your role and what are your responsibilities?
Yeah, so my role is I'm one of 2 civilian investigators, and the other 2 investigators within our office are assigned from police agencies, one from the RCMP and one from Halifax Regional Police. So my role is basically as an investigator, and we classify them as team commanders because you look after different resources. But upon receiving the call from your director, we look after ensuring that crime scene is controlled. There's segregation of officers for note taking. We arrange for interviews, we conduct interviews, and if we need additional resources, more specialized services such as identification services, we will look after getting those, and we are basically in charge of the file until the conclusion of our report that goes to the director.
Thank you. And so you're a civilian investigator, but am I right that you're also a former RCMP member?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
I was an RCMP officer for over 26 years, and I became a CERT investigator in January of 2021.
Oh, so not even applicable.
What are the rules or principles internal to CERT
January
about
2021.
either one of those seconded officers investigating something coming out of their own force while they're still serving, or for that matter, if any, to do with, for example, you investigating RCMP?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood your question. So
can you work on a case that involves a complaint being made against an RCMP member?
Yeah, sure. So there has been one incident where the subject officer was an officer to which I supervised. And so upon knowing that, I assigned the file to one of our other investigators to conduct the investigation. To date, I mean, I'm not sure the number of investigations I've been involved in, and I'm not aware of too many that I knew the subject officer or witness officers, and it has no impact on my ability to conduct the investigation.
Oh, the shit.
I think
Totally
one
independent.
reason why
Very independent.
I entered into this new career is the fact that there's nothing worse for police officers to see bad police officers taint the career of others. And so for me, that's the important part of why I undertook this, is to ensure that the police officers conduct themselves and there's an accountability to when they don't follow the rules that everybody else is to follow.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Luke. And for what it's worth, in case you weren't able to watch our proceedings this morning, that resonates very strongly with some of the evidence we heard from some of the academics this morning. And simply for the sake of having an accurate picture of how CERT organises its work, are there rules about, for those police investigators who are seconded, say, from HRP? Could that person investigate an HRP matter, or do you have clear lines around that?
Yeah, so the Police Act or the CERT regulations outline the fact that the seconded police officers should not be investigating police officers within their own agency.
Should not,
and, and that happens quite frequently. We had a fairly significant event in Halifax a few weeks ago, and the on-call person was the Halifax Regional Police seconded member. And upon receiving that call, he immediately dispatched one of us to take the file over, and that's what happened.
That's really helpful. Thank you. I'm about to move on to a new topic, and so I'm just going to pause and see if anybody would like to weigh in on this topic before I move on. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, and so we will indeed press on from here. The next question that I want to raise is one of more general interest, and so it is one for which I'll actually go around this rather large table.
And so again, just to remind you, there's a lot of us at the table, and so
Oh,
I invite
no,
you, if you can, to keep your response brief.
You didn't. Oh yes.
Which is
No
going to be a
answers.
particularly difficult request because the question I'm going to ask is potentially a big one. And it's for each of you to tell us, specifically to tell the commissioners. In the event that our current system of policing remains much as it is today, what would be your top strategy for reforming the present system of governance or of accountability for police in Nova Scotia, including, of course, the RCMP in Nova Scotia? And so I might begin with those who are online with this question, if I can.
Nervous face again.
And I am being a little bit random here, but Benjamin, you're making the mistake of making eye contact with me, which every student knows not to do. Why don't we begin with you?
Leaf.
So thank you very much. I mean, maybe what I'll do is I'll echo a point that I made in my report, that I do think one of the things that was quite striking to me when I was preparing my report was that there are real gaps in our understanding of what the police do. And I think to some extent, there's a real need for police organisations to be more willing to engage with academics, civil society and others in terms of helping us to develop a good picture of what's actually going on. So I was very struck reviewing the research literature in Canada, and compared to other jurisdictions I've worked in, there are real gaps. And having spoken to me and my colleagues across Canada, a resounding sort of thing that came back was a significant reluctance on the part of police agencies at all levels to engage. And so I would suggest that that's one thing that really is an important step in terms of our ability to actually understand what's going on.
Thank you very much indeed. Micheline, I'll ask you next.
Thanks for the question, Emma. I think what's one of the critical things we found with the public complaint process is, even though it's called the public complaint process, a lot of members of the public don't know anything about it. And so I believe that what needs to happen is there needs to be greater public education, outreach to stakeholders, especially to individuals that are within communities that are at risk, whether that be Indigenous or racialized individuals, so that people that aren't using the public complaint process are aware of it and it becomes more accessible to them.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights, Micheline. Bethan, I'm going to turn to you next on this one.
Thank you, and I'm afraid I'm going to repeat what was just said. My thoughts were exactly that we need to improve access to the complaint system, particularly for those hard to reach groups of people who, as we discussed this morning, feel perhaps quite intimidated, frightened, and lacking confidence in the system that's already out there. For me, that would be the cornerstone of any governance accountability structure going forward.
Thank you. Alfredo.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. Certainly education with respect to public complaints. We're doing a number of things within the RCMP as far as to try to get down to the root cause of some of our issues. For example, we're looking at collecting race-based data in order to better inform ourselves as to how to address certain issues. We, as Superintendent Pine mentioned, we've undertaken a
he doesn't even
change
listen
initiative
to him.
with respect to our conduct measures.
He's shitting his pants.
We're looking
He
at
has
implementing
no
the
idea what he
recommendations from that
does.
report. We've hired the same experts to do a phase 2 of our discipline process and discipline offenses, and we'll be informed by those recommendations as well moving forward. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Alfredo.
It's everybody else's
Christina,
job.
I'm going to go over to you.
He does nothing.
Yeah, I think what's really important here is addressing the code of silence, but also the protectivism that takes place in police culture. But also that when individuals that have witnessed or experienced violence, sexual violence, discrimination, who our officers report and then witness the retaliation. And like was just said, there's this culture of protecting the person that perpetrates the violence and then tries to silence. And we see this not in just policing, we see this in many institutions when violence is reported, and regardless of if there's an internal or external system, the reality is that a lot of people don't come forward because they see what happens when other individuals, and to really change what is taking place,
Give
we
her a
can't
name.
assume that people are coming forward or it's even safe to do so because they know that they're going to be retaliated against. And we see this with officers all across this country when they do come forward, especially around when it's women, marginalized, racialized women, that they become a liability for the institution within policing. And then through settlements, non-disclosure agreements, or even unions telling them that it will be career suicide if they come forward, that's where we need to start addressing, because even the information that we have right now about what is actually happening is not reflective, because there's so much other things that never get reported, because people see what is happening, how other situations are being handled, and we should not be having different processes, disciplinary measures versus when it's happening internally or externally. Violence should have the same consequences, whether it's coming from the internal system of the RCMP and institution, or if it's happening in public, and we need to start addressing that.
Give her a name. Susie
you very
Bootman
much indeed,
ends up
Christine.
murdered
Lindell, if I can
when she
thank you.
reported. Give it a name.
So I would say echo the comments around transparency and access. I'm one of the things that I mentioned to our chiefs in the past is there are places in, I won't name exactly where they are, but there's places where you can actually see the types of complaints that have come against officers. So what that does is allows a person to say, well, I feel that this person is treating me rudely, and it feels like it may be something that is part of their culture, and you can actually go publicly and look online and see the complaints that have been lodged against that officer, which sometimes gives people the feeling of,
what happened here? Oh, maybe I was doing something wrong with people. They didn't like that. Come on, man. It's not on my end.
Person is treating me rudely, and it feels like it may be something that is part of their culture, and you can actually go publicly and look online and see the complaints that have been lodged against that officer, which sometimes gives people the feeling of, okay, I'm not the only person who feels that this officer is doing reoccurring.
Put in the transcript.
What's going on? What the fuck?
Dale, either way, I'm just going to put you on pause while we figure out what's happening, if you don't mind, and I'll stay in the room until I get a thumbs up from tech that we're back online. Emma, please go ahead.
Yeah, it skipped there
Thank you.
too.
A large concern
Not just
that
cut out.
we find working with the vulnerable populations that are frequently considering at least filing complaints is how scary and intimidating the system is. And I think a good solution to that would be to have someone being able to walk them through the system, and preferably an external resource to walk them through the system. Elizabeth Fry tries our best, but again, the rules, even like evidence rules or timelines or everything like that, they're confusing, and a lot of the times they're not published. So being able to have a support person that can facilitate the process to make it easier for the person submitting the complaint to speak with the police in general, and make it more accessible for them by them not having to basically press pause on their life to try and navigate the complaint system that can take years. We're working with people who have had complaints in with the RCMP and HRP for going on years now because of technical logistical concerns that luckily they were able to find legal representation, but if not, it would have been on their shoulders. And they're up against multiple lawyers representing the HRP and the RCMP. So being able to have someone that can facilitate that process for them, give them instructions, and act as kind of a liaison between the procedural aspects and the complaint itself, so that they don't need to further themselves and take away their capacity to focus on the complaint instead of worrying about the procedural aspects.
Thank you for sharing that perspective, Emma. Corey, what would be your top strategy for reforming either governance or accountability or addressing police culture?
I think that we need to increase trust
with our community partners. And to do that, I think we do need to work on initiatives and programs that allow us to be, where legally possible, more transparent. The other thing that I think we should be doing and are trying to strive to do is increase independence. So one of the things that our organization has done since the Bachelorette report actually is we stood up the Independent Center for Harassment Resolution. So it's an independent unit with no uniform officers, who actually are now the central intake for harassment for the organization. And they look after all violence and harassment complaints within the organization. And finally, there was a really important discussion this morning about culture and diversity. And I think that we need to be more diverse so that we can tackle some of our systemic issues that we have, such as systemic racism, and we could really benefit from that.
Thank you, Corey. And just for the purposes of the record, it looks like our virtual participants have rejoined us. I'm glad to see that. The problem was at our end, Lindell. I apologize for the interruption. Corey, I'm just going to ask one follow-up, which is the Independent Center for Harassment Resolution. How does that relate to or integrate with the system of police misconduct processes that you described to us earlier?
So the Independent Center for Harassment Resolution, or we call it the ICHR, they are, as I said, the central intake, but their main mandate is really the Canada Labour Code, violence and prevention regulations. So they take notices of occurrences from all of our employees, and it is assessed by an alternate conduct authority right now to determine if it meets the threshold or if there's an appearance of a contravention of a code of conduct.
ESDC.
And if it does, a conduct investigation is mandated. Because there are serious considerations that need to be done on the conduct side. For example, we may have situations where we need to remove someone from the workplace because they're making it unsafe for others. So that's why we have to have that discipline process available to this process. And then from that point forward, the discipline process that I described earlier would continue into a point where the conduct is either established or not.
Thank you very much indeed for explaining that. And so I'll return now to our question, which I appreciate may have gotten lost. So I'll share it again just in case anybody's lost track. So the question that we're currently addressing is, what is your top strategy for reforming the present system of policing oversight, including governance or accountability, or the culture of policing in Nova Scotia and in Canada? And Emily, if I can turn to you, please.
Thank you. In social work, that's kind of what we call the magic wand question. If you had a magic wand, what would you do to change everything? And I appreciate that I'm supposed to give a very straightforward answer here and say this is what I do. But upon particular reading the environmental scan and reviewing 422 pages of recommendations that have been put forth, it's hard not to think of all that background. And we've had the discussion around these tables about the lack of political will. So I suppose I would suggest that there's a lack of political will and there's a lack of social will. So I think that inroads and trust and education need to be a priority. However, we do need to look from a top-down approach and examine democratic processes and how they interact with the current state of policing in Canada.
Thank you so much, Emily. And for the benefit of the virtual participants, I'm just going to finish asking those who are in the room, because otherwise I'm going to just get hopelessly muddled with the order of questions with this many participants. So I apologize
you
for that.
intentionally did that, you dingbats.
Yeah, I think an important part of the reform is the access.
Throw everybody and their dog in there, that nobody can answer.
Our oversight agency reaches out to all the communities that we, or the police service, and that we have those representations in the communities. I think it's critically important as well that victims services are provided to those affected by the actions of police in which we're investigating. And for us, obviously, we're a very small office, and it is an important part that we don't have available for our service, which is access service for the victims, those affected by police action.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke. Jihoon, if I could please turn to you.
Thank you. I think one of the most important issues to address here is the governance of oversight mechanisms. So we've talked about different oversight processes or agencies in this on this table today, and here I'm going to talk about the disciplinary process. And it's important for us to think of it as or recognize that it is an administrative labor relations issue, not a criminal proceeding. And sometimes we tend to forget that. And, you know, in an attempt to uphold the due process rights of the police officers, I think we tend to treat these mechanisms or processes as if it's a criminal justice proceeding. And of course, we need to balance the due process rights of the police officers as employees with the overarching principle or the delivery of community policing model. And it's also important for us to think about policing, like why is it different or why is it being treated differently from other law enforcement activities or agencies or authorities and other governmental authorities. And for that, I think we will always return to the fact that our whole, you know, notion of policing or police organizations are really based on the model of paramilitary policing model, us versus them, the other, you know, the enemy that we need to control. And when we think of reforming the oversight mechanism, I think we need to also return to the old criminological literature on deterrence. So the literature says for us to deter, you know, unfavorable behaviors, there needs to be certainty and swiftness and severity or certain severity. Or there's discussion of like, you know, what amount of severity of punishment is appropriate. But the literature finds that certainty is the most important factor here. So if we consistently tell, or if the public and the media is criticizing police officers for not behaving or conducting themselves with the principle of community policing, but our system of oversight, including the disciplinary process, is not consistently or certainly upholding the principle, then I think it gives a confusing message for the officers. So for that, I think different oversight mechanisms such as CERT and CRCC also need to be in conversation. In Ontario, where my research is located.
These are our employees.
The OIPRDN is that you do not talk in that.
You don't hire other people to do overseeing. We oversee them.
Thank you so much.
Fired a lot of them.
Wesley.
Well, I guess I'd mention 2 points from a public perspective. It's unfortunate that it looks different if they're dealing with one police agency over another. Certainly uniformity of policy, training, process would help the public, whether it's
no,
the CRCC.
Don't get to have your friends do it. Fuck you.
Program that, of course, we fall within in the RCMP. So whether it was a consistent way to initiate police complaints or policy training, et cetera, which would help the police board have a better understanding and consistent understanding of what police do while still allowing some regional differences for community policing needs. And then internally, a conduct authority is an administrative decision maker, but legally empowered. And we have those decisions are subject to appeals. We have an external review committee who would review those appeals, make recommendations. All those decisions are also appealable to a federal court. So there is that judicial oversight that is available.
Look how many members you guys have ran.
So that speaks a little bit more towards both the internal governance and oversight, but also something that I think would help consistency, would help both service delivery, but also public's ability to understand with how they could initiate a complaint, whether they're in this community or that community or on the highway.
Thank you very much. Joanne.
My recommendation would be that policing today is very highly integrated, but civilian review isn't. Although there's a lot of efforts to cooperate and exchange information and good practices. The Commission, for example, has the authority under the RCMP Act to undertake joint investigations of a public complaint, but we've never done it. We received that authority in 2014, and that's because none of our provincial counterparts have that authority. They can't work with us. We can work with them, but they can't work with us. Bill C-20 includes that provision as well. I would like to see that our provincial counterparts have that authority, and I would extend it one further and say it would be nice if the provincial counterparts could also do systemic reviews and that they'd be capable of doing joint reviews with the commission. Because, you know, if there's an incident in Halifax that involves the RCMP and Halifax Regional, we could investigate only the RCMP and the door would shut there. So on the national security side, federally, following the Aurora Commission, you know, there's the idea of following the thread, and they created an oversight body that can follow the thread, but in policing, we can't. So I think a practical, maybe even doable solution would be to have our provincial counterparts have the same authorities that we do, so we could collaborate more and get a holistic view of an incident or systemic problem.
Thank you, Joanne. Lindell, I'm going to go back to you, and I'm not quite sure exactly when we lost you, so I'm going to invite you to start again from the top, if you don't mind doing so.
No, I don't mind. I'll be very quick. So the first comment I had was transparency, better ways for folks to not only follow complaints, but maybe look at complaints that have happened in the past, so they can be aware of if they are making a complaint against an officer and they feel that it's a cultural thing that maybe this officer has done a lot, they can, you know, go on a database where it shows X complaint has been lodged against an officer. This just, you know, allows for better transparency. Ways that intake can happen when it comes to complaints. So, for example, you know, folks have to get forms from police stations, or they have to send emails, or they can make phone calls, and that can be intimidating for some folks, especially those from different demographics. So, you know, having community partners, maybe people that they trust who are trained and who work with forces or organizations or bodies that can take those intakes and pass it on, could be very helpful for getting more people to feel comfortable about the complaints. And the last one is better resources for boards to undertake investigations when it gets to that point. So for us as a commission, we've done some front-facing investigations and reviews, and some private because of complaints against internal officers, and that takes a lot of time for, you know, the chair, myself, but even our staff and other folks who are really doing this as a support for the board, but it's not their daily job. So, you know, creates a lot of time lapse because we're trying to manage, you know, complaints and issues involved with that with very little resources. So I think those aspects would be helpful.
Thank you so much for sharing those ideas, Lindell. Kent, if I can please turn to you.
I would urge the commissioners to be bold. On the issue of culture, I think the RCMP should consider shutting down Depot, which is a paramilitary kind of boot camp by all reports, and think about training and allowing officers to remain in communities if they are to continue to contract police. I think you need to look at something like Yukon Police Council, which has deputy ministers from the territorial government sitting with the commander in the province. I think something like that should be looked at. And I also think we might learn something from England with police and crime commissioners, who I know have the ability, I'm not sure how often yet.
What's going on? Oh my God, what are they doing? If they're allowed to continue to contract,
fire. And so if we're moving towards broader community safety, we should have a more holistic approach and not double down on the fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kent. Megan,
the sharks are out. Wow.
Sure. I'm thinking what I propose, this is a huge question, and so I'm trying to put a lot in here, but I want to shift to a more proactive governance model rather than assume that we can't do anything. I would really like to urge the commissioners to in turn urge the government and the people who are our democratic officials to use their policy-making powers and to prioritize how we want policing to work across our nation, and to set that out more clearly, both for the police so that they understand how they should be using their discretion, and for the public so that we know what to expect when we have interactions with police. It's ridiculous for a country as educated and wealthy as ours to be so illiterate about police powers and where they start and end. And especially for people, even elected mayors of really big cities, getting into spats about where their jurisdiction starts and stops. To this end, I would also, I must talk about privacy. We hear about privacy here and there around this, both in terms of protecting police and their disciplinary records, but also about the inability to get at some policies and practices sometimes, that the Privacy Act can be invoked, or that documents will be withheld. So I would also urge that we have a careful consideration about how privacy intersects with policing generally, and to consider how other professions are treated. For instance, I want to give a shout out to a grassroots organization who is trying to get disciplinary records that are already, in theory, in the public realm, online and in a database.
Yes.
And, there's a lot of concern that they're going to be targets of litigation.
Yes.
But I want to urge the commissioners to understand this is what the public is looking for, and this is what will enhance trust
Right on.
between the public and the police agencies, and also with our government officials. And then finally, if and when things do go sideways, I really do want to say that the public, the average person, there's not a level playing field when you're up against trying to seek police accountability. People have to come out to civil society nonprofits like mine, like BC Civil Liberties. We can't even provide legal representation. We have to keep applying for grants from organizations just to educate the public and make fact sheets about how to navigate through the labyrinth. I really feel for a number of the academics here today who even need to bring maps with them about where you go in the process and what happens where, and just that it makes it so inaccessible to the average person, let alone people having the emotional feeling that the system isn't built for them to begin with. Thank you so much.
Right on, ma'am.
Thank you, Megan. Yeah,
right on.
It's such a striking image that an expert of the intelligence of Ji-hoon has to map it out and put it in front of her so that she can articulate it.
Because you built a fucking monstrosity.
Holly, to a point you made earlier today, one who's already involved in the justice system have at that point. And Holly, on that note, I will turn to you.
So much has already been said, and I had a few points. I've crossed them up because they've been mentioned. But so maybe I'll be very academic about my response. I'll stay in my lane and answer it in a way that's about analytical lens, right? And the policymakers' adage for maybe approaching innovative reform might be that the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, right? And while yes, it is true that police wield unique powers, the effect of being persuaded by the reasoning that, well, policing is unique, or, well, people just don't understand how policing works, as is sometimes done, the effect of being persuaded by that just sends us all back to the master's tools. And so I guess I would, kind of echo the call to be bold. I think it was Kent that said this, and resist the temptation, right? Resist that temptation at this current moment. And that's what the current moment calls for, right? To put it another way, right? Ignorance of the way things work here, or ignorance of that box, can promote out of the box thinking. And so my view is that we also need to be looking at organizational reform strategies outside of
no more studies,
maybe even outside of public
that's what
sector,
you like,
to expand and diversify just the realm of possible paths forward. And one final point is that I think related to this is a caution needed here, and leave it to the sociologists to say this, but
coffin.
It relates to how easily we forget about individual actors in our discussions about high-level or legislative reform, because the common denominator of organizational life is that they are comprised of people. And ultimately, how people make sense of their work their position relative to others, how not only punishment or discipline is distributed, but also rewards are distributed. All of that impacts how efforts toward change are either absorbed or buffered or refracted entirely, right? And that's true whether we're talking about police agencies, hospitals, universities, or NASA, right? Which is one of the best organizational culture studies by Diane Vaughan. Policing is unique, is
Never a
in my
straight
view,
answer.
too
Yes.
easily turned into a shield for innovative change.
These academics
much,
know they
Corey.
have no job
Julie.
if they don't keep this machine going.
Thank you very much for the question, and I'll keep it brief. I too will try to stick to my lane a little bit, but in addition to the excellent commentary we've heard so far, I too was crossing things off my list. I would say that data and the work that's going on around data disaggregation, race-based data is of critical importance for the future. And to promote transparency. And in addition to all of the activities that are happening that we've heard about to accelerate action to reform the RCMP, I just go back to something that was talked about this morning, which was policing in the context of community safety and understanding policing in the context of community safety, and not only community safety, but well-being. Communities need to not just survive, but thrive. Because accountability also can happen between partners, not just up and down in the organization and through hardwired governance systems, but maybe focusing on partnerships at a broader level for community well-being would be really important in this context to help reform policing and drive forward accountability and transparency.
Thank you very much indeed, Julie, and anticipating a question that I will come to soon. Kanika, you've been very patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. That's an important question. And from the many responses, I echo everything that my colleagues have mentioned, and to have might be repeating some of the things that have been said. But I think for me, when I'm looking at a change in police culture, there has to be meaningful and positive community engagement must come first. And the idea of enforcement should be second, or seen as one of the last resorts. And I think why there needs to be a focus on the community is that there needs to be an understanding, one, that there's a mutual positive relationship between the community and the police. This is what can lead to public safety. If both are on the same page, this is what can lead to, one, the legitimacy of the police as public protectors. If each person can, or each organization can rely on the other. But also speaking to what Holly mentioned in terms of the award system, like what is awarded within policing. And I think that there needs to be a focus on awarding that community engagement. So we often see that those who may raise issues of misconduct might actually be punished, and among their own peers, and potentially even within the media, being punished for raising issues that really they shouldn't be punished for. So those who raise issues to misconduct should be awarded.
Awarded.
And also for upholding professional and the moral standards of policing. So in essence, when it even comes to the public complaint system, all should feel comfortable. The citizens should feel comfortable to raise issues within policing, and the police should be able to adopt and find that as a meaningful way also to engage with the community, that if there are issues, then the police should be grateful to having a better understanding as to what's going on in the community between the police and community. So in essence, community comes first and truly law enforcement should be last.
Thank you very much indeed, Kanika. That's a lovely note, I think, to pause. I'm going to suggest that we take a very short break, and it is a request for a short break. I'd like to reconvene at 10 minutes past the hour, please, to make sure that we can do our last round of questions and give the commissioners time to ask any questions that they may have. And the question that we'll ask next will expand things out into that decentered policing community safety lens, just to give people a chance to think about it if you wish.
Off with your lenses. Dirt with lens. Meh. lens. Got to get out of the commie school. Of course, she's a professor, right? So you notice the academics, by and large, they're the ones who love to keep this machine going, more studies, more data, more everything, because they realize that if the machine, the fucking unbelievably, and it is truly incomprehensible. That lady from BC Liberties was so spot on. Nobody has an idea how to go through anything. Nobody knows what the right hand is doing. The left hand doesn't know. That's the way it is. Silo everything. Keep the public totally ignorant of the system. Even the academics have no idea, and they just keep growing it. Well, let's do some more. Let's invent some more titles. So that's why they're like, oh yes, can we just do some more studies? Can we, this and that, and we can form some more boards, and we can, and then make it more complicated. They realize it boils down to one thing. If they make it simple for people, you and me, for the public, who are the employers of all of this, nobody needs to lose sight of that. Everybody needs to keep it very much in the forefront of their mind. We pay all of them, even the academics, right? Because your tax-based dollars fund massive amounts of subsidies into universities. So if you start breaking the system down and making it simple, nobody's saying defund the police, get rid of the police. I'm so glad I'm not hearing that nonsense in here today. I'm surprised they haven't brought it in, but maybe it'll come up. If people actually made it simple, and I know it's obviously a big task to do that, but made it fairly streamlined and fairly simple, not friends investigating friends and inventing new jobs and all of this other goop. No, then they're out of a job. They know that. They literally know that. Please don't keep the people educated. Make them as ignorant as possible. Use lenses and 30,000-foot levels and caramel bars and whatever fucking bullshit language they want to dream up. Keep people just generally ignorant. They like that. The academics love it because it keeps their jobs. And all of a sudden, you make it simple, then they have no job. They know that. How are they going to feed their families? They go on these traveling circus shows, all talking, doing the shit. Let's dream up more. That's what this is all about. Very interesting. BC Liberties lady was making some wicked points, and that's so true. So true. The system is just utterly not navigable. Interesting to see that Frank Magazine account is gone. I don't know if that is self-induced. Possibly. It is possible. I'm not being tinfoil. I always had I flashed that up for a moment there. I had a very hard time with this, and I will share it with you at this point in time. Very early on in this process, quite early on. So, I don't know how many videos I've made by that point. God knows. We'll never know, really. Maybe one day. I sent an article, or sent a message to Frank Magazine. And I said, hello, myself, 200 people are investigating Nova Scotia shooting since the beginning. My friend was Aaron Tuck's sister. She lost Aaron, her sister-in-law, Jolene Oliver, and her niece, Emily, that night. I thought it would be a good idea to make contact with you and open the lines of communication. I am a subscriber to your magazine and found your coverage on this story stellar. Okay, this is back then. I do have slightly different views these days, but I'll leave it there. I'm a little bit more. It's not quite as cut and dry. As I'm so appreciative for you asking the hard questions, and I am, because he did ask a couple great questions until they banned you for doing so. Unbelievable. I had a few questions that might help my friend and ourselves gain some clarity over a few things, and was hopeful that you would be willing to speak with me. Please continue to do a fantastic journalism that you are doing. Thank you. Okay, I think that was a pretty decent message, a nice message. Okay, Frank Magazine chose never to read this. Never. I'm showing you an example of what read versus unread is. Okay, and if you see, it's gray. Now, Frank Magazine never even followed me for the longest time. I was following them. I got a bit ticked with it all, especially when they don't, when they were not, because Tara really needed help. And just to utterly disregard her, I found very, very hurtful. And eventually I just was like, okay, you know what? I'm still subscribed to their magazine. I still try and read their stuff. To keep apprised of what's going on, but I was like, you know what, I'm not even going to follow you anymore, because you have no interest in answering somebody who really needs help and reaching out. You like, that could have been an excellent, to me, obviously in my mind, I'm like, well, you know, this would make an excellent contact, right? Tara is an inside road. No, just disregard her. This was all part of what was going on. And it was really sad and really sick. So I just stopped following. And then a few months ago, I noticed that, I think I took a picture of that somewhere, Frank Magazine started to follow me. But do you know what? They never read the message. Ever. There's something very wrong with that. And unfortunately, my Twitter account, it appears as though, does not show the fact that, so I think it must have been a self-deletion. I think. I don't know. I'm not going to go out there and say that it was. I don't see why they would get deleted, but maybe they said something really spicy. I don't know. Twitter does ban certain people. I have been, yes, anyways. So, you know, there's a lot more to this puzzle, seriously, than meets the eye. And that will all come one day. But there was a point in time, and some of you do remember, some of you do remember that I could, maybe, I don't know if that's been, somebody is obviously in the Discord deleting stuff. It's very obvious. But and thank goodness for all of you who are in there and doing hard work. I'm sad that things are being removed. But irrespective of that, I posted out a long time ago, and because somebody let me know, there are a lot of the articles on Frank Magazine suddenly just all of specifically to do with Nova Scotia, April 1819. All went down. All went down. And then I think it was a day or two that they went back up again. I think I might have screenshots of that. You know, and I was farming around to get hard copies of which I did, to some of the articles, because why would you take them down? It didn't make any sense. Unless you're washing or editing or something like that. And it was only the articles to do with 1819 and subsequent ones. I saw that Nosy put in here Same response I got from Ian Runkle. Interesting. Ian Runkle didn't respond to you. Wow. Very interesting. Ian Runkle is a lawyer here in Alberta, Edmonton. Very good. Believes in guns, in gun rights and things like that. And he's good. So I'm very surprised. Sad. But Nosy remembers that, and some of you who have been around for a long time do remember the articles disappearing and then coming back. It was very odd. And I've been looking back at a couple of things. One thing I always noticed. Well, there was a bunch, but the tapes, right? The tapes from the 911 stuff. A lot of questions.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. As a reminder, please turn electronic devices off or to silent.
And I ran through some of it, one of these, and I will talk about more of that in a future episode. But I have talked about it somewhat, and I've shown some things that raise some serious questions about them. And the tapes that were released, there are pieces on those tapes that are not in the transcript, but the transcript came out subsequently. So I've always wondered, were the transcripts written on tapes that possibly were manufactured to an extent, if you follow what I'm saying? But there were certainly pieces in those tapes that are not in the transcripts. There are pieces in there that are on the Colchester channel, the Pictou channel from the Dream in Ontario in December, right? Very odd story behind all of that. Okay, a lot of different pieces have floated from certain areas. And so the same person that's introducing the tapes, say, to do with the 911 calls, is the same person equally who was saying that the shoelace was being used, which was not true. So I'm not sure how you handle both. Now, I'm not saying anything. I'm just raising questions that are legitimate, and I think that's quite demonstrative and quite hurtful to Tara, and I certainly found it disturbing. The media has all over the place has not wanted to, and individuals, whether that's lawyers, and I can tell you that one on a personal level, lawyers do not want to touch this one at all. You can look at the quote unquote alternative media. They don't want to go anywhere near this one, except when it's like political interference.
Good afternoon and welcome back.
Why?
So just before the break, we had a round of questions about top strategies for reforming the current system of policing. And towards the very end of that round, Kent urged the commissioners to be bold. So let's take that invitation for a moment and imagine a world in which community safety is the organising principle by which we are thinking about the questions that this commission faces. And so police become a decentered part of an ecosystem in which prevention is emphasised and other agencies may be first responders much of the time. How would policing be governed in such a world? Kent, I'm going to take this back to you in the first instance.
Yes. Well, I don't think that there is any one answer. I think that each locality and each province and country should be able to engage in a certain amount of democratic experimentation. I do think the Yukon Police Council is a promising instrument. It has representatives from the Indigenous community, which we haven't talked about too much today. I think Indigenous communities should be given their own funds to devote to community safety the way they want to. But I also think that the debate about the RCMP contract policing, yes or no, is a simplification. I think in many parts of the country, the RCMP is always going to have to be there to offer more technical help and help where they have economies of scale. But I do think that the RCMP needs to fundamentally change if they are going to work with a multi-agency approach to public safety that will involve both health, addictions, and as some of the speakers have talked about, the role of civil society, women's groups, and other groups. So I think that we need to look at a future where our police are well-paid knowledge workers, and we shouldn't train them simply in a way that reverts back to a kind of paramilitary origins that especially the RCMP has. But I also think that when there is a public danger, and we saw this recently in Saskatchewan, people have a right to look to the police to do the most that is possible. So I think whatever we do, as we break down silos at the ground
Fuck
level,
off with silos,
we also
please.
have to make sure that the silos are broken down at the governance level. And the last thing I'll say is, in my book, and it wasn't in one of the chapters that you included, but in my book, I take a look at the first tranche of community safety and well-being plans
35
that are
years
required
and it's
under
gone.
Ontario legislation. So these are comprehensive plans that are, partly derived.
Okay, I'm sorry to pause that. That's very strange, though. Still, why would you delete your Twitter account? I don't. That doesn't follow. Just because your business, or you may be done. I don't know. I mean, they've obviously got some kind of post there. Why would you delete your Twitter account? Twitter's free. You have a record of all of your stuff for all time. It doesn't matter. It's not like you have to pay for it. The website's still up. So you delete your Twitter account? Something's very strange.
I think that, the trick is to break down silos, to measure what the results are, so we have a sense of what is working and what is not working, including having targets. And so in my book, although the Toronto plan I'm quite critical of, I also look at a community safety plan that was drawn up by 20 civil society organizations in Toronto, including the Gerstein Center, including Black Lives Matter, including the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And that document, which I think is only about 20 pages, is really, I find, quite a powerful in that it engages with the research literature, which many of my colleagues on the panel has said we need to invest more, both at the police level and at the funding level, in researching community safety, what works and what doesn't work. But really, it was a lead that was taken by community groups.
Their job.
And I only hope that whether it's the police service board, whether it's the municipal council, whether it's a management advisory board, which becomes perhaps a national police board or a provincial or territorial police board, as they have in the Yukon, that these structures will then work with and listen to the community. Because democratic policing is important, but it is democracy, and that means that no one size fits all. And we have hard choices to make, but we should make them in a democratic, transparent, and measured and evaluated way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Kent. Indeed, that the entirety of your book is available to the Commission, and as is the report that Kent alludes to by the Toronto not-for-profits has been tendered as part of our record. Kanika, if I can please turn to you next.
Oh, there was some distributor
Thank you, Emma.
issues. Yes.
To be completely honest,
with a couple of
Professor Roach
businesses
beautifully explained exactly what.
But there's no appeal.
Centered form of
for more money.
Policing should look like, and the importance of having the community.
Something's very. There's something going on. Remember, mass casualties are wrapping up.
Complaint system. The importance of also having community and civilian members on part of that process.
Yep.
To be honest, I don't want to repeat exactly what Professor Roach mentioned because he explained it quite beautifully, but I think it is quite important.
Well, if they were struggling for some time, I don't believe I've ever gotten an email from them. I'll check. I don't really look. I don't think I've ever gotten an email from them saying, listen, we're having financial difficulties. We're going to have to raise the price on your stuff, or you know, can you donate? Whatever. I haven't seen anything. I will look. I will look because I don't generally look at my email that much, but there's something I don't understand. Let's just put it that way. There's something definitely more to the story, a lot more. Is that true? You didn't receive an email like that. Okay, well, I don't know. You're going to be better. You'll probably review the email better. Page is still there, but hidden from appearing in search results, like Paul's articles or the Frank website. I'm sorry. Yes, Jordan Peterson is another kettle of fish. And not one that I particularly want to address. Because that's just globalist stuff going on. People's agendas, the tech world. Intelligence wanting to do certain things. The actual Facebook page, group page is okay. Maybe if you can you send me a message or something and I'll post the link, or could you post it on the tweeters? And if you are a member, you can still get to it. But Paul's articles are removed only after non-Paul P or Portapic stuff, related stuff, still showing. Oh, this is very interesting, isn't it? So if I've got you correct, because I have to rely upon your good knowledge here. So you're saying that if you're a member of the Facebook, you can go to the page, but if you're not a member or whatever, you just can't search for the page, and Paul's articles are missing from on the page. Okay, so doesn't see it. Who's Jordan Peterson? Oh, that Jordan Peterson is a professor down at U of T. Okay, so what the heck can see them? Paul's article still on Frank Atlantic website. Yes. Okay, so it would be, I would say, it would behoove everybody to get download all versions of everything and keep them. Okay, just because who knows what's going on? I don't know. See, and then the website stays up, which costs money, right? That's why it's also good to go and get them, because they will disappear, and you know, you need we need the evidence and research that has been done. Okay, Facebook group gone now, it seems. Was up about 10 minutes ago.
Judy.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I will let this continue here. You guys, please keep us apprised.
Example, our crossing guards sit within our HRP. So that's something very simply that could be put into our community safety office and be managed at that office. So things like that, I think are very important for municipalities to step up and say, you know what, there are services that we offer that we can actually take away from police services and change the way that we look at not just enforcement, but how policing happens in our city.
Thanks so much for adding that piece, Linda. And we've heard a bit about the defund or detask report and the work that Halifax Regional Municipality is doing on community safety and public safety over the course of our proceedings, and appreciate you sharing that tie-in in particular. Megan, if I can please turn to you.
Sure, thank you. I agree with all the points so far. And I guess I can just reiterate it, you know, the need for the democratic governance and to proactively govern. Definitely, I agree with what Kanika is saying about the lack of community input. Often organizations like my own are seen as a proxy sometimes for that we're in touch with communities, so government doesn't need to be. And I see also in the standards making process in BC, they're very rarely shared and open to public input. So really engage with the community, have the community as your full partner in figuring out how the police are going to operate in a community, and have really good comprehensive discussions with especially with historically oppressed communities. I know we've heard a lot about difficulties there and the lack of trust, but again, I think that if government and policing agencies can keep centering that, because those folks, especially ones who have experience with the criminal justice system or with discrimination in the past, are some of the best experts to refine the models so that we can have good models into the future and restore trust. And aside from that, I think again, just really having sustainable resourcing for all the civilian oversight, be they local boards or any kind of boards, or even after the fact complaint mechanisms. We know that even in Vancouver, Vancouver's seen in BC as being one of the wealthiest and most modern policing agencies, and there are critical issues with even the extent to which the police board here is even able to understand its role and do research, very similar to what we heard about the Halifax, the HRP board as well. So yeah, just shoring up resources for civilians and including and centering community voices.
Thank you very much indeed, Megan. And just for the purposes of the record, Lindell has conveyed his thanks for today. He unfortunately has to leave us to catch a plane. Just as a reminder, we are a big table today, and I have one more really important question I'm hoping to get to about implementation, and so invite you to keep responses from here to about a minute. Holly, in about a minute, how do we reimagine the whole world?
Such a fair question. You know, yeah, I really want to not to echo things that were already said. I think it was a mistake to start with Kent Roach on this one. So he usurped all the answers. One thing that comes to mind, though, at least in my recent research, engaging directly with people who have been arrested, directly with people who are justice involved, and often this is not their first arrest, right? So it's, I guess, a little less on governance. Governance is not my area, but certainly this would be a population that we consult, and who often, just aren't even thought of as part of this process. Meanwhile, they are the group that have the most to gain and the most to lose in whatever steps we take next. And speaking with this population, one of the most common comments that come through are, "I'm so rarely treated like a human." And so I think that the pathway forward is this sort of humanity first approach. And going back to this point about training, the fact that so much of this training is rooted in paramilitary, history and rules and norms and practices and marching and traditions. It's honestly, why? So, I mean, I know the justifications for having paramilitary structure. I understand them. But when you are now reframing a model or an ecosystem around community well-being, that's not how that training experience should be delivered to those entering this very important career. I mean, such an important career if now we're reframing it as community well-being as being part of this broader ecosystem. So humanity first, remembering I have several colleagues that are in the world of trauma-informed policing, and this is very much tying policing to the public health model, understanding that those that they're engaging with are often victims of trauma themselves, right? So just reimposing trauma is not the path forward, and is certainly going to have to be part of an ecosystem that thinks more broadly about community well-being. The last point I'll make, hopefully this is within the minute, is we have to cultivate the common ground. So the narrative around defunding or detasking the police often is met by those in the world of policing with, hostility, that there's some headbutting. But actually, there is a lot of common ground in this view, which is, many police leaders and many frontline police officers saying, we do too much. I'm not trained for this type of thing. This should not be my problem. And that is another way of saying that policing are usurping too many resources and that for issues that are better dealt with by more suitable bodies.
Holly, thank you very much. Ben, if I can please turn to you.
Yeah, so thank you. So maybe just to pick up on some of the points that have been made about detasking and particularly some of the things that Holly just said both now and earlier. In my experience, it's often the case that police are very skeptical about civilian expertise in areas that overlap with things that they do. And so I think, other than echoing everything that's already been said, I would say that there's sort of, I would encourage the police to actually be thoughtful about the sort of relationships they have with the community and community partners, and to recognise that ceding responsibility or ceding expertise often strengthens their position or weakens it. And so I would encourage that when they think about community partnerships, to take seriously the expertise that exists in those communities.
Thank you, Ben, and beautifully timed. Bethan.
Thank you. I think, and this is kind of really sociological, I guess, but I think first on my list would be to try to kind of reduce some of the societal ailments that bring disadvantaged groups into conflict with the police. We know across many different democracies, the welfare state is just kind of simply retreating, and this is, causing lots of fractured and divided communities, which then police officers are more or less tasked to kind of come in and kind of clean up and after those kind of social problems. And so I think practically kind of strengthening the welfare state for sure, trying to kind of reduce inequalities within communities would be something that would be on my list for sure. Secondly, I totally agree with the detasking discussion that we've been having as well. I think there are without doubt some circumstances in which other professionals would be much better equipped to, turn up at some emergencies. For instance, somebody in the throes of a major mental health crisis, for example, do you want a police officer with a gun turning up to that kind of situation, or perhaps somebody who's much more better trained within professional mental health services? So I absolutely agree with the detasking discussion that we've already had. And I like hearing about how some ideas and practices from Indigenous communities is kind of being pulled out and kind of brought into this discussion as well. And it made me just think about restorative justice practices. Perhaps one way forward would be, kind of truly getting members of the community who perhaps are, have experienced, a side of policing that they perhaps wish they hadn't, into the room with that particular officer, and just kind of sitting down and talking through what happened, how it happened, how, almost like a victim impact statement within there as well. And I just wonder whether this restorative justice principle might be a way forward. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but I think in terms of the principles of just getting two people together and talking about a particular incident which was upsetting or which was harmful in some way. And I think part of that probably does need a bit of a shift in police culture, as we've been talking about too, in the sense that I think police are, through various training and on-street experiences, do come to see civilians as somehow distinct and separate from them. And if we go back to the kind of very early Pelian principles that, the police are the public and the public are the police, if that kind of guiding principle could be embedded within the discussion as well, I think that would probably be quite useful. And kind of picking up on something Holly mentioned too, around kind of really...
Beth, and I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Everything you're sharing is fabulous and you're way over your minute. So my sincere apologies. Thank you very much for the ideas that you've shared. Christina, I'm going to turn to you if I can.
Yeah, so I think that being bold in this work ahead is that the most vulnerable, marginalized, and racialized voices need to be centered in all of the work ahead. Detasking the roles and jobs that the police are currently doing is a must for community safety. Engagement with our most vulnerable and justice-involved individuals cannot be about just checking boxes. It involves working side by side individuals in community on an ongoing basis in all interactions. The individuals that have the final decision in what the policing structure will look like moving forward cannot be left to white individuals. It needs to involve the voices and individuals from our marginalized and vulnerable communities being in positions of leadership so that true change and different perspectives are incorporated in how we move forward. And this is vitally, vitally important in being bold and creating community safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Christina. Ji-Hoon.
Thank you. So far, we've been talking about mostly in terms of community-based policing in relation to our understanding of the role of the policing within the broader community or network of available professional help. So yes, policing should be seen as part of this ecosystem, and liaising with non-police partner is definitely important, such as to deal with social disorder. But in terms of oversight and accountability, I would like to also I would like us to think about the importance of community-based policing as a guiding principle when we determine whether or not the police officer before, different proceedings have fulfilled their duty. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, our system has been focused too much on the prescriptive rules on what not to do, the prohibited conduct, rather than prescriptive norms and expectations of policing. And with that, higher order laws and principles, such as community-based policing get forgotten. And the second point, if I'm within the minute, one that I want to make is in relation to Holly's earlier analogy, which was quite accurate. She talked about how to think outside of the box. We have to forget the box. And she's given some examples, such as thinking about other professions, like how they are doing, to learn from those lessons. I would like to also urge, this is a lunchtime discussion I had with another gentleman in the audience, that sometimes we only think of Anglo-Saxon countries as if, those are the only countries in this world. But there are other countries who are doing things differently. And there are some countries who have done or made significant changes, such as the two jurisdictions that come to my mind is Georgia and South Korea. These jurisdictions are not perfect, but they have made strides when it comes to transforming their paramilitary policing forces into community-based police forces. So I think it's important for us to explore that. Thank you.
It certainly is, and we really appreciate you sharing that perspective. Thank you. Wesley.
Well, I guess I would start off by saying that the RCMP has taken and continues to take great strides to try to interact with our communities that we provide a service for and that we live within, and and certainly are making great effort to listen. And I appreciate all the views that are shared here today, and I think my time is best spent to listen to what's being said as opposed to prescribing where I think it should go.
Thank you so much for being at the table today, Wesley. I appreciate your thoughtful remarks. Joanne.
I'm going to pick up on Megan's comment about a community-centered approach. A number of years ago, we did some work with the BCCLA and with the RCMP in public safety, and a particular Indigenous community in BC whose leadership sought a resolution process for complaints that followed Indigenous, their particular traditions and laws and culture. And at the time, I was really hopeful that this was something that would happen and that it could be replicated across other Indigenous communities, but then across other communities, so that, what is informal resolution in one area may look different, but at the end of the day, the community, the individuals involved, including the RCMP members, felt that the issues were addressed, that the concerns were aired, and the community is stronger as a result. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that way, but I feel like there's still hope that, again, listening to the communities, partnering with them, it could yield some really favorable results.
Thanks so much, Joanne. That sounds like a really exciting initiative. And if you're able to share the lessons you learned out of the fact that it didn't take wings, I think we'd be very interested to hear them. Okay, we can do that another time. Micheline.
So I'm going to say we need to have increased use and increased authorities for complaints commissions to do systemic reviews, especially when we're talking about dealing with the community. The community members are an essential part of that. I think that they need to be involved in these systemic reviews so they can share what their experiences are with policing, but without having the jeopardy of having to file a public complaint. So I think that that's a very important piece. The government is aware of this. In the 2014 change to the RCMP Act, the provinces were actually given the authorities in contract provinces to be able to send a letter to the Minister of Public Safety saying, we'd like you to look at this systemic issue. So I think that that exists out there, and I think it's very important because really it's through these systemic reviews that we fix policing before the police officer even goes out on the street.
Thank you very much, Micheline. Alfredo.
Thank you. Excuse me. So I can say that the RCMP strives to work with all partner agencies wherever we're located and provide the best service possible. I know some of the issues in some of our remote communities is the lack of other agencies or other partner agencies to assist us in that regard. However, we try to do what we can. An example of what's occurring in Saskatchewan, for example, is for some time now we've had psych nurses embedded in our division operational communication center, and so they're able to provide assistance to frontline members no matter where they are in Saskatchewan with respect to dealing with persons in a mental health crisis. And that's an initiative that's ongoing and an example of just one example of some of the other initiatives that we have ongoing throughout the organization. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you so much. Emma.
Thank you. I'm going to push a little on the idea of retasking. And I was half-heartedly joking with my colleagues the other day that I would love to live in a society that put us out of work because they didn't need our services. And I view the police in the same way. I think it would be great to live in a society where we didn't need the police, where there wasn't harm and there wasn't the need to resort to control and power and confinement. And I think the decision should be made in that sense. So having the different partners or players in the roles in the community that they hold seen as equals rather than having the police above the other community partners and having the police be the first go-to response, but having them as equal playing partners where the funding is resourced appropriately, where police have to establish that what they're doing with the funding is working, just like community resources have to. And with the lessons that we have already learned through the community partners, we can continue implementing those instead of having offspring start now that we're trying to retask. And we don't need to redo it. We already know some of the solutions out there. So relying on that and treating the different players as equals would be my advice.
Thank you very much indeed.
There's a lot of good suggestions that have already been said, and maybe I'll just speak to a few of those. Julie mentioned community safety plans, so of course, community involvement's critical, but they would have to be properly resourced, like the police is for the most part. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Kent, talked about decision-making and whatever advisory board. I think that's something that would be interesting to look at. Drawing on expertise at the community level. There's a lot of expertise out there, but I think we probably could do a better job in reaching into marginalized groups to hear their perspective. And finally, yes, Indigenous communities, I think we need to engage them further, and that will go along with our reconciliation efforts.
Thank you very much indeed. Emily.
Yeah, this is a topic that's very interesting and potentially has a lot of room for change. I think back to the Maxwell George inquiry here in Nova Scotia, which led to the high-risk case protocol that we currently have, as well as the family violence interagencies that exist in every community in Nova Scotia that bring partners to the table to address violence happening at the community level from our individual perspectives. I would caution also against, the use of partner without examining power imbalances and dynamics there. If I'm responsible to report to you and you're not responsible to report to me, you can sit on my board, I can't sit on yours. That doesn't feel like a partnership in the way that the women's sector would view a healthy relationship. So I just would like to bring that up, as well as the idea of trauma-informed policing. So the McNeil report in 2014, McNeil noted that trauma impacts on memory and that the officers responding had inconsistencies in their story. That didn't mean what they saw wasn't true. However, when we support clients going through the justice system and there's inconsistencies in their story, that is seen as they're fabricating evidence, they've lied, they're making up a story. And one of the practical implications how this comes up in the Maxwell George inquiry, Miss Maxwell's inconsistency was that she said he dragged her out of the car by her hair in one statement to police, and then he drug her out by her throat on the other. So that led to a breakdown of charges being laid. So that's just one example. And it also would mean that organizations like mine, who are also frontline responders, we are 24/7. I think a lot of times people assume that the only people you can call is the police. However, we are crime prevention. I think we're just not very well known in the pandemic, and this mass casualty has kind of shifted the discourse, which is great, but we continue to be overwhelmed and under-resourced. So I'm at this table because I believe change is possible, and I'm happy to find the way forward, and I look forward to seeing what comes next.
Emily, thank you so much indeed. And commissioners, just to remind you and the participants, the three reports that focus on the Maxwell George case form part of the environmental scan and have been tendered accordingly. So thank you for that reference, Emily. Luke.
I don't have a lot to add to what's already been said. All I'll say is the commission has the power to bring change, and I urge you to do that. The current system is not working, and there has to be change moving forward. So I'll leave my comment to that.
Thank you very much indeed. So for the final question that I want to ask, I'm going to suggest that rather than going around the table, I'll take a speakers list. And so I'll invite those of you who are joining us virtually to post a note in the chat if you'd like to join the speakers list, and those of you who are here in person just to catch my eye, and I'll just prepare a list. So the question that I want to ask you is about implementation of the recommendations that the Commission issues. We've heard a huge amount of evidence about the history of commissions such as ours, doing good work such as the work that we're doing today in this room, creating good recommendations, sometimes perhaps creating recommendations that aren't as good as the Commission might think they are, and having challenges when the Commission is disbanded and implementation phase begins. We've also heard a range of good ideas about how to ensure that implementation is monitored and scrutinised and becomes a civil society activity, not least. But that's the question that I'd like to ask each of you at the table today, is do you have suggestions for this Commission about how to ensure that the recommendations that come out of the good work that you're all doing will be implemented? Micheline has kindly offered to go first, and I'll keep looking for other hands and other notes in the chat.
Thank you, Emma. I think that this has to go beyond just a list on a website with a series of check marks. One of the key features of the RCMP Act is the fact that the Commissioner is responsible to the Minister of Public Safety. I believe that your recommendations that you put forward, there needs to be that level of accountability. It needs to be at the ministerial level, where the Commissioner needs to be reporting to the Minister of Public Safety in terms of what's happened with the recommendations and how they've been implemented. I think that far too often these are left within the chain of command of the police service to do. It becomes an exercise, and we do not have the resources to be able to implement that recommendation, so we're going to set it aside for the time being. So I believe that really what you're looking at is ministerial accountability and the accountability of the Commissioner to the Minister to get it done.
Thank you very much indeed. And while we're on the topic of recommendations and their uptake, we did have a request from the Federal Department of Justice at lunchtime to give Corey an opportunity to speak to the ways in which, or possibly Alfredo, the RCMP is tracking responses to CRCC reports on its website. I understand that there's a new public-facing website that seeks to provide a tracking feature. So.
Yes, as of, I believe, excuse me, 2020, 2021, all the CRCC recommendations that the RCMP has agreed to are the status of those, of the implementation of those recommendations are publicly disclosed on our RCMP website.
Thank you very much indeed. And so as a commission, we'll make sure that we follow up and get a copy of that website, and we appreciate being pointed to it. Ji-Hoon, please go ahead.
Thank you. One thing I would like to recommend is we need to recognize the word recommendation really signifies that there's no enforcement power. It signifies that there's no teeth, although that recommendation may have been formed based on, expert or, with community input. So there have been some reports that phrase the recommendation in different ways, so such as calling for action. So that means when we make recommendations and they don't implement it, then they just didn't implement because they didn't have to follow that recommendation. But if you phrase, or if the Commission phrases it as calling for action, that means those who didn't implement it didn't take action, it was inaction. I think that has different rhetoric, and I think it's important for the public to see that kind of sensitivity. And also, I think it's important to use very specific language when making recommendations. For some examples to look at is the Thunder Bay Independent Expert Panel's report. I think the interim report is being finalized very soon. I don't know if that can be made available for you. Also, Honorable Sinclair's Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, and also the his Thunder Bay report would be some good examples. And in his Thunder Bay report, he did recommend an appointment of an administrator, and he specified the duration and responsibility. And some of that is really being implemented, and you see the exact reflection of his implementation in what's going on in Thunder Bay right now. And part of my, related to that, I did some work on correctional oversight, and my work involved enforcing human rights consent order between the Human Rights Commission and the Ministry of the Solicitor General in Ontario. And as part of that consent order, we there were two people who were asked to be or required to be appointed to monitor the progress of the implementation of the terms, and we had unencumbered access, and I think it was really important to have that kind of oversight. And we had our responsibility was to monitor the work or the changes being made, but also we were required to report that out annually, and also ensure that the ministry, in relation to the prison oversight and in their dealings with solitary confinement issues, we were helping the ministry to make their annual. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. To make their annual reports. We were making sure that the ministry make their data available to the public, and we were making sure that those were really within the following the terms of the consent order. So I think it's important when you make the recommendations. It's not just the implementation, but just phasing out the implementation process with a different oversight authority or individuals. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing those ideas, Ji-Hoon. Megan, please go ahead.
Thank you. We've made a suggestion in BC. There's a legislative review of Police Act, but so I can tell you what we recommended to them about this issue, because it's tragic when so many thoughtful initiatives are left on the proverbial shelf. So in this case, we did ask for the Director of Police Services, and there's probably an analogous position in Nova Scotia, to maintain a public registry that's accessible and in clear language online, and to provide at least once a year an update to confirm which recommendations have been implemented, which ones are undergoing implementation, and clear timelines and statuses. And then if some of them are not going to be implemented, providing the rationale for that. Now, I appreciate Michelin's point about how, no, we don't just want a website. Somebody should really be accountable. There should be an onus on somebody. In an ideal world, if we did have an independent civilian police commissioner that reported to a parliament or to the legislature, I think ideally maybe this could be the person that maintains that registry. Maybe the policing agencies under their purview could report to them. But unless and until we get that kind of civilian independent oversight, then maybe we could just have something more like a public website that's accessible for all, where we can keep track of it. Thanks.
Megan, thank you very much for sharing those ideas. So my speakers list, I have Kanika next.
Thank you so much, Emma. And I echo exactly what Megan said. And I think when we speak to recommendations, there's a great deal of fatigue. And I'm speaking specifically from Black communities, that we've been consulted for decades about what we can do to change policing. And there simply is fatigue in it. We continue to see the same issues raised over and over again. So I think there is an importance of making sure that we see action and no longer simply recommendations. And to be honest, the only way we can see whether anything has been done is, again, to focus on the community. is to ask them, have you actually seen any changes in the way that there is engagement with the police? And I think what that will look like is conducting regular community surveys, and not just when an incident happens. We want to know, how does the community feel about it? But I think the community needs to feel that they are an important part of policing and changes to policing, and to be regularly consulted. And I think therefore it's quite important to make sure that we have regular strategies to do that, whether that be town halls and actually demonstrating, not focusing on the police voice and the police saying that, yes, we've made these changes and this is what we're doing, but actually having the community say, yes, we've noticed these changes. The only way that really there can be a level of accountability is the police have to answer to whether there are any changes being done. And the only way that we can be aware of this and know this is based on what the community says, not what the police say.
Thank you very much indeed, Kanika. Emily.
Yeah, like you've probably noticed, I'm not an expert on police accountability. However, I have thought a lot about this question over the 2.5 years. I started my position April 2020, and so this has been the experience of my entire tenure as executive director. So I've had a lot of time to think. So I think it comes down to mandate. Recommendations are not enough. I don't think there's enough faith in them being implemented by an ask. We are a democratic country. We have elected officials, and why is there no political will? That's a very good question. And we can say that it has to do with resources, but we know that that is only part of the story. Resources go where political will dictates. So I think I would encourage that not only do we talk about police accountability, but social accountability. That is an important part of community safety and well-being. I'm grateful to be here today, but I know it's at the expense of many lives lost, as well as millions of dollars to be here. So we are all accountable. We have all paid the price one way or another. And the sentiment I've heard since day one is that this never happens again. And how do we make that happen without doing all of the things we have decades worth of experience and all of these knowledgeable people here today telling you the roadmap forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Emily. Julie, somewhat without notice, I'm very interested in your perspective, given your role. What can the Commission do to ensure that our recommendations are taken up?
Might be a difficult question for me to answer. Representing Public Safety Canada at the table today, I can say that inside the organization, inside the department, there's a very keen interest in the recommendations that will be coming out, and certainly a genuine willingness is too light of a word to be looking at these recommendations in a real way with all of our partners and talking about how they can be implemented. So that's what I would say about that one. But yes, very, very highly committed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing what you can, Julie. It's much appreciated. Just going to pause and give people an opportunity to let me know if they'd like to speak to this question before turning to the next. Christina.
I think that even before public inquiries like this one starts, it is about going to that mandate. And I can tell you, as a person that has been doing frontline gender-based violence work, I really struggled with finding out that the recommendations are not going to be binding. I think there is a problem with us using recommendations. It should be requirements. If there is so all of this money that has gone to the work that's happening, and this is important work. But there's been a lot of money put forward by both the federal and provincial government to have this inquiry happening. And I want to just bring back to the voices of other individuals that I have worked with over the years and have been working with who have lived experiences, and that the constant harms and betrayals of going through these inquiries, and when we're consulting with them and asking what's needed, and to continue to see that failure and betrayal happening where nothing is changing, and to the families with this event that happened in our province, if there's no changes, the long-term harms of that is a huge betrayal. And when you're looking at trauma and trauma-related impacts of this, there's more betrayal and impacts that can result of these public inquiries that don't have action attached to them. And I think it's about language, I think it's about mandate, and I think it's about if we're going to go through these processes, there needs to be results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. So the last question I'd like to ask you today, and again, I'll invite you to add yourself to a speaker's list if you'd like to answer it before I turn over to the commissioners, is whether there's anything that you came today hoping to share that you haven't had the opportunity to speak to yet. Emily, please go ahead.
I heard the topic of police discretion come up a lot this morning, and I'd just like to share with those who might not have experience in what we see and work with, how this impacts on specifically women's decisions to disclose abuse. So and we've heard it echoed throughout different parts of the inquiry in terms of the word I've heard used is ticky-tacky scenarios where if you've got limited time and there's no physical evidence, there's a reluctant witness and there's no other witnesses present, how much as a police officer, you're using your discretion. You have to use foresight. Is my commanding officer going to support the charges? Is the Crown going to support the charges? How far do I think this has? How much legs do I think this has when you're responding to the incident in somebody's home? So also the pressure for statistics and how that impacts. So if you are measuring success in terms of arrest rates, you're not going to spend your time investigating cases with a low probability of arrest or conviction, which we know gender-based intimate partner crimes are, despite that these are violent offenses. And we see the I suppose I want to be very simplistic in saying this, it's easier to get a drug conviction than a violent conviction. So this is where resources go. This is where effort goes. Why are drugs illegal? Why are drugs bad? Because they hurt people and they're harmful. I think we're sending a lot of mixed messages by putting drug offenses, more resources to fighting those than violent offenses. As well as I'd just like to mention that there's the Butlin case. There's been a lot of incidences in Truro, which is why I have a lot to draw from. But I've heard from a client that her abuser said to her, in relation to this case, you know what Junior did to Susie? That's going to be you in the same community this happens. She reported it to RCMP and they said that's not a threat. And she told that to us and she didn't want us to take that any further because there's only 3 RCMP officers at that detachment. The next time something happens, who's going to be at her door? So yes, there's a lot to do, but I think discretion at the police level, especially in the context of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, is particularly challenging.
Thank you, Emily. Emma.
Thank you. I wanted to mention briefly, I know it was mentioned in passing this morning, but the idea of mandated fatality inquiries to it's not for the purpose of holding anyone responsible of the fatality, but for learning lessons. And that is what I gather many people see as the whole purpose of complaint processes as well. So I think when we're looking at the ability to hold governments and institutions accountable for pursuing meaningful police complaint processes, that it should be similar with the fatality inquiries in that we should use it as an opportunity to learn instead of having it based on discretion as to when they're ordered and when they're not ordered. So we could potentially lose a lot of potential lessons that we could have learned if we had done the fatality inquiries. And it's frankly not fair to put it on the family members of the victim to have to advocate nonstop to try and get a fatality inquiry if they think there was some sort of wrongdoing involved. It should be mandated or automatic by the province and should be seen as a learning opportunity rather than an area to place guilt or blame or a hassle and burden.
Thank you very much indeed. And on that note, Ms. Paris, I understand you had a correction to the record from this morning. I'm afraid I didn't quite understand the note that I received. And so I'll follow up with you offline and make sure that we get that correct and get that onto the record. I apologize. Having nobody else on the speakers list right now, Bethan, I'm really conscious that I cut you off midstream a little while ago, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to pick up the thread.
Oh, thank you. And I was actually just about to type that I'd like to ask something as well, please. I mean, I guess I wondered what you colleagues thought about the prospects of new technologies and mediatization for enhancing accountability today. I mean, we've talked a lot, haven't we, around governance structures and policies and mechanisms through which people can garner accountability. But I don't think we've really touched upon some of the kind of new ways in which we can do that via kind of our smartphones and you know, liaising with the police that way. And I guess I just wondered what people's views were on that, whether there is some kind of real opportunity, perhaps, would it is the ability to record officer behaviour or even review body-worn camera footage, for example. Are these kind of instruments through which we could be using to you know, shape new experiences and enhance accountability?
Thank you for opening up that question, Bethan. Does anybody wish to speak to it? Please, Joanne.
So we know that the RCMP is going to equip their frontline officers with body-worn cameras. I think by next summer is the plan. From our perspective, if I may, Michelle, you know, there's a lot of discussion that it's going to enhance accountability, and it may very well do that. But my concern is that there will be a whole lot of camera footage that's never actually examined. So unless someone looks at it and you know, is identifying trends or patterns, it's just there. We'll use it when a complaint comes in. We will try to access it with a systemic investigation, perhaps, but the value becomes limited if it's just data that's collected and it's never analyzed. So how do you know that a particular member has an issue, you know, perhaps maybe an improper attitude regularly when is dealing with a certain member of society or a certain group of people in society, if no one ever takes the time to look at it? And maybe I can put my RCMP colleagues on the spot, because perhaps there is a plan to sort of audit the body-worn camera footage, but in the absence of that, then it's just going to be reactive when there's a public complaint or a code of conduct investigation. So I'm not sure, I'm not convinced yet that it'll be the panacea of accountability that some folks are hoping that it will be.
Thank you for sharing that perspective, Joanne. Give the RCMP folks a moment.
Sure, I can respond. I'm not aware of any plans to review every second of camera footage, but certainly that is an issue. I know the existing video camera footage that we do have in some of our vehicles and in our detachments is very useful when it comes to complaints or code of conduct situations where we can quickly review the video footage, and sometimes there's audio as well, and get to the bottom of the situation fairly quickly.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to read your body language, Luke. Is that something you'd like to speak to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, For us, obviously, the presence of video speaks volume. There are a few municipal forces within the province that currently has body-worn cameras. The ones that do often tell us that they'd rather not go on the streets without their body cameras. So they're always on. They welcome the body cameras. They are, initially, there was some reluctance on some of the, be careful with my words, but some of the older officers on how they've always done business. However, there's been buy-in from all the officers that we've dealt with in some serious events, even to the point where in the delay in the RCMP providing body-worn cameras to their officers, we're now seeing officers on their own purchasing their body-worn cameras and having it on duty for their own protection. And we just had a very serious event that an RCMP officer was involved in, and he had a body-worn camera. And it's a purchase that he made on his own, and it becomes a logistical issue, and there's other administrative issues surrounding that. However, in my role, when we have body-worn cameras, really brings the point of accountability. The opposite is also true, where officers are equipped with either body-worn cameras or in-car cameras and choose not to have it on. That again goes, it's very concerning. And we've had issues that we've investigated where, for whatever reason, either officers did not have their body-worn cameras on, or especially the police vehicles not being equipped with them. And so that causes different issues. But I think officers welcome the presence of body-worn cameras to increase that accountability.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke. And Ben, I think you feel able to speak to this question as well.
So thank you, Emma. I'm very mindful of time, so I'll be as brief as I can. I'd like to suggest that the research on body-worn cameras that's emerged out, particularly out of the United States, I think is quite mixed vis-a-vis the question of accountability for the police. But I'd like to add a couple of points. One is to say that by its very nature, body-worn cameras gives the police perspective. And that is important to think about when we think about how it sort of represents what's going on. The other thing to say is that it also turns spaces into surveilled spaces, particularly for marginalised communities who may, for example, be living in the street. And so I think it's very important to remember that there are other implications to body-worn cameras that go well beyond whether they hold the police accountable or not. And so I just maybe sound a note of caution. I do think the last thing to say maybe as well is this question about who gets to decide when they're on or off. And that raises really serious implications for everyone concerned, not just the officers, but those whom they're interacting with.
Thank you so much. And on that note, Commissioners, I'd like to turn over and invite you to ask any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Cunliffe. You might be pleased to know that I don't have any questions. I've been deeply attentive to all of the input that's been shared around the table today. The various topics that we've touched on are critically important and really do weave in to all aspects of our work that we've done close to 2 years now. And to hear from such a wide range of perspectives around the table is truly appreciated. But if you don't mind, Emma, Dr. Cunliffe, I'll take just a moment for a little bit of commentary, if you don't mind. One of some of the things that we've heard over the last several weeks in particular is about the need not just to reform policing, but to transform it. And we've talked a lot about the community safety and well-being approach to policing and how it takes all communities, people coming to the table in relationships, not just partnerships. We've heard so much, and it reminds me of a quote, and I'm sure some of you have heard this before, from a former Chief Ramsey down in Chicago some years ago, when he was trying very hard to disrupt the thin blue line mentality and to break that us versus them and the blue wall of silence and the solidarity. And he talked about the importance of the thin blue thread, and that thin blue thread is meant to weave itself through the community as a meshing, as part of the community, to be part of the community safety and well-being. And even though that language wasn't necessarily used so much back then, we've been talking about this for also a very long time amongst community organizations, NGOs, government branches, police agencies. I look at the work that's been done at the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police in changing the name from the Crime Prevention Committee to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee probably 10 years ago, and to try and challenge the language around the economics of policing to the economics of community safety and well-being, because we all have a shared responsibility to that. I do want to say that we've heard a lot about the need to recruit differently and for diversity in recruitment. And while that is very important, if we're recruiting into a system that still trains and then coaches and then mentors and then promotes the same thing, we're not going to be any further ahead. So if there's going to be a transformation in policing, it really does take a reimagination or a rethinking from the ground up. And I have to say, to this day, I cringe when I see police recruit videos that show helicopters and guns and dogs and police cars and car chases, because the reality is 80%, and all of you would know this, of a police officer's time is spent in intervening and disrupting, should be on prevention, because when we are responding to serious incidents, we have failed as a community, we've failed as a society collectively. So I'm hoping that some recruiters maybe are going to change their approach to recruiting videos. I want to also say that one of the favorite expressions that I've heard today, and maybe it's been around for a while, and I'm slow to the race on this, but Dr. Campo, when you talked about the police continuing to think that they are unique, and how that is used as a shield not to transform and not to change, I think is hitting the nail right on the head. When we think of all of our positions as unique in keeping our community safe, then I think that we're going to be, have a better start on getting out of the gate. So I want to thank you for that. And just on a final note, for anyone who has had the opportunity to attend World Safety Organization conferences, they are fabulous because they take almost every sector of community safety and well-being, from traffic accidents to mental health to intimate partner violence, and is a true example. I think somebody had asked, are we looking afield to other countries and things that are being done? And there are plenty of wonderful examples out there of successful approaches to making our communities safer. So with all of that said, it was just commentary, not a question. I just couldn't help myself today. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all very much. Emma, I'll leave it to you to express on our behalf the thanks to the wonderful panel that you've assembled, and such richness and diverse views, which is so helpful. I just wanted to particularly thank Emily and Christina, if I could, for really bringing us back to why we're all here. There has to be meaningful change for keeping our communities safe, because a huge price has been paid for our existence. We exist at a tremendous, tremendous price, a price of sorrow and pain. So we owe it to and we have as our backdrop the ripple effect and the cascading effect. So we owe it to the to honor the lives that have been taken, to the families, to those who have been injured, to the traumatized first responders, to the communities, to the province, to the country, and a family in the United States of America. We owe it to them not only to come up with meaningful recommendations, and thank you all for the, or many of you for the invitation to be bold, but I know for myself, when I'm thinking about what we can do to have those recommendations implemented, that's what will be the motivating factor, and I would invite all of you to that as well. So thank you, Christina, and thank you, Emily, for those observations, and thank you all.
I think you've heard that we're very interested in why it is that a multitude of past recommendations that have been made on the same topics haven't been implemented. And so I would invite those of you who are making submissions to us to consider what the barriers to implementing some of those past recommendations might be, and how we might assist in giving guidance to those that we want to take up the recommendations in addressing some of those barriers. I was going to ask, because there's actually quite a lot of agreement around the table, and perhaps it was people politely demurring from disagreement, but in submissions as well, I'd be interested, of course, I'm sure we'll hear about the points with which you disagreed today, what you heard that you thought that will never work, that won't make sense. If you have that response, then please unpack it for us and help us through that, because that'll help us make better recommendations that are implementable. I'm just going to leave it there. I'll pass it over to you, Dr. Cunliffe, for a final word, and then I'll just make some closing remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanton. So let me begin briefly by thanking the participants on today's roundtable. It's been a very rich discussion. You've been very generous with your insights and your expertise. We couldn't do the work that we're doing without your generosity, and so I wanted to begin by saying thank you to each of you. It's the research and policy team's last roundtable today, and so this is work that we began in a public way 6 months ago, but we've been doing for some time before that. And so I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge the contributions of the entire research and policy team, because it really has been a team effort. And while I sit up here, there are a dozen people who are making sure that each of these roundtables really works. And so I wanted to acknowledge and thank you for your work, and also thank the participants in our process who've shared ideas about who should be sitting at each table, who've made sure that people come along, and thank you for your contributions. Most of all, I wanted to acknowledge those who are most directly affected by the events that have brought us all together, and say, I hope that you feel that we've honoured you in the work that we've done. We've certainly tried to, and we'll remain dedicated to learning the lessons that can be learned from the loss of those you loved. And I'm so sorry for your loss, and I wish you all the best.
Thanks so much, Emma. And Dr. Cunliffe has anticipated our thanks to all of you. Of course, there was, and then we've heard a number of times from so many people that there is goodwill amongst all of the people that are here, that still have hope despite working in really hard circumstances, with very big hills to climb in civil society and policing, throughout the institutions that we're hearing from. And we do rely on the fact that regardless of which perspective people come to this table with, that there is a common shared goal of helping to make our communities safer, and so if we can all just keep that in mind as we go forward, then I think we can maintain some of that hope that Emily expressed. So we are also cognizant that this is the last roundtable of the commission. And we do, of course, express our thanks to Dr. Cunliffe and to her whole team, and everyone who works behind the scenes to make the roundtables possible. In addition to over 20 roundtables and over 100 experts, these have been framed by over 30 commissioned reports, these excellent reports. I do commend to you. They're very constructive and provide some really helpful and concrete insights into the issues that are in our mandate. And Emma and her team have combed the world for the people that are doing the work to really understand some of these issues so that we aren't just reinventing the wheel, but actually trying to move the whole project forward. And again, to echo what she has said, that the other thing that her team has done is really talk to participants and liaise to hear what the issues are that we need to focus upon and bring to the table. So thank you so much to all the participants and their council for their engagement. It's through these discussions of the issues that are in our mandate that we can have that opportunity to explore the root causes of what happened, of why we're here. And it is important that we consider both the events themselves, but also the underlying reasons for them, so that the final recommendations can lead to some meaningful and lasting change. Public proceedings will resume tomorrow afternoon. We'll be fully virtual again tomorrow. We will hear from justice-related organizations who are part of our ongoing participant consultations. Also, Christina Fifield is going to return tomorrow to share a report with insights from community outreach work that Avalon Sexual Assault Center has facilitated with marginalized communities through this process. And thank you to the Hilton and Dartmouth for hosting us, and to everyone, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay. Are they finished? I'm sorry, I got a phone call. I didn't mean to wander off. I'll have to go back now and watch. I don't know what I missed. Have I kept you guys waiting long? Susie Boodlin, much love. Krista Carley, Janet Merlo. Yeah. Oh, did they mention them? Did they mention? I hope they did. You know, I'm not 100% on board with all of the women's stuff. I'm definitely not. I see things there that are not, and you guys do too. Even most of you women do, because most of the channels still, funnily enough, even if the numbers might not be real, are, I don't know, where am I sitting at today? I haven't looked recently. I love my lady viewers. You guys are so good. Smart. Audience. Viewers. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh. I think it's gone down a little bit. But it's 67%. I don't know. Must be some misogyny or something going on. But misandry. Anyway, you know, there are some real, true, absolute horror stories of women and the police and female members within the police is just an unbelievably horrendous situation within the RCMP. Horrendous, and has been for a long time. So I'm not even going to say that 100% of those are real, obviously, but there are just some horrible stories. Horrible. You know, and you can go back to when I was like talking about Darren Campbell way at the beginning, right? And I was like, oh. You know, was the Catherine Galliford stuff. Poor Krista Carter. Anyway, that's just all very upsetting to me. Now I'm very interested in this Frank stuff. I would like, you know, people to dig around and see what they come across. Seems to be something awry. I've definitely noticed a few things over time on a variety in different places that are happening. And you know, obviously, I understand certain elements in my channel, which is highly disturbing in the Discord. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. So I think trying to figure out and unravel some of this, because I would say that this is a lot based on what are you doing? Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 toys and 9 and some fluff. She must have ripped one apart. Nice, making a mess. Okay, so the Frank thing is very interesting. Also, the fellow that was at the round table. Now, one moment here. Alfredo. Now, Alfredo's name I recognized a little bit, and somebody who helps around in the background dug up a bunch of stuff So, which I thought I would share with you. Let me see. Now, Alfredo, at least the parts that I was able to catch, Alfredo was kind of humming and hawing, and he didn't seem like in the pro, right? The what is the pro unit? I forget the prostitute. Professional responsibility officer, right? He's got quite an interesting background, so I thought we should have a look at that maybe. So this is Alfredo Bangaroy. Okay, he has a JD, which is kind of a law degree. It's mostly in America. It's I don't know. Lawyers kind of, a lot of old school lawyers kind of look at a JD and they're like, it's a bit of a watered down version of a law degree. Does have his master's of business administration, his master's in law, and of course then he's got his police award. Darren's mom. About seasoned police executive with extensive experiences and skills leading provincial and federal policing operations. Okay, service delivery, managing multiple diverse program areas. Sworn in as police officer, RCMP, October 1990 in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Extensive RCMP operational and administrative experience in increasingly senior management positions with service in 5 provinces, including 3 as a commissioned officer. After recruit training in Montreal and Regina, interesting recruit training in Montreal. I don't know what that's about quite. Early RCMP service consisted of several years in general duty uniform policing, followed by extensive experience, of course, Lower Mainland, Vancouver, British Columbia, on specialized investigational operational teams, such as Vancouver Federal Drug Squad section, Organized Crime Unit, Homicide Unit, okay, and maybe he's, I don't know, maybe he's involved in IHIT, I don't know. Outlaw Motorcycle Gang Unit, Legal Application Support Team, okay, so that's Angela. Sounds almost like Angela. You could take the same thing because she was Outlaw Motorcycle Gang Unit, CFSEU, and then doing warrants. Tweet. Just renewed subscription July 2nd with, okay, very interesting. Yes, you're tweeting. How are you doing there? Is that a good one? She's so funny. Integrated National Security Enforcement Team. Okay, so this is INSET. INSET's very particular team. They deal with terrorism. ERT, Emergency Response Team, and undercover operations. Advanced to executive level as commissioned officer of the inspector rank in 2007. Not the officer of the year. No, that's just when officer. If you're looking at the, because I've seen somebody. In fact, I've done that a couple times. It's not not when it says officer year in Graves. It's not officer of the year. That is the point that you become a white shirt. Just see somebody else makes that error quite a bit. Just hopefully they pick up on that one. Anyway, in charge of RCMP National Headquarters PROS, Professional Standards Unit. Okay, with the Professional Standards and External Review Directorate. I like how this is spelled. You know, it's kind of a directorate. It's a bit of a communist spelling. And worked as acting director, okay, because they always just have invented things. Superintendent rank for an extended period of time. 2012, transferred to Regina as officer in charge of Provincial Support Services Criminal Ops, okay? so Crops, in 2013 promoted to the rank of superintendent, RCMP in charge of provincial policing Saskatchewan, and assistant Crops, okay, acted as Crops officer, chief superintendent for 7 months before transfer in 2017 to Halifax, 2016, January, as the officer in charge of RCMP Federal Policing Nova Scotia. Okay, he's not real derp. Okay, and he has a lot more knowledge of Nova Scotia than just being a prose. And federal crops officer for Nova Scotia. That's some big stuff. In November 2018, transferred back to Regina, promoted to chief super, officer in charge of RCMP crops for Saskatchewan. Okay, so he's provincial crops officer. Second in command, RCMP Saskatchewan, acted as commanding officer, assistant commissioner of RCMP in Saskatchewan from August 2020 to April 2021. June 2022, promoted to assistant commissioner, RCMP national headquarters in Ottawa as professional responsibility officer in charge of professional responsibility sector in RCMP for the RCMP. So I believe then January acted as criminal ops, transferred in 2016 as officer in charge federal policing at Nova Scotia and federal criminal operations officer, okay, to 2018. So that's Susie Bootland time. That's some interesting times for Wortman also. So he's a lawyer, okay. I guess he's, I don't know, what's this, self-practicing, I don't know, with his JD. Got quite an extensive history. Very extensive. So, you know, when he sits there and he hums and he haws, he knows a lot more than he says. A lot more. The online version of Frank appears to be still in existence. I'm still looking into some of that. I think most people, anybody who's got backups and things like that, maybe somebody can drop me a line about that. That would be great. But there appears to be some that you're still able to get for sure. But interesting, I was looking at something just as a matter of relation to something else, because the videos that are being deleted, etc. And so here is the link to the story, which talks about the fact that there was from RCMP Frank News. Okay, so this is theirs, right? Oh, that's gone poof. Okay, so some serious something or others is going on, and that was when I believe it was also mentioned in Ottawa Now. Is that what it was? The business of which I find this very upsetting personally, because this moratorium was sent to me, and then like it says here, has been discussing it in the past few days in his broadcasts. Okay, but problem is that well, those are gone. They've been deleting the fuck out of the channel and out of the Discord, which is really upsetting, because not only is that my time, that's a lot of other people's time too. Okay. Very, very disturbing. And in order to do that, like the videos I was just explaining that to somebody. If I were to go in and say edit my videos, because a lot of them seem to have gotten to like 40 minutes, which is just absurd. If I was to do that on my own, right, go in and just be like, hey, clip this and make some bogus claim, the chat all disappears. That's what happens. If you touch anything on a YouTube video with chat, at least that's my limited understanding of YouTube, the chat goes poof. If I want to clip something out, I've talked about that before. There is something I wanted to remove. At one point, it's purely embarrassing is more than anything. And if I was to do that, I would remove the chat. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that because I don't want the chat, of course, ever to disappear, because that's where half the good stuff is, right? Is your guys' observations and working gray cells together. And so if I was to shorten a video of my own and be like totally a lying sack of shit, well, then the chat would disappear. But that doesn't happen. So somebody in some very high level technical thing is doing shit to a lot of people. And, that's the family's photos being deleted, right? Lots of families have lost things. I can say like Tara got kicked off. Think about this one. Aaron's Facebook page, he has two. She was kicked off as a friend on his Facebook page, on one of them. How does that happen? He's dead. Nobody knows his password. Huh? No, nothing to see here at all. It's not all the text messages that families have lost, all the photos that they've lost, all the work on the Discord that's deleted. Most people, I'm sure, remember discussions of moratorium on there, right? Because people were going ballistic. You know what happens? Moratorium. How many results are there? Oh, there's only 8. 8. Really now? And I don't think there is even mention of the fact when it came out. What was that? December 27th is the first mention. And when was it that it came out? I can't quite remember. It was December something or other. I traced the date. There's fuck all. People were like, gray cells, that's really awesome. I'm like, well, it's not mine. Somebody, we got some good people working here. Paul's article is still here. I know somebody posted that. I believe this is it. Oh, no, this is something else. My apologies. 8 mentions. You guys who have been in the Discord know how much that was being talked about for days on end in there. So there would have been, I'm sure, hundreds of entries. And over the years, and there's 8 right now. That of course, there's only 8. So this is highly upsetting to me, extraordinarily upsetting to me, because I know how much work is to people, right? I know that for myself, so I'm upset for myself because, frankly, it pisses me off that I spend time and then they want to wipe things out. But I'm really upset for all of you guys who did tons and tons of work, and God only knows what has been removed. Who's doing this? And what are they removing? If you think about it in terms of, say, the John Robbins story, right? The John Robbins story broke that on the 28th and went through a lot of stuff. That video all seems to be, I think it's all fine. It's about 4 hours long, so that seems about right. That's fine. It's there. Okay. I know that from inside, that has caused I would say the fallout of that one is still ongoing, irreparable damage, and it's going to keep happening. Now, if they haven't done anything with that video, what do you think that they're deleting that they feel is more important? That's scary. That's really scary. Sorry, put them on backup server December 6th, so it was before that. Okay, I'm missing something here. So a lot of things are going on. And, being cognizant of that, right? Keeping backups of things offline that's not connected to the internet, your phone, whatever it is, your screenshots of things, the information that you come across, the documents that you have, keep them on separate hard drives, right? Archive articles so that they don't go poof, because they've been cleaning. That was like certain ones of these I know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, archive stuff right away. The pictures are disappearing and stuff like that. I've dealt with that for years, but like now this is going into levels that, and it's not now, it's the last while. I've for sure, like, I can't remember when somebody first told me about, one of the family members told me stuff was getting deleted, and I was like, what? Well, yes, I have no pictures anymore. I'm like, who would delete pictures of a dead relative? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you seriously mentally disturbed? Like, you have to be psychopathic, sociopathic. You have a very serious mental problem. Is that trauma on trauma? Let's talk about that. All that gone. You can't, and people want those kinds of things. You and I, all of you and I know that. It's nice to have the pictures or whatever, and you can look back at them, and when our memories start to fade of a loved one, we're like, oh yeah, I remember this time, and it brings you some kind of solace. What happens when you have nothing? That person just going to disappear that much faster, and you're like, I can't do anything with it. I have nothing anymore. These people are going to pay. One day they will pay. And obviously I'm not saying that in a threatening way. No, nothing about that. Either legally they're going to pay, but I assure you, when this lifetime is over, there are going to be some people that whatever power you believe in will never forgive them. And they're going to have to eat a lot of crow and endure a lot of hell, so to speak, for eternity. Hope you enjoy it. RCMP tech. Okay, sorry, I missed what Odir was answering to there. I'm suddenly feeling like way more videos in your channel that I've never seen before. I don't remember seeing so many videos from 2 years ago. I don't remember seeing so many. Oh, you think there's more there now? Well, I did the math. I mean, I could go back and do math again. I said it the other day. I was actually just fucking really upset. What was it? Odir had that post. Over 400 hours as of March 23rd, I think it was. 352 hours, 27 minutes. I'm like, in a give and take, I appreciate that there'll be a buffer in there. It's not very big. But that's outrageous. Outrageous. If you think about, like, you think, oh, 48 hours, that's not that much. Actually, it is. First of all, that's about 12%. As of that date, that would be about 12% of my channel. Okay? More than that. Gone. Okay? If you think about it in terms of like a 4-hour video, and you guys certainly have been watching, some of you are newer, you know what a 4-hour video is like. And those are 4-hour videos where it's not just me streaming somebody else. That's me going through articles. That's 12 videos at 4 hours a piece. That's a lot. And if it's like bits and pieces getting clipped out of other videos, we're talking about a lot of information being lost. And they just want people to forget so that we can just move along and they can continue and then just say recommendations, and we need to build up more boards, and academics can say we need to do more studies, and the traveling roadshow continues, and the bus runs over all kinds of good people that we lose. This is disgusting, really, honestly. My photos of the bullet. See, my photos of the bullet holes in the fire hall and sign disappeared. Is this on the Discord? As well as my folder of mass casualty stuff. Or is that on your computer? Cannot do on Frank online subscription now on their website. Now, why would that be? If you have financial problems, which is, one theory, why would you not take subscriptions for stuff that you've already written? If that's the end of you, okay, that's understandable. It's very sad that a business would go out of business. I'm just speaking in general. That's tragic, because that's a lot of people's hard work and stuff like that, people's jobs. But you don't refuse money. That's very strange. It's like deleting the Twitter. I don't know if it was deleted by them, but if it was, then Twitter is free. You don't have to pay. You don't have to delete it. It makes no sense. Something very, very strange going on. You need to sync videos onto. I don't know how to do this stuff. I'm really, like, honestly, I'm too busy. Things just had to go by the wayside. So I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I just know how to read and stream and do a few things. So I don't know. No, Seamus, I can't call you either. I've tried lots. Okay, I might have a different phone number. I'm not sure. I know I tried calling you, though. I left you a message. Right? No. I sent email. Email box was full. Anyway, whatever. We'll get it figured out here. Back up everything on external hard drive. Absolutely. Yeah, I remember, like, early on showing people, I don't even have any more of, like, the fucking your little sticks and memory sticks and stuff like that. I'm like, back it up. Of course, this is me who didn't back up certain things, but that's the way it goes. Just had to make some executive decisions on that level. But losing your stuff is hard. Can't find Big Stop video with brown blue helmet. Iria? Brown blue helmet. I don't even know what that is. Now you've got me confused. Not terribly hard to do, but chat always confuses me. that the majority of that video was majorly clipped, or sorry, that video, the helmet thing. Sad that Tara has to go through all this shit until everything else. But multiple family members have lost a lot of stuff, and that's highly disturbing. And what damage some of this I get. I think it is about hurting, like really actively hurting people, because maybe if there was something that they were worried about, like, oh, somebody told them something that they saw or something. I don't know. God, I'm just saying hypothetically, right? That's not anything I understand, but if somebody were to do that, I could see the RCMP having some reasoning for that, I suppose, because they want to just save themselves from all kinds of stuff. But going through and like deleting just a family picture or like everything from a certain time frame, like that is just sick. What does that do? What's the picture? What's wrong with the picture? Yes, we were eating food. That's terrible. It must be deleted. We've got to hurt those people. Evil. Yeah. You know more than most of them. Well, we know collectively, right? Okay, I'm not very big on the other stuff, talking about that kind of stuff. I know a few things, but collectively we know a lot more, and that's the way it is. But they don't like it. Months ago, looked at your channel. I don't recall seeing. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know, but I think other people may concur that a lot has been gone missing. I know I certainly noticed it. I don't remember when that was. I remember messaging Odeer about it, and I asked her for a list of videos because she's like, I'm like, do you remember what I did? She's like, send me a list of stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay. A lot of the first ones are gone. You did with Steve and Adrian. Not many of them left. Yeah, because I think it was like pretty much every day I was doing the stream, like every day for a few hours. Sometimes I do one or two, maybe I even did 3 once, I think. A lot more suggested videos. Somebody said that to me the other day. I got a phone call about that. That's very interesting. They're like, the algorithm is shooting me a lot of your stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's because you watch a lot. I don't know. Who knows those things? It's all engineering people's minds. Which actually, in this case, I will say is not a bad thing. I'll take the compliment on behalf of us all. And you should too. It was mostly MCC stuff, and then a few videos from 2 years ago, but then a huge gap in between. I did take a period of time off. I got upset about a couple things, and I just needed to take a break. I would think I was a bit burned out. And some of it was some things I was learning. Part of the bigger story was very upsetting. And so I'm like, well, I'll just take a break. And also there were some elements that I was hopeful that people would see. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. Taking on water has missing stuff. 1 hour, 45-minute video. Yeah, right. That's just getting hellos out of the way. I think I did make a couple of shorter ones. I'm not saying I didn't, but not to the extent. I backed up the moratorium on the 6th of December 2020. So it has to be posted before that. I did figure out what the day was. but when I was going through the videos, there were no videos of that day. And there is, I think, I mean, I'd have to go through because there's a few hours around that. But December, no, it was December. Oh, the 6th. Oh, see, I thought it was December 9th. Isn't that interesting? Lloyd Johnson, yeah. Yeah, you posted that. And I can remember. Was that the one where his Jimmy, his red Jimmy was in the video? And I was like, well, he's at home. He's at home in the video. That's his red Jimmy. Yes, phone pics on your phone. That is horrendous. 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 People, like, it's happening to everybody. You know, it's not tinfoil. It is 100% the real deal. And it is spooky. And I know I talked about CSE way back then. And I'm like, this shit is really, like, the tech is bad news. Bad news. Was the first one or the second one where they point out the car was in the video with the pretend Wardman video? Yeah, I mean, there was some stuff I really kind of, I think I found some stuff that basically may have raised some serious questions as to whether that video was real over at the Cigar Hut. There's two taking on water and taking on water, more water before I believe taking on water is missing. Yeah, there was a taking on water and taking on more water. That sounds like my titling. I also did backup of Discord with a video till February so I can have a look back at what's missing. Oh, wow. I don't know how you do this tech stuff. And I know you just say it's, you know, things and whatever. I don't understand extensions and all that stuff. It sure is a fuckload of work, though, I would think. Oh dear is definitely a archiving queen. Remember they were on the side of the truck in blue uniform and brown helmet. They must not have liked the color and ran back to the, oh yeah. The ERT team down in, yes, and see, that was discussion of Halifax ERT. And I was like, these guys are from Halifax. So then you have some pictures and I was like, well, this is clearly staged because sometimes you have the blue, I think I had some stupid nickname for them, the blues, and sometimes the blue helmet, the blue ERT guy, Halifax ERT guy would have a green helmet, and then sometimes there'd be somebody else there with a blue helmet, and they're all standing there, and then they're standing on doors, and I was like, yeah, and the media just happens to be sitting there. Of course, it's not like this is staged. Stuff about a chat member's deceased husband was clipped out also. A chat member's deceased husband. Well, that's nasty, if I'm understanding that properly. Somebody in the chat's husband dying. Oh! Oh no. Really? Is that Alana's cousin? The Biddies? I hope that's not it. Just talked to him last month. Who? Lloyd? It's inevitable, isn't it? So sad those pictures represent relationship. Yeah. You have Frank's apology to me and my daughter then. Yes, right? Yeah, that was, I think I might have something about that. Maybe? I don't know. The same video as someone was in RCMP vehicle and got out and went back during all that. Guy was by the bushes. Oh, is that the one that the person that some people thought looked like Chad Morrison down at the big stop? Sorry, I know I'm very behind and you guys are answering, but I'm just kind of working my way through. It was almost every day, sometimes more than once a day. Yeah. No, I was tired. I remember. I didn't get to see my girlfriend and stuff, but she's been a trooper. She watches once in a while. She might be there. Howdy. She gets kind of burned out. I get suggested RCMP videos because I type that so much. The algorithm. We seen eyes. Have not backed up anything since hard drive fail, but I have everything before that. Wow. I don't know how, somebody was asking me, like, how do you even transfer stuff and stuff like that? I don't even know. Like, those who saw know, and, it's like you're just pointing out stuff here. I know NS44 was typing me a bunch of things that he remembered. Sent me some messages about that, and that was good. I know you were talking about it was clear what was going on. Well, it's anything but clear. I certainly don't understand what the fuck is going on, but I understand the two fuckaroonies. We missed you patiently waited for your return. Haha. Oh, well, thank you. That's very kind. Wasn't the moratorium video streamed December 4th? You removed the Lloyd video. What? Are you the one that's causing shit? Linda was just itching for him. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you. That's very nice. About the Jimmy, yeah, recall that one. Okay, yeah. The Jimmy. I think that there was some stuff in there. I said I don't remember, but there were some things I came across. I know the Facebook messages is one part. Lloyd's connection to Wayland Psychological Services, those are still probably around. But there was a couple of elements that I found that put the video into serious doubt. Like, obviously, if Lloyd is saying that he was not home and he missed him by a bunch of time, but his car is at home, that's kind of problematic. The whole emergence of that video was odd, but I'd just say questionable. These are all questions. I am going to go back and check, have a look later. Okay, thank you very much. Very, very, yeah, Julie rules. I have the pic of it still. I don't know what that's referring to. No, yes. See, this is what happens. I don't like tech. Like, I like talking on the phone. Those of you who've ever spoken to me know. See, and I knew there was shit going on, and I had to, like, distance myself from a lot of people, not because I distrusted anybody, is because I was like, I know I can't talk because in a lot of ways, because it's just people are listening and stuff. It's hard. I also got a text message from Andrew apology. Oh, good. Good stuff. Not sure. It looked like he was going into back of SUV during the shooting. Oh. Yeah, there was the videos. I don't know if those are still around about tracing down the fire hall and getting the picture. And when it came out in the Quebec and being able to figure out that get the full picture of the SUV, which showed a lot more damage in some strange places to Morrison's SUV. I don't know if those are still around. There's so much stuff. CCTV, cameras, Millbrook, you talked about that a lot. Timing was off. Yeah, that was Adrian who came up with that. Just like, he's like, look at the corner of the time. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't work at all. Then I was like, and their times, the clocks, and was just constantly on about the clocks. Everything's about the clocks. And then, the weigh scale. And I'm like, oh, that's terrible. That doesn't work. And then you got Darren saying, oh, yeah, it's 11 out 10 in the press conference. And boy. And every single clock almost in Nova Scotia. Those are videos, clocks, something about clocks. I don't know. I get paid. I don't get paid to work for CSE enough to CSE. I meant remember, not remover. Okay. So I didn't get to listen to all of the thing today. So that's unfortunate, because I'm sure that there were some good points in there. Susie Bootland is definitely being alluded to. At least that's what I caught those parts, which is really good. I don't agree with Ms. Fifield on but there again, is Ms. Fifield, the articles in CBC, Christina Fifield. Are these being written? The media is definitely doing its own thing, and that's been quite apparent for a long time. They're serving their purpose to some extent. I don't think they're out to get the truth, but Lisa Banfield's visit to a psychologist opens debate about how to help abuse victims. Now, Christina Fifield is mentioned in this article. There's not enough supports, about reporting. Now, you see the way that that's kind of written, a psychologist amongst and Christina is a trauma therapist. The way that's written makes the insinuation that it's Christina Fifield who saw Lisa Banfield. Now, that's not true. I don't believe. But the media writes these articles this way. It's the same thing with the Hudson stuff. They were spinning Hudson's stuff unless they've decided to radically alter. I don't believe they did, because funnily enough, it wasn't that much later. Maybe they saw some videos on, because I was kind of going into Hudson's pretty hard there for a while. But their interviews, which were done, of course, the RCMP were watching them for, what was that, at least a month, maybe 2 months. The media rolling up right away, and nobody decided to go and interview them. No, just let that marinate in their head, all the media pollution. but the media spun their articles, and then you actually read their statements and you can see, well, no, that's not actually what they were saying. Once you read their words for themselves and then hold those up beside the article, it makes a lot more sense. So you're off, Brenda. Have a good one. 2 p.m. start tomorrow. Yeah, we're 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Yeah, if I only had a couple, if I had a couple of assistants, that would be. But you know, God wants things done in a certain way, I suppose. Good things take work, and they're not supposed to be easy. Thank you, oh dear, I appreciate that. See, this is the thing. You know, it might not have panned out the way I quite foresaw at the beginning. I really did see in my optimistic world, which I do realize I do know the truth of things, but I still held on to like, oh goodness, you know, lawyers are going to want to be interested in this one. There's going to be some good media that are going to be interested in this one. They're going to, you know, there's going to be people on the Discord. There's going to be people on the Facebook. And I think I spoke about that quite a bit. And that people, you know, do YouTube or whatever. And we'll all just kind of pool it all together. And this is going to get dealt with. It hasn't come out that way. And it's broken my heart that way. But we collectively, at least for sure here, have formed quite a bond, which is really amazing. On different kinds of levels, whether that be supportive to family members when they come in, or because there are family members, I assure you, guarantee you 100% that watch, that say nothing. And funnily enough, I remember one day I was being told by another family member, and they told me something which I won't share, but I was utterly shocked. Who was watching? I was like, oh. And if you might be able to piece together who it was, because I did say something about I changed the format. I did things because I didn't want that person to be hurt anymore. They said they were hurt. I was like, oh my God, really? Okay. Watching, paying attention. So that, you know, they read the messages. They read these messages. They feel supported. They may not want to say anything out loud and stuff like that for whatever variety of reasons that they have. But you bring that to them. You bring support to each other, you know, whether it's, you know, you're pissed off and stuff like that, and you can relate to one another and you can voice that aloud. And there's going to be somebody who's not going to be like, you know, maybe in your regular life who will be like, well, fuck, man, you talk about that stuff. Shut up. I don't want to hear about it anymore. It's a element there, or people who've gotten sick over the years, and people who've died tragically in some cases. You know, and of course, all the pooling of knowledge and resources. It's not like I'm sitting here scratching my head and saying to myself, listen, I know I made a video about something, but I just can't remember what it is. It's like, okay, I can read here and you guys will know. Or I'll read something and I'll be like, wow, I never knew that before. There's something I can look into, you know, or we can do together. Like it's definitely not organized. I would love it to be really organized, but I'm not that way. Wish I had a quick mind so I could pick up what you're always throwing down. Yes, I've gotten some complaints about that. I communicate in a certain way, but that's because I really think it's important never to say to somebody, this is the way that it is, or that you must think like this. Like, somebody does that, that's wrong. I can lay out different pieces and people can come to their own conclusions on things. And maybe I do know. Yeah, a lot of times there might be even certain elements that I know for sure, definitively, and I will know. And I'll just be like, or something, you know? Because people have to see things for themselves. I have to see things for myself. It's like your parents telling you, don't do something. And you're like, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Whatever. Then you go and do it. And once you fall on your face, you learn. You learn. We learn from our own experiences, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been told, though, no, you need to make it, I don't know what it is, easy or something. And I'm like, I am trying, like I'm dry. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yes, I do speak cryptically a lot of the time, but sometimes I'm very straightforward. And I don't think I communicate the best way. I'm last of boomers generation, so we'll have zero research skills. That is absolutely not true. You have life experiences, right? You have life experiences. You have all kinds of knowledge from different areas in life. You have people who are not techno savvy, because I'm not really techno savvy, can read. We can read. I have not a very good memory, even though sometimes it might seem like my memory's not too bad. Actually, my memory's not very good sometimes. So, it's like those different things, or somebody else is very good with computers, and Odir is awesome with computers, right? I don't know shit. She's like, okay, she tells us, you can get the batch downloader, and then she's got figured out how to name the files and all that kind of stuff. And she's throwing out all kinds of good videos and putting the data together and stuff like that. Do you follow? Everybody's got skills. Everybody's got skills. It's not like you just have to come and be an observer. No, active participation. It's like that participation. You remember that program we used to have? I never really did that great on it. Everybody else always got those red badges. I never got the red badge, I don't think. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Boarding school beat the fuck out of me on that one, though, I'll tell you. I certainly learned there how to do physical shit. Later, long after a video is over, sometimes the light goes on. Oh, come on. So it's always there. It's always there. Just sometimes we don't want to see certain things. 2 p.m. to watch. I used to watch 2 and 3 times. You find lots of the deck tans third time. Oh, the second and third time. Yeah, I mean, I go back and I watch some. I've watched a couple. I don't ever really rewatch things. So, but I have gone back and just randomly, once in a while, I have in the last little while, clicked on something and I'll be like, wow, that's really interesting. It's coming. That was there. Okay, yes, it's awesome to share info and compare. And of course, the glow trash has been around all the time, but you see lots of people are, getting more in tune to people, and that's good, great too. Still, there's other elements around, but that's fine. It's all the growing process. And they're pissing their pants. Good stuff. All right, next time I come to Calgary, hoping I can sit and have coffee with you. Be prepared to answer a fuck ton of questions. Sure. Yeah, I'm down. as long as you've got time. That's probably I tend to ramble, right? Because I have those, 2-minute videos and stuff. Here, we're done. Funny how video of Indo Blue fiasco keeps coming up. There's a lot of stuff that I was going into Indo. A lot of stuff, and there is a lot there to unpack. It will take a long time. But let's just say I never draw a final conclusion on things, but questionable. Lots of questionable stuff going on there. All right. So I don't know. Let's just do a quick check on how many documents we have. Because like I said, I think there were 3,391 this morning. Is that right? See if they've decided to drop. They'll do something probably tonight. Late in the evening. Loading. Still loading. 3,391. So it's still the same. I think, I don't know what's over on the other end on the let's see. I probably should set that up. Because there is good stuff on this this part. I know people are like, oh, it's just roundtables and things. There are interviews in there. There's lots of things yet to be discovered. All kinds of goodies everywhere. Research and commission reports. Yeah, some of it's junk, but some of it is absolutely great stuff. So, these are worth getting too. I don't even know where we're at today. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so, all right. Why 2 p.m. tomorrow? Because they don't want to hear from anybody. That's why. And yes, you will be hearing from family. I don't think it's really next week. I don't really like saying things but whatever, fuck it now at this point. I don't think it matters. 53 new ones since I was on last Monday on the roundtables. Junk. 53 on the 1, 2, 3 roundtables, or 53 in the other one. But I think there's more than 53 because there was 100 and some odd that dropped last night or something. I have no idea what was there. I did see that Archie's is on there. Archie's interview is on there. I saw there's some new notebooks. Robin's notebooks are out there. Very odd looking. We went through that a little earlier. But you will hear from family. But this is my attitude in respect to that. I am not taking away from that. Obviously, I think nobody could ever dispute the fact that I'm pretty fucking adamant that the families should have been in control since the start, and it's all about them. But at this point in time, and I don't hear from all of them, and that's kind of why I've been saying, maybe if you have some thoughts and things like that, send them to me. Observations with document numbers, that might help. If that's laying it down enough for you. But it needs to be hammered home to these clowns, these people, the government, the DOJ, all of them. One message: too little, too late. You fucked everybody. And we all are aware. Don't come on at the last minute and be like, see, we discussed things for a couple of days. There you go. You got what you wanted. Fuck you, man. You have rammed and hurt people unbelievably for years, and you're going to pay. God bless you all. See you tomorrow at 2 o'clock Atlantic time, which I guess is 11 o'clock my time. God bless you all. God bless the 23.